The day that turned my life around. There are certain days in life that in retrospect seem to shimmer more brightly than the rest. Days that stand out not because of the events themselves, but because of the profound transformation they set in motion. For me, that day arrived shortly after I turned 25, and the man who became the catalyst for that transformation was someone I had never expected to meet, a man named Earl Schoaf. Looking back, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, meeting him was the pivotal moment that divided my life into before and after. The drift of ordinary life. Up to that point, my life had followed a painfully predictable script, one that mirrored the quiet desperation of so many who dream big in their youth, only to be slowly worn down by the grind of everyday existence. I had grown up in a peaceful, tight-knit farming community nestled near the Snake River in southwestern Idaho. Life there was simple, honest, and deeply nurturing. That environment filled me with hope and a quiet confidence that I could carve out my own version of the American dream. But hope alone, I would learn, is no substitute for a solid philosophy of living. Like many young men, I made my early decisions with more confidence than wisdom. After high school, I enrolled in college, eager, perhaps even anxious, to get on with the business of becoming someone. But within a year, I dropped out, convinced that I was smart enough to succeed without further academic training. It was one of many early decisions that, though made with enthusiasm, lacked foresight. I was impatient to start working, to start earning, to start building something of my own. Getting a job proved easy enough, but what I hadn't yet understood was the difference between making a living and making a life. The former requires effort, the latter demands insight, the illusion of progress. Marriage soon followed, and like most young husbands, I was rich in promises, if not in resources. I told my wife about the bright future that was surely just around the corner. After all, I was ambitious, driven, and willing to work hard. Shouldn't that be enough? But life, I came to see, does not reward effort alone. It rewards effective effort, effort guided by understanding. At 25, after 6 years in the workforce, I decided to take stock of my life. I found myself staring at a weekly paycheck of $57, a mountain of unpaid bills, and the gnawing realization that I had become the very thing I once feared, a man slowly growing comfortable with mediocrity. I had a wife, a child, and an ever-increasing weight of responsibilities. Yet I had no clear direction, no strategy, no philosophy that could lift me from mere survival into true success. And perhaps most disturbingly, I found that I was beginning to accept my circumstances, not with peace, but with resignation. In a rare moment of unfiltered honesty, I admitted to myself that I wasn't progressing, I was regressing. Each day that passed didn't bring me closer to my dreams, it pushed them further away. The realization shook me. I was sweating, I was trying, I was laboring, and yet I was still on the path that leads to frustration and financial scarcity, a frightening revelation. I had been raised on the belief that hard work was the sure path to success, but I could now see, vividly and uncomfortably, that this belief, though noble, was incomplete. I was working hard and I was going nowhere. I saw men in their 60s, still struggling, still scraping by, still waiting for a break that never came, and I suddenly saw myself in them. It terrified me. I began searching desperately for answers. Should I go back to school? With a family to feed, that seemed impossible. Should I start a business? But how? I couldn't even save $10 without a sense of loss that bordered on grief. One day I lost $10, and I was so distressed that it made me physically ill for days. A friend tried to console me, suggesting that perhaps someone in greater need had found it, but I didn't want to hear it. I was the one who needed it. I was the one trying to pull himself out of the mire of scarcity. My heart hadn't yet expanded to consider the needs of others. I was still too consumed with my own struggle. The turning point, and then life intervened. To this day, I cannot explain why or how it happened. Why do moments of grace arrive when they do? Why do doors open only at certain times? I don't pretend to understand, but at one such moment when my spirit was weary but not yet broken, I crossed paths with a man named Earl Schoaf. It happened at a sales conference. He was a speaker, a man of presence, poise, and quiet authority. I cannot recall the specifics of what he said that evening, but I do remember the feeling: awe, inspiration, and a deep, unshakable conviction that I wanted what he had, not just his financial success, but his clarity, his confidence, and his composure. At the end of the talk, I summoned all the courage I could and introduced myself. I must have stumbled through my words, but something in me must have reached him, because he responded with kindness. Over time, we formed a connection, and eventually he invited me to join his sales team. That decision, his decision to take me under his wing, was the day that turned my life around. Lessons that transformed me. For the next 5 years, I absorbed everything I could from him. He mentored me, not just professionally but philosophically. He taught me principles that went far beyond sales quotas or motivational slogans. He offered me a complete system for living, one that integrated wealth, happiness, discipline, vision, and character. He called them the 7 strategies for wealth and happiness. To me, they became the roadmap to a new kind of life. Through him, I came to understand that success is not an accident, nor is it merely the result of ambition. It is the product of deliberate, thoughtful design. It arises when your beliefs, your habits, and your daily actions are all aligned with a higher understanding of how the world really works. The end of one chapter, the beginning of another. Then, at the age of 49, Mr. Shelf passed away, suddenly, without warning. The loss was devastating. But in the quiet days that followed, as I reflected on his legacy, I realized that what he gave me went far beyond a job title or a boost in income. He had given me a philosophy, a set of truths that could be applied, shared, and multiplied. That was the real inheritance, and so I did apply them. And I prospered. Financially, yes, but more importantly, I grew as a person. I learned the difference between existing and living deliberately. And in time, I felt compelled to share what I had learned, not because I fancied myself an author or a speaker, but because I believed with all my heart that these ideas could change other lives just as they had changed mine. From student to teacher. And that is why I wrote this book. As you read these pages, I ask you not to accept anything blindly. Consider it like a shopping experience. Take what resonates with you. Try out the ideas that feel right. Discard the rest. But whatever you do, don't close your mind. Give yourself a chance to hear a new way of thinking, and more importantly, a new way of being. In the end, remember, be a student, not just a follower. Learn actively, think deeply, apply consistently, because the day that turns your life around might not come with fireworks or fanfare. It might begin quietly, with a single idea that takes root in hashed 5 key words, a gateway to understanding. Every intellectual structure, whether a book, theory, or philosophy, rests upon a bedrock of foundational ideas. In this particular book, all the insights, arguments, and conclusions are ultimately traceable to a core set of 5 key words. These words do not merely appear frequently. They function as conceptual anchors, silently shaping the meaning and direction of everything that follows. To truly comprehend the ideas laid out in the chapters ahead, it is not enough to simply read past these words. One must grasp them fully, both in their explicit definitions and in their nuanced implications. They are not casual vocabulary, but rather carefully chosen terms, each carrying with it a precise meaning that serves as a lens through which the content of this book must be viewed. For this reason, a shared understanding, between author and reader, of what these 5 key words mean is not just helpful, it is absolutely essential. Without this common ground, the deeper value of the book risks being lost in translation, its insights misinterpreted or overlooked entirely. But with it, the reader gains access to the full richness of the ideas presented, like someone who has been handed a map before setting out on a journey through unfamiliar terrain. Therefore, before venturing further into the main body of the work, we must pause here and invest the time to carefully examine, define, and internalize the meaning of each of these 5 words. This is not a digression, it is the very starting point of understanding. Only once this foundation is in place can the rest of the book truly reveal its intended depth and significance. 1. Fundamentals. 2. Wealth. 3. Happiness. 4. Discipline. 5. Success. Fundamentals, the unchanging foundations of all success. Let us begin by contemplating the essence of the word fundamentals. At its core, the term refers to the basic, essential, and foundational principles that underlie all forms of accomplishment. These are not advanced techniques or trendy hacks. They are the timeless truths, the bedrock upon which all enduring achievement is built. To truly appreciate the importance of fundamentals, consider this. Just as a strong, resilient building can only be constructed on a solid foundation, a meaningful and lasting life must be built upon principles that are unchanging and universally true. Fundamentals are not dependent on culture, trends, or even time itself. They are not subject to fashion or popularity. They are not fleeting theories or fleeting novelties. Rather, they are perennial truths, ancient yet always relevant. It is, therefore, a contradiction in terms to speak of new fundamentals. That phrase carries with it an inherent absurdity, akin to claiming to have invented a new antique. Such a claim would rightly arouse skepticism. By definition, fundamentals cannot be new. For the moment they become new, they cease to be fundamental. To be fundamental is to be original, foundational, essential, and unchanging. Fundamentals belong to the ages. They govern the lives of people in biblical times, they guide us today, and they will still be valid at the end of time. They are not just old ideas, they are eternal principles, the kind that transcend all eras, geographies, and situations. Fundamentals and success. Now let us extend this idea to the realm of success. What does it mean to experience true, lasting success? It means more than fleeting achievement or short-lived victories. It means building something of real value that endures. A success with roots, not just leaves. If that is the kind of success you desire, the kind that is solid, reliable, and long-lasting, then you must resist the temptation to chase exotic answers. Today, the marketplace is flooded with promises of overnight riches, instant happiness, and magical solutions. These are often wrapped in glamorous packaging, touted by persuasive voices, and accompanied by flashy testimonials. But beneath the surface, many are hollow. These so-called shortcuts often ignore the very thing that matters most, the fundamentals. In truth, success is not mystical. It is not random. It does not arrive on wings of luck or magic. It is, quite simply, the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamental principles over time. If you commit yourself to the fundamentals of success and apply them with discipline and patience, success must follow. It has no choice. This same law applies to happiness and wealth. These, too, are not granted by accident or by favor of fortune. They are outcomes, the harvest of choices made and principles lived. They are what you get when you align your thoughts, habits, and actions with the eternal fundamentals of well-being and prosperity. The half-dozen things that matter most. One of the most powerful ideas I ever received came from my mentor, Mr. Earl Shoaff, who said to me, "There are always a half-dozen things that make 80% of the difference." This idea is as profound as it is practical. In any area of life, health, relationships, personal growth, business, or finances, there are only a few core things that really matter. You don't need to master everything. You don't need 100 techniques or 1,000 tricks. What you need is to identify the vital few, the small number of principles and actions that will account for the vast majority of your results. This is the Pareto principle in action, the 80-20 rule. But here it's even simpler. Just a half-dozen key elements. Not dozens, not hundreds, just 6 or so. Let's take the example of a farmer who seeks a bountiful harvest in the fall. What are the fundamentals he must focus on? Good soil, quality seed, water, sunshine, nutrients, ongoing care. These are simple, obvious, and interdependent. If even one is neglected, the harvest suffers. Each is crucial. None can be ignored. The same applies to life. Whether you're building a career, a company, a relationship, or a legacy, the outcome hinges on a small set of key fundamentals that must be understood, respected, and diligently applied. So before you embark on any journey, begin by asking, what are the half-dozen things that will make the greatest difference? This question is not merely tactical, it is strategic. It forces clarity. It demands focus. It pushes aside the noise and directs your energy toward what truly matters. In music, it might be mastery of scale, tone, rhythm, and interpretation. In business, it might be understanding the customer, offering real value, managing finances wisely, building a trustworthy team, executing consistently, and adapting intelligently. Whatever the field, it is your understanding and, more importantly, your consistent application of these key fundamentals that separates mediocrity from excellence, failure from success, and dreamers from achievers. Conclusion: simple, but never easy. It is easy to dismiss the fundamentals because they seem too simple, but simple does not mean easy. In fact, it is often the simple things that are the hardest to do consistently. And that's why they matter so much. True success is not flashy. It is quiet, disciplined, and rooted in timeless principles. It does not shout from the rooftops. It grows slowly, silently, like a great oak, nourished daily by the sequential actions taken in accordance with the fundamentals. The wisest thing you can do, then, is to discover your fundamentals, honor them, and live them out daily, because in the end, everything worthwhile, everything that lasts, is built upon them. Wealth, a deep exploration. Before one can attain wealth, one must first understand it, and not just superficially, but in its richest, most multidimensional sense. Wealth is one of those enigmatic words that seems simple on the surface, yet unfolds into a tapestry of meaning once we pause to examine it more deeply. It's a term packed with emotion, aspiration, philosophy, and economics. In many ways, to define wealth is to define what we value most in life. A word that stirs the imagination. Wealth evokes a range of images and ideas. For some, it's a vision of golden opulence, sprawling estates, luxury cars, and the power to purchase without hesitation. For others, it's far more modest, more personal, a debt-free life, the security of a paid-off home, or the quiet dignity of never having to ask for financial help again. It can also reflect inner states, the luxury of free time, the peace of mind that comes from knowing tomorrow is provided for, or the ability to pursue one's purpose without compromise. In this way, wealth is inherently subjective. It is not a fixed dollar amount. It is a feeling, a state of being that emerges when a person's resources align with their personal sense of freedom, security, and potential. The many faces of wealth. This is why wealth is a word of nuance and contrast. It can symbolize success through tangible achievements, freedom through independence from financial constraint, power through the ability to influence and affect change, pleasure through access to experiences and comfort, possibility through the expansion of options and horizons, and even benevolence through the means to give generously. Wealth is not merely the possession of money. It is, more accurately, the ability to live life on your own terms, to choose how you spend your time, what causes you support, where you go, and how you grow. Beyond money, wealth as a multidimensional concept. The word wealth extends far beyond the economic realm. Think of expressions like wealth of experience, wealth of wisdom, wealth of love, wealth of connection. These phrases point to an important truth. Wealth is ultimately about abundance, not just in finances, but in relationships, knowledge, opportunity, and well-being. Material wealth is simply one manifestation of a deeper, more holistic richness in life. When we speak of someone being truly wealthy, we often mean someone who has cultivated harmony across all these dimensions. And yet, for the purpose of this reflection, let us narrow our focus to financial wealth. Not because it is the only kind of wealth that matters, but because it is the form of wealth that enables many other kinds. Financial wealth provides the platform upon which emotional, relational, and spiritual abundance can often be more fully realized. Financial wealth, the product of effort, transformed. At its core, financial wealth is the conversion of personal effort and enterprise into currency and equity. It is a transformation, a translation of labor, creativity, vision, risk, and persistence into something tangible and transferable. This form of wealth is not created out of thin air. It is born from initiative. Whether through entrepreneurship, investing, strategic employment, or innovation, wealth grows from the seeds of action. It rewards not just hard work, but smart work. It is less about the hours you put in and more about how effectively those hours are leveraged. Think of wealth as stored energy, the accumulated output of your past efforts, now preserved and ready to serve you in the future. Money, when earned and managed wisely, becomes a silent servant. It buys time, it opens doors, and it protects against the uncertainties of life. The individual equation of wealth. Here lies a fundamental truth. The amount of wealth required to feel wealthy is entirely personal. For some, it might be 6 figures in the bank. For others, financial freedom only arrives with 8 or 9. The key is not to measure your wealth by others' standards, but to define it for yourself with clarity and honesty. What does enough look like for you? What would it take for you to feel secure, unburdened, and creatively free? This is not a hypothetical exercise. It is a foundational step in the wealth-building process. Ambiguity leads to stagnation, but a clearly articulated vision of financial independence creates direction, motivation, and discipline. The purpose of wealth, freedom and contribution. Ultimately, most people seek wealth not for the things it can buy, but for the freedom it can create. Freedom from worry, freedom from obligation, freedom to choose, freedom to explore, and, perhaps most importantly, freedom to be generous with your time, your knowledge, your care, and your resources. Wealth, rightly understood, is not an end in itself. It is a tool, a means to a life of deeper meaning, wider impact, and personal fulfillment. A final reflection. So what does wealth mean to you? Is it security? Is it opportunity? Is it legacy? Do not brush aside these questions. Take the time to answer them with depth and specificity. For it is only when you are crystal clear on what wealth means to you personally that the ideas, strategies, and actions outlined in this book and in life will truly take root and bear fruit. Wealth begins in the mind. It starts as a vision. And through effort, learning, and persistence, that vision becomes reality. Define it well. Happiness, a deep explanation. Happiness is one of the most pursued yet misunderstood concepts in human experience. It is the universal aspiration, the silent yearning behind every effort, every ambition, and every prayer. Yet its nature is so subtle that it often slips between our fingers like sand. Not because it is absent, but because we fail to recognize its true form. 1. The dual nature of happiness, joy of discovery and joy of being. Happiness is not a single, one-dimensional emotion. It is a symphony of inner states, a blending of joy, peace, contentment, and meaning. At times it comes from discovery, that thrilling moment when you learn something new, realize your potential, or witness beauty for the first time. Other times it is quiet and still, the joy of simply being, of knowing your place in the grand mosaic of life. A child gazing at the stars feels it. An artist painting from the soul knows it. A teacher seeing the spark in a student's eyes lives it. 2. Happiness through awareness and presence. One of the greatest misunderstandings is the belief that happiness is something to be pursued. In truth, it is something to be noticed. Happiness arises in those who are awake to life, who have sharpened their senses to the colors, textures, sounds, and rhythms of the everyday. To hear music in the rain, to see poetry in motion, to feel warmth in a stranger's smile. This is the happiness of the present moment, cultivated by awareness and openness. Nashak 3. The Art of Living, Happiness as a Skill. Unlike fleeting pleasures, true happiness is not accidental. It is created consciously. It is the result of designing a life with intention, then living it with artistry. This means choosing values that matter, aligning actions with purpose, living in harmony with your ideals. Like painting or music, happiness is a skill, one developed by the daily practice of gratitude, compassion, resilience, and honesty. 4. The dynamic balance, giving and receiving. Happiness flourishes in reciprocity. It is the result of giving and receiving, sowing and reaping, listening and being heard. It is found in the joy of giving without expectations, in the humility of receiving without guilt, in the deep nourishment of meaningful connection. Happiness doesn't come from clinging, hoarding, or isolating. It comes from flow, from keeping the emotional and spiritual energy of life in movement. Slav 5. Resilience. Happiness amidst disappointment. A mature form of happiness is not the absence of suffering, but the ability to navigate suffering without losing your sense of peace. Disappointments, failures, and loss are inevitable, but those who understand happiness know that these experiences are not roadblocks. They are part of the road. True happiness lives in the hearts of those who can, cry and still be grateful, fail and still feel worthy, lose and still love. 6. Freedom from fear's offspring. Happiness demands the courage to let go of the emotional parasites of life. Worry destroys the present, envy poisons the spirit, hatred blocks the heart, resentment shackles the soul. To be happy, one must confront and gradually release these toxic states. It is emotional freedom, not indulgence, that unlocks inner joy. 7. A way of thinking. Happiness as interpretation. More than a mood, happiness is a way of interpreting life. It is a mental framework through which we organize our emotions, thoughts, and experiences. Two people can undergo the same event. One emerges crushed, the other enlightened. The difference lies not in what happened, but in how it was processed. Happiness is found in perspective. It is the ability to find meaning in mess, to extract beauty from chaos, to reinterpret pain as part of growth. 8. Purpose, the soul of happiness. Happiness without purpose is shallow. Real happiness arises when you are moving in the direction of meaning. It is activity guided by intention. Whether it is caring for a family, healing others, creating art, serving a cause, or simply becoming your best self. It is not about constant pleasure. It's about the quiet joy of doing what matters, even when it's hard. Living in the now. The myth of someday. Happiness. A grave mistake is to delay happiness. I'll be happy when I get that job. I'll be happy once I'm married. I'll be happy when things are perfect. But life is always imperfect. There will always be a next thing. Waiting for happiness is like waiting for the sky to fall. It never comes. The only time happiness can be experienced is now. And now. And now. 10. The unexpected ingredient, discipline. Here lies a paradox. The pursuit of happiness requires discipline. Why? Because it takes effort to see beauty when pain is louder. It takes restraint to let go of bitterness. It takes consistency to build values and habits that support long-term joy. Discipline is the unseen force that holds the architecture of happiness together. Without it, we are slaves to impulse, moods, and external conditions. Discipline, a deep transformative exploration. Discipline, it is one of the most misunderstood yet profoundly transformative forces in human life. To many, the word evokes images of restriction, punishment, or enforced obedience. But in its truest, most empowering sense, discipline is not a cage. It is a key that unlocks the door to self-mastery, purpose, productivity, and the fulfillment of dreams. 1. The essence of discipline, the bridge between thought and reality. At its core, discipline is the bridge between thought and accomplishment. It is the link between having a dream and living that dream. Ideas, intentions, and even inspiration, as powerful as they are, remain dormant without the activation force of discipline. Discipline binds together the moments when motivation fades and willpower wanes. It is the inner strength that enables a person to keep going, to follow through, to show up, especially on the days when it's hard. Where inspiration begins the journey, discipline finishes it. Without discipline, thoughts remain unacted upon, plans remain unrealized, potential remains buried. With discipline, ideas become action, effort excellence, time becomes legacy. Start 2. The true nature of failure, 1,000 tiny neglects. Failure is not typically a catastrophic event. It is not a sudden collapse, but rather the slow erosion caused by daily inaction and excuses. Skipped phone calls, unwritten letters, missed workouts, ignored opportunities. These small acts of omission seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they form a tidal wave of regret and lost potential. Here's the dangerous illusion. It's just one day, but one day becomes another and another, until a year has passed, and then a decade and nothing has changed. Life drifts, dreams decay. Every day we make choices to move forward or remain still, to act or to delay, to build or to destroy. Every micro-decision matters. Discipline is the conscious choice to build momentum in the right direction. 3. Discipline is the engine of success, one day at a time. Just as neglect compounds into failure, so too does effort compound into success. One disciplined act a day may seem trivial, but over time it creates astonishing transformation. Write 1 extra letter today, you're ahead. Make 5 extra calls today, you're ahead. Save an extra 100 today, you're ahead. Success is simply disciplined effort repeated over time. The same formula applies across every dimension of life: finances, health, learning, relationships, and self-worth. Each act of discipline is like planting a seed. Nurture it, protect it, repeat the process, and a forest will grow. 4. Discipline changes you, from the inside out. The beauty of discipline isn't just in what it helps you achieve, it lies in who you become through the process. Even small disciplines ignite feelings of self-respect, confidence, and purpose. Discipline transforms character, from procrastination to persistence, from self-doubt to self-trust, from chaos to clarity. It builds inner integrity, the consistency between what you say you want and what you do to get it. Every time you uphold a commitment to yourself, you reinforce the belief that you are capable, dependable, and worthy of success. 5. Discipline and nature. Not opposition, but harmony. Some argue that discipline is unnatural, that we should simply flow with life. But nature itself is full of discipline. A tree must fight against gravity to grow toward the light. A river must carve its path persistently through rock to reach the sea. Your very heartbeat is a rhythm of disciplined precision. In this way, discipline is not a human imposition. It is a cooperation with the deeper forces of life that push all things toward growth, order, and fulfillment. 6. Discipline attracts opportunity. Success is not just about being in the right place at the right time. It's about being the right person when the opportunity comes. Discipline sharpens your skills, enhances your readiness, and raises your vibration. It places you on the radar of opportunity. People who are consistent, reliable, and driven naturally attract chances to grow, lead, and succeed. Life opens doors for those who are prepared to walk through them. 7. How to build discipline. Awareness, commitment, action. To develop discipline, start with awareness. Ask, what do I truly want? What must I change to get there? Then move to commitment. Am I willing to do what it takes, day in, day out? Finally, take action. Not next week, not someday. Today. You don't have to be extreme, just be consistent. Begin with the smallest step. Clean your workspace. Walk for 10 minutes. Open a book instead of your phone. Put 50 in your savings. Write 1 page. One act of discipline plants the seed for more. It sparks momentum. It gives you feedback and energy. The process feeds itself. 8. Words versus action. The trap of affirmations without effort. Be careful of relying on affirmations alone. Declaring dreams without effort is self-delusion. Words without action can become emotional anesthesia. They make us feel like we're changing without actually changing. True progress requires plans plus practice. Affirm, yes, but act consistently in alignment with your affirmations. Vision boards and goals are only as valuable as the effort you invest behind them. Discipline is what transforms wishing into becoming. 9. Start a plan. Start today. Whatever your goal, create a structured plan and initiate it now. Want health? Start a health plan. Want more energy? Start an energy plan. Feeling undereducated? Start a reading plan. Feeling stuck? Start an I can plan. You don't need money to begin a wealth plan. You don't need status to begin a leadership plan. You don't need perfection to begin a discipline plan. You only need the courage to take the first step today. 10. This day, this week, this life. Make today a new beginning. Then make this week your week of beginnings. Then let it become a month, then a year. Watch how the accumulation of focused daily discipline rewrites your story. Let today be the day you stop waiting for permission, for motivation, for miracles, and start becoming through deliberate daily action. Success, a profound exploration. Success. It is the 5th and perhaps most sought after of all the key words, yet also one of the most misunderstood. At first glance, success may appear simple, achieving what one sets out to do. But peel back the layers, and success reveals itself as a multi-dimensional construct, a living paradox that defies simplistic definitions. It is not a mere event, nor a fixed endpoint, but a dynamic, evolving process of becoming. 1. Success as a journey and a destination. Success is both the path and the place. It is the ongoing effort, the deliberate, often difficult march forward, and it is the milestone reached, the moment of triumph, the evidence of progress. Like a sunrise that slowly lights the landscape, Success gradually reveals its brilliance through consistency, clarity, and courage. To think of success as only achievement is to ignore the hours of preparation, the discipline of daily habit, the silent internal battles won long before any external validation. And to think of it as only a journey is to forget the essential importance of arriving, of knowing where you are going and when you have reached a meaningful stage of the path. 2. Success as awareness and wisdom. True success is not only what you accomplish, it's what you understand. Success includes the wisdom to perceive value, to know what matters and why. It's an insight that comes not from noise, but from clarity. This awareness requires deep self-reflection and the courage to ask, what am I becoming? What do I value? Am I shaping a life I will be proud of? It's the quiet realization that time is limited, choices are powerful, and every day we are either aligning with our vision or drifting from it. 3. Success is the cultivation of values. Success isn't only measured by what you get, but by what you grow. It is the discipline of nurturing values that shape character. Values like integrity, persistence, service, self-respect, and vision. The greatest successes are often internal victories that ripple outward. A person who masters their habits, thoughts, and choices can shape their destiny. Success is not to be pursued, it is to be attracted by the person you become. Jim Rohn. 4. Success as transformation. Success is a decision to evolve. It's the moment you say enough to mediocrity, to distraction, to stagnation, and then you act. It is the process of turning away from what diminishes your strength and turning toward what elevates your life. From procrastination to purpose, from overindulgence to discipline, from consumption to contribution. This transformation doesn't happen once, it happens daily, in small, quiet acts of courage. It's not about perfection, but about momentum in the right direction. Actionable 5. Success as a personal revolution. Ultimately, success is deeply personal. It is not defined by social expectations, celebrity comparisons, or the fleeting metrics of popularity and wealth. Instead, it is the quiet yet powerful decision to build a life you truly want. One that reflects your values, fulfills your purpose, and leaves behind a meaningful trace. To be successful is to be the designer of your destiny, not the follower of a template. Ask yourself, what do you want your life to look like, sound like, feel like? The real challenge and the real success is to define that vision clearly and to live toward it consistently. 6. Success as freedom. When lived authentically, success grants freedom. The freedom to live with purpose, the freedom to love deeply, the freedom to work on what matters, the freedom to rise, fall, and rise again on your own terms. That freedom comes not from luck, nor inheritance, nor even intelligence, but from clarity, character, and commitment. Conclusion. Success is a mirror. Success is not a static image on a billboard or a trophy on a shelf. It is a mirror, a reflection of the choices we make, the disciplines we keep, and the values we embody. Making your life what you truly want it to be, not in comparison with others, but in alignment with your deepest truth, that is success. And the journey to achieve it, that's what this book, and indeed life itself, is truly about. Strategy 1. Unleash the Power of Goals is a powerful guide to turning your dreams into reality through the art of goal setting. Discover how clear, focused goals can give direction to your life, ignite your motivation, and unlock your true potential, one step at a time. Are goals what motivates people? A profound journey into purpose and progress. One of the most illuminating moments in a person's life often comes not from some grand external event, but from a quiet question. A simple challenge that cuts through the fog of daily living and exposes an inner emptiness we didn't know we had. This was the moment Jim Rohn experienced when his mentor, Mr. Schoaf, asked him to share his list of goals. At first glance, this question might appear basic. Do you have a list of your goals? But beneath it lies a deeply transformative truth about human behavior, personal fulfillment, and the architecture of success. 1. The missing map. Why most people drift. When Mr. Schoaf discovered that Jim didn't have any goals written down, his response was telling. He didn't scold him. He didn't shame him. Instead, he made a powerful statement. If you don't have a list of your goals, I can guess your bank balance within a few $100s. This was not a magical prediction. It was a truth rooted in psychology and human behavior. If you don't know where you're going, chances are you're not going very far. Without clear goals, most people simply react to life rather than create their lives. They wake up, go through routines, respond to demands, consume distractions, and go to bed, only to repeat the same pattern the next day. This is not living intentionally. It is drifting. And drifting has a cost. Unrealized potential, unexpressed creativity, and financial, emotional, and spiritual stagnation. Why goals motivate? The psychology behind purpose. Human beings are teleological. We are wired to pursue goals. The Greek root telos means end or purpose, and just like a seed is designed to become a tree, we are built to move towards something meaningful. When we don't have a target, our natural energy dissipates in scattered directions. A goal acts like a magnet. It pulls our attention forward. It organizes our efforts. It disciplines our time. It inspires creativity to overcome obstacles. And perhaps most importantly, a goal gives our suffering meaning. Without a compelling why, the how of life feels heavy. With a goal, we endure setbacks more easily because we know they're part of the path. 3. The power of clarity. Goals versus wishes. What Jim Rohn discovered is something we all must eventually realize. Vague desires produce vague results. Many people want success, happiness, wealth, or love, but they haven't clearly defined what those things look like, when they want them, or how they intend to pursue them. Goals are not just vague hopes. They are intentional declarations of destiny. Writing down your goals, making them specific, measurable, and time-bound, forces you to define what success looks like to you, what kind of life you're building, what sacrifices you're willing to make, what skills you need to acquire, what timelines you will hold yourself to. In other words, written goals bridge the gap between your present self and your potential self. 4. Transformation through targeting. Jim Rohn did not just improve his income by setting goals, he transformed every dimension of his life. That is the silent play, compounding power of goal setting. Goals don't just help us achieve more, they help us become more. Income increased because he now directed his energy toward value creation. Personality developed because his goals demanded new strengths, confidence, and habits. Lifestyle changed because he began to live with direction, not drift. Contributions grew because success empowered him to give back meaningfully. Each goal acted like a sculptor's chisel, carving away the mediocre to reveal the excellent. Part 5. The spiritual dimension. Why goals are not just about achievement. Some may think goal setting is just a materialistic practice, a hustle-oriented productivity hack. But that's a shallow view. At its deepest level, setting goals is a spiritual act. It is a declaration that your life matters, that your future can be better than your past, and that you are not just a product of circumstances. You are a creator of outcomes. When you write down a goal, you're affirming a profound truth. I have the power to shape my life, and that is sacred. 6. The moral imperative of goal setting. Jim Rohn wasn't just suggesting goal setting as a technique, he was teaching it as a responsibility. Why? Because when you live without goals, you not only rob yourself of potential, you rob others of the value you were meant to create. A life without goals is not just unfulfilled, it is unlived potential that could have inspired, served, or uplifted others. Goal setting is not selfish, it's the starting point of contribution. Conclusion, a call to action. When Mr. Shoaff said, "Looks like this is where we'd better start," he wasn't just referring to Jim's career, he was pointing to the starting line of all meaningful transformation. And the same applies to you. If you don't yet have your goals written down, today is the day to start. Not someday, not next week, not when you feel ready. Because in truth, writing down your goals makes you ready. It's the first act of claiming agency over your life. The power of dreams, a profound exploration. 1. The landscape of influence, where dreams fit in. From birth, our lives are shaped by a complex matrix of environmental, educational, social, and emotional factors. These elements, our upbringing, schools, relationships, experiences, lay the foundation for how we perceive the world and what we expect from it. But among all these shaping forces, there is one inner faculty that transcends the influence of circumstance, our capacity to dream. Dreams are not mere fantasies or idle thoughts. They are imaginative blueprints of what could be, mental sketches of a better, higher, more meaningful life. While our past may influence us, our dreams define our direction. Dreams as a creative pulling force. Whereas many forces in life push us through obligation, fear, or pressure, dreams have the unique ability to pull us forward. A compelling dream draws us toward the future with energy, enthusiasm, and creativity. It serves as a magnet, aligning our thoughts, feelings, and actions in pursuit of a deeply personal vision. When you are pulled by a powerful dream, obstacles become challenges, not dead ends. Energy rises because your actions have meaning. Time feels purposeful because each day becomes a brick in the architecture of your desired life. Without dreams, life often feels directionless. With them, life gains structure, motivation, and fire. 3. Clarity is power. Vivid dreams versus vague hopes. Dreams only become powerful when they are clearly defined. Vague dreams don't inspire. A dream must become vivid, specific, and emotionally rich in order to have pull power. The more clearly you can see your dream, its colors, its outcomes, the way it feels, the more potent it becomes. A fuzzy dream is like a dim light in a fog, but a vivid dream is like a lighthouse, steady, illuminating, and guiding you through stormy seas. Clarity transforms dreams from wishes into commitments, and from commitments into compasses. 4. Two faces toward the future. Anticipation versus apprehension. The way we orient ourselves to the future defines our psychological and emotional state. There are two predominant attitudes. Apprehension, a future clouded with fear, uncertainty, or regret. Anticipation, a future lit by possibilities and promise. Why do most people lean toward apprehension? Because they have not intentionally designed their dreams. They haven't taken the time to craft a vision of their ideal life. As a result, they drift. They conform. They seek approval instead of truth. They live reactive lives, constantly adjusting to others' expectations. In contrast, those who dream vividly live by self-generated energy. They feel in control, not because they have power over everything, but because they have chosen a path and are walking it with commitment and clarity. 5. The dreamer's advantage, a mind illuminated. Dreams provide a mental destination that reshapes the present. They inform our decisions, help us endure temporary failures, build resilience by showing us that today's hardship is part of tomorrow's triumph. Just as a ship needs a port to navigate toward, a person needs a dream to orient life around. The difference between an average life and an extraordinary one often lies in the quality and clarity of one's dreams. The power of well-defined goals, a deep and transformative exploration. A dream is a beginning, a vision, a spark, a moment of inspiration. But a dream without structure is like a ship without a compass, floating aimlessly in a vast ocean. It may be beautiful and hopeful, but it remains inert unless it's empowered by purposeful direction. That purposeful direction is provided by well-defined goals. The difference between dreams and goals. Let's begin by distinguishing between the inspiration of dreams and the architecture of goals. A dream is a broad desire. I want to be successful, I want to be happy, or I want to make a difference. These are noble and powerful impulses, but they are undefined. They do not indicate how, when, where, or in what way these aspirations will be achieved. Our goal, on the other hand, takes that dream and gives it a spine. A goal says, what specifically do I want? Why do I want it? When do I want it by? How will I measure my progress? What steps must I take today, this week, this month, this year? A dream inspires. A well-defined goal directs. Together, they create momentum. Why goals act like magnets? Well-defined goals pull us forward. But why? Because when a goal is clearly described, your mind begins to activate a powerful process known as selective focus. You start noticing opportunities, ideas, people, and decisions that align with your objective. This is not magic. It's your brain operating under the influence of clarity and intention. Psychologists call this the reticular activating system. the brain's filter for what matters to you. The more vivid the goal, the more it influences your thoughts, the more it informs your decisions. The more it ignites your energy, the more resilient you become in the face of setbacks. In this way, goals are magnets, but only when they are clearly defined and consistently visualized. 3. Goals as the blueprint of reality. Imagine you are handed a dream. Build a magnificent temple. But without a blueprint, what would you do? You might gather some bricks. You might stack a few stones. You might paint a wall. But without a plan, you could never build the majestic structure your mind envisioned. This is why well-defined goals are the blueprint of a successful life. They break down the impossible into the manageable, the far-off into the actionable. They define the foundation, what basic habits and routines must be formed, the scaffolding, what milestones must be achieved, the decoration, what personal touch or vision will you bring. Every great creation in history, every bridge, novel, invention, company or movement, began as a dream and matured through the discipline of goal setting. IV. The cost of undefined living. Observe those without goals. They drift. They wake up because they must, not because they're pulled forward by a higher purpose. They work for a paycheck, not a passion. They survive, but they do not design their lives. They react instead of create. Such individuals are often caught in what author Stephen Covey called the tyranny of the urgent, constantly busy, constantly exhausted, and yet perpetually stuck. And this is not due to lack of intelligence or talent, but simply due to lack of direction. As Henry David Thoreau said, most men lead lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. That song is the dream that was never given structure, never translated into goals. V. Resilience through clarity. Life is not a smooth road. There will be potholes, failures, rejections, fatigue, and confusion. At such times, only one force can keep you moving forward: the pull of a deeply ingrained, vividly defined, emotionally resonant goal. When your why is strong enough, your how will emerge. This is the hidden strength of a well-set goal. It acts like a North Star during the darkest nights. It reminds you why you started. It reignites your will to continue. Vi. Designing your future with goals. Setting goals is not a mechanical task. It is an act of design, designing your future. Short-term goals anchor you to daily action. Mid-term goals provide checkpoints along your journey. Long-term goals inspire your life's vision and legacy. Together, they form a life structure, one that resists chaos and randomness. 7. Conclusion. Live by design, not by default. The tragedy is not that people fail. The tragedy is that they never clearly define what success means to them. They wait for life to hand them a purpose, not realizing that purpose must be constructed brick by brick, goal by goal. So set goals, not just because they bring success, because they bring clarity, direction, motivation, and above all, a deep sense of meaning. Reasons. The inner engine of achievement. When Mr. Shoaff told young Jim Rohn that his bank balance was not a reflection of his intelligence, he wasn't simply offering comfort, he was delivering a timeless truth. Human potential is rarely limited by ability. It is far more often shackled by the absence of compelling reasons to act. Let us explore this profound idea in depth. 1. The invisible divider, ability versus motivation. There is a monumental difference between having the ability to do something and having a reason to actually do it. Ability is potential energy, unused power stored inside the individual. Reasons are the spark that release that energy and convert it into action. Jim Rohn had intelligence and capability, but intelligence without intention, skill without purpose, and knowledge without a why are like a matchstick floating in a jar of water, full of fire but unusable in the current state. Most people are not held back because they are incapable. They are simply not sufficiently stirred from within. Not 2. Why reasons come before answers. Reasons come first, answers second. This single sentence holds deep wisdom. Life doesn't hand out answers randomly or on demand. It's almost as if the universe hides its secrets behind doors that only open to those who knock with purpose. A person with powerful reasons will search longer, dig deeper, question more persistently, and keep going long after others have given up. To them, answers are not optional. They are vital. And so, by a law as reliable as gravity, answers start appearing. Have you ever noticed that when you're really desperate, when you must figure something out, you often do? It's not magic, it's the mysterious way that motivation shapes perception, energy, and focus. 3. The power of urgency. What if you had to? Show fast, Jim. What if you had to be rich? That is more than a hypothetical, it's a challenge. Think about it. What if your child needed life-saving treatment? What if your family's survival depended on you earning 10 times what you currently do? What if your dream life was possible, but only if you built it yourself? Suddenly, the obstacles that once seemed impossible become mere details. You would find the book, you would make the calls, you would learn the skills. Why? Because you must. When reasons become non-negotiable, action becomes inevitable. 4. Why most people don't change. It's not because they don't want to. It's because they don't want to badly enough. Without strong reasons, life feels like a loop, an endless repetition of days, half-hearted attempts, and excuses. Without strong reasons, learning becomes a burden. Action feels optional. Time is wasted. Dreams become background noise. But once a person defines why they must grow, everything changes. The reason becomes a lens through which every experience is filtered. Every failure becomes a lesson. Every success becomes fuel. 5. Reasons turn the mind into a magnet. A person with no reason can sit in front of the same opportunity and see nothing. A person with a powerful reason can look at a closed door and envision 1,000 ways to open it. When you know what you want and want it badly enough, you'll find a way to get it. This isn't just motivational rhetoric, it's psychological reality. The mind, when given a command by a strong emotional reason, begins to align resources, recall information, and perceive possibilities that were invisible before. It's not that the answers didn't exist. It's that your brain didn't need to find them, until now. 6. The moral. Build your reasons, and they will build you. If you're stuck, don't search for more information. First, search within for stronger reasons. Ask yourself, why must I do this? Who do I become if I don't? Who benefits if I do? What pain do I avoid? What future can I create? Stack these reasons high. Make them so compelling that giving up feels like betrayal. Once your reasons are clear, you'll no longer wait for inspiration. You will become the inspiration. In conclusion, success doesn't begin with tools, tactics, or techniques. It begins with reasons. Strengthen them, deepen them, multiply them, and you will witness how the world begins to reshape itself around your clarity of purpose. 4 great motivators, the deep forces that drive human excellence. At the heart of every meaningful achievement lies a motive, a reason, a powerful force that energizes us to move from idea to action, from inertia to momentum, from mediocrity to mastery. The question, what motivates me, may seem simple, but the answer unlocks the blueprint of your behavior, ambitions, and identity. While financial reward often stands as the most visible incentive, it is far from being the most transformative. In fact, for many, the deepest motivators go beyond currency. They are rooted in the emotional, psychological, and spiritual fabric of who we are. Let us dive deeply into 4 of the most profound motivators that drive people to do the extraordinary. 1. Recognition. The deep human need to be seen and valued. Recognition is not just a pat on the back, it's psychological nourishment. From the earliest moments of childhood, human beings are wired to seek acknowledgement. The cry of a baby is not just for food or comfort, it is a plea to be noticed, to be seen, to matter. This need doesn't vanish with age, it simply evolves. In the adult world, especially in fast-paced, transactional environments, recognition becomes increasingly scarce. Most people walk through their days feeling invisible, unacknowledged, and underappreciated. In such an environment, genuine recognition becomes a priceless currency. It validates a person's existence, effort, and impact. When a leader takes the time to say, "I saw what you did, and it mattered," something profound happens. The recipient's self-worth expands. That one gesture can inspire more loyalty, creativity, and performance than any paycheck alone. Why? Because recognition feeds our need for significance, one of the core human drives. Deeper truth. People will often work harder for appreciation than for compensation. Because where money is a transaction, recognition is a transformation. The feeling of winning, the joyful addiction to progress. Winning is not just about beating someone else, it's about beating your former self. It is the evidence that growth is happening, that effort has found direction, and that discipline has met with reward. Some people are addicted to achievement not for fame or wealth, but for that internal explosion of satisfaction when a goal is met. That rush, the emotional high of a win, becomes a self-sustaining fuel. When people say, "If I had $1 million, I'd retire," they misunderstand the true joy of living, which lies not in resting, but in progressing. The thrill of overcoming, of becoming more competent, of seeing one's vision become reality. This is a pure and elevated form of motivation. The deeper insight: winning is not about ego, it's about alignment. It is the moment when your preparation, courage, and action meet the reward of reality, catching up to your intention. Those who are driven by the joy of winning tend to push boundaries, not out of necessity, but out of love. Love for the process, love for the pursuit. Notch 3. Family. Love as a catalyst for greatness. There is something profoundly sacred about working not just for yourself, but for those you love. When someone becomes aware that their actions ripple out and shape the lives of their spouse, children, parents, or even unborn generations, the motivation transcends the ego. It becomes devotion. For some, the desire to protect, provide, and uplift their family becomes the fuel to achieve things they otherwise would never attempt. It redefines work as service, goals as gifts, and discipline as an expression of love. The father who wakes before dawn and works into the night is not merely chasing money, he is chasing peace of mind for his children. The mother who builds a business is not just building wealth, she is building a legacy of empowerment. Deeper truth: when goals are rooted in love, they are almost immune to fatigue. Family-based motivation gives meaning to sacrifice and transforms struggle into sacred duty. 4. Benevolence. The desire to give back and leave a legacy. Benevolence is one of the highest forms of motivation because it is the least self-centered and the most visionary. It is driven by the understanding that we are not here just to take from the world, but to contribute to it. Andrew Carnegie's example is legendary. A man who deliberately chose to spend half his life accumulating wealth and the other half giving it away was not motivated by greed, but by a vision for impact. And indeed, his philanthropic legacy lives on more powerfully than his business empire. The desire to give, to uplift communities, to educate minds, to heal wounds, to advance causes, is a force capable of transforming empires and hearts alike. It is the kind of motivation that brings inner peace because it aligns success with significance. The deeper insight: benevolence turns success into significance. It is the realization that the real value of wealth lies not in having, but in sharing. In closing, know your inner engine. Each person is driven by a unique combination of these motivators, some by one above all, others by a blend of two or more. What matters most is awareness. When you understand what genuinely moves you, you no longer need to rely on willpower alone. Your actions become aligned with your essence. So ask yourself, do I crave acknowledgement when I win? Do I work harder for my loved ones than for myself? Do I dream of giving something greater than myself? Once you answer these questions, you'll uncover the fuel that makes your fire burn brightest. And when your life is powered by meaningful motivation, there is virtually no limit to what you can create. Nitty-gritty reasons, the hidden fuel of lasting achievement. When we think about the drivers of great success, we often romanticize grand ideals, changing the world, helping humanity, creating a legacy. And while those lofty visions are powerful, they often don't ignite the fire when we are in the trenches of life, broke, discouraged, or struggling to believe in ourselves. That's where the nitty-gritty reasons come in. Humble, raw, deeply personal motives that, while not glamorous, can permanently redirect the course of our lives. These are the gritty, sometimes emotional sparks that touch the soul in moments of vulnerability and push us to finally say, enough is enough. 1. Motivation begins where discomfort lives. The story of the Girl Scout cookie is not just about money. It's about dignity. Imagine being a grown man, a college graduate employed, yet unable to scrape together $2 to buy cookies from a child. The shame wasn't just financial, it was existential. It cut to the core of identity. What kind of man am I if I can't even support a child's earnest efforts with a couple of bucks? That moment of embarrassment hurt deeply, but it did something more important. It ignited resolve. It created a specific, emotionally charged reason for change. I'll never be in this position again. This was not a vision board. It wasn't a 10-year plan. It was a visceral vow born of pain, and that made it powerful. 2. The psychology of specific pain. Why small incidents shape big outcomes. The power of a nitty-gritty reason lies in its emotional sharpness. Lofty dreams are often distant and abstract, but a moment of acute pain, the shame of saying I can't afford it, or the sting of being mocked by a brother, is immediate, vivid, and unforgettable. Psychologists call this flashbulb memory. These are moments burned into our brain with all their sights, sounds, and emotions. And when harnessed properly, they become emotional fuel that powers massive change. That's why nitty-gritty reasons work. They are personal, not borrowed dreams. They are anchored in real emotion. They trigger an internal shift, not through theory, but through experience. 3. Emotional honesty is a source of strength. It's important to note that these reasons are not always noble. Sometimes they're born of anger, pride, embarrassment, or even revenge. But rather than judging these emotions, the secret lies in channeling them into constructive outcomes. Take Bobby Deepew's story. He didn't get rich out of inspiration. He did it out of frustration. His brother's mocking remarks burned like fire, but instead of letting that anger consume him, he converted resentment into resolve. Emotion, when focused, becomes power. You don't need to wait for a noble cause to pursue success. Sometimes your why is just wanting to be able to say, "You were wrong about me." That's real, that's valid, and it's effective. Now 4. Don't wait for perfect reasons. Start with real ones. Many people stall their success journey because they're waiting for the right reason to begin. But as these stories reveal, the best motivators are often found in the imperfections of everyday life. Not wanting to lie to a child again, not wanting to feel broke, wanting to silence a critic, wanting to never feel powerless in a simple moment of life. These are not reasons to be ashamed of. These are the battle cries of people who finally decided to take control. What matters is authenticity. Your reason doesn't have to impress the world, it only has to ignite you. 5. You don't need 1,000 reasons. You need one that cuts deep. There are nearly as many reasons to succeed as there are people, but not all reasons are equal. The ones that move us most are not always the most lofty, but the most felt. They are emotionally loaded, and therefore have the power to disrupt complacency. Ask yourself, is there a moment in my life I never want to relive? Is there someone I'd love to prove wrong or right? Is there a lie I told because I felt small? Is there a time I felt humiliated, invisible, or underestimated? You don't need shame to linger. But you can let that memory transform into fuel. The past cannot be changed, but it can be used. And when used right, it can lift you into a future that looks nothing like it. 6. The real takeaway. Have enough reasons. One reason is powerful, but many reasons make you unstoppable. When Jim Rohn says the key is to have enough reasons, he's pointing to momentum psychology. Every reason adds another push, another layer of drive. When you're tired, reason number 3 kicks in. When you feel discouraged, reason number 6 keeps you going. When you want to quit, reason number 1 whispers, "Remember that promise?" This is how resilience is built, not by avoiding emotion, but by collecting your reasons, internalizing them, and letting them carry you forward when motivation fades. Closing insight. Your nitty-gritty reason is your launch pad. In the end, we are not always moved by idealism, but by humanity, our own flaws, wounds, regrets, and dreams. The magic of a nitty-gritty reason is that it doesn't ask you to be perfect. It just asks you to be honest, to admit what hurts, what matters, and what must change. Massive success is the sweetest revenge, it's true. But even more than revenge, it's freedom from your past, from your shame, and from anything that once made you feel small. So go find your nitty-gritty reason. It just might be the moment that changes everything. Goals. How to set them. A lifelong commitment to becoming your best self. In the first chapter, we explored the principle of discipline, that powerful, self-governing force that separates dreams from achievements. Now it's time to give that discipline a meaningful job, setting your goals. This is more than a casual exercise. It's not a quick note you scribble and forget. It's not a wish list or a fleeting daydream. This is the serious, life-defining work of crafting your future, a future that responds to your actions, your decisions, and most importantly, your clarity of vision. From reader to writer, the shift that changes everything. Right now you're reading these words. You are in effect a spectator. But I want you to change roles. I want you to step into the arena and become a participant. That means taking out a notebook, journal, or diary. Something tangible. Why? Because when you write things down, you give form to the formless. Thoughts become statements. Vague desires become measurable intentions. This act of writing is the bridge between imagination and action, between who you are now and who you want to become. A lifelong journey, not a one-time task. Goal setting is not a one-and-done task. It's not something you do once and check off. It's a living process, evolving as you evolve, growing as you grow. Just as you're not the same person you were 5 years ago, your goals 5 years from now will likely be very different from the ones you set today. That's why this assignment doesn't have a deadline. It lasts a lifetime. Your goals will mature, shift, and sometimes even shatter, and that's okay. Every time they do, they reveal something deeper about your true purpose. The key is to keep setting them, reviewing them, refining them. Goals are not just destinations. They are mirrors reflecting your values, your ambitions, and your beliefs about what is possible. Why do this work? You may ask, why go through this effort? Why spend time crafting, writing, and rewriting goals? The answer is simple yet profound. Because this is the first step in building a life you love, a life that doesn't just happen to you, but a life you design with intention and vision. Think about it. How many people live in silent frustration, drifting from one job to the next, 1 year to another, without a clear sense of what they truly want? How many people reach the end of a decade wondering where the time went, or worse, who they became? When you set goals, you start taking ownership of your life. You shift from being a passive reactor to being an active creator. You decide what matters. You choose your direction. And that kind of ownership gives you power, the power to change your circumstances, the power to grow into your potential, and the power to create a life that reflects your deepest desires. Discipline now, rewards forever. Yes, setting goals takes discipline. It requires focus. It requires you to pause, reflect, and commit to clarity. But here's the truth. Once the results start coming in, once you start experiencing the fruits of your intentions, progress, confidence, momentum, joy, you'll look back and realize something important. The discipline was a small price to pay for the freedom and fulfillment it gave you. You won't regret the time you spent planning. You won't resent the extra work it took to get clear. In fact, you'll feel something rare and powerful: pride. Pride in yourself for choosing to live with purpose rather than settling for chance. Key takeaway: setting goals is not a chore. It is an act of self-respect. It is saying to yourself, my life matters, my future is worth planning, my dreams deserve a strategy. So begin today. Take out that notebook. Make yourself the author of your next chapter and the architect of your destiny. Long-range goals, designing the blueprint of your future. Why long-range goals matter. Human beings are the only species on Earth capable of imagining the future. That ability, however, is not enough unless it's channeled. This is where long-range goals come in. They act as the architectural blueprint of your life's building. Without them, you drift. With them, you direct. Long-range goals are the clear, specific desires you want to achieve over a period of 1 to 10 years. These are not fleeting wishes or vague hopes. Instead, they serve as the bridge between your present and your potential. They force you to rise above the chaos of daily life and to visualize what your ideal future looks like, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially, and professionally. How to begin? Turning vision into written reality. Take a deep breath and grab a notebook. Label a fresh page long-range goals. Now ask yourself the foundational question: what do I want within the next 1 to 10 years? Don't overthink, don't filter, just write. Let your imagination run wild. Allow your heart, not just your mind, to speak. Use these 6 guiding questions to spark your thoughts. 1. What do I want to do? 2. What do I want to be? 3. What do I want to see? 4. What do I want to have? 5. Where do I want to go? 6. What would I like to share? These questions touch the major dimensions of life: action, identity, experience, possession, adventure, and contribution. Try to jot down at least 50 items in 12 to 15 minutes. Be quick, raw, and honest. Do not edit. If you want a Mercedes 380 SL, just write 380. Clarity and detail will come later. Categorizing your dreams. Time frame assignment. Once your list is complete, it's time to bring order to your vision. Estimate how long you think it will take to achieve each goal. 1 for goals achievable in 1 year. 3 for goals likely to take 3 years. 5 for goals needing about 5 years. 10 for your biggest dreams that might take a decade. This exercise will stretch your imagination and discipline your execution. But there's more. Look at the balance. Too many 10-year goals, you might be postponing action. Too many 1-year goals, you may lack long-term vision. Balance is key. Life isn't just about speed, it's about direction. The psychology behind multiple goals. Some people fear having too many goals. They think, isn't it better to focus on one thing at a time? But this can be a trap. Consider this. Some astronauts, after achieving the unimaginable, walking on the moon, fell into depression. Why? Because they didn't know what came next. When your only dream is fulfilled and you haven't thought beyond it, a spiritual and emotional vacuum can set in. A single goal can give you a destination, but multiple layered goals give you a journey. You need short, mid, and long-range goals, because while one goal may feed your wallet, another may feed your soul. When one season ends, another should already be waiting. Narrowing down, choosing your 16 core goals. From your list, select the 4 most important goals in each category: 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year. You'll now have 16 priority goals. For each one, write 2 things. 1. A vivid description of the goal. Don't just say, I want a house. Say, I want a 3,000 square foot Mediterranean-style home with a red tile roof, ocean view, and 4 bedrooms, located in Southern California. Be specific. The more specific, the more real it becomes. 2. The reason why this goal matters. Ask yourself, why do I want this? Is it status, freedom, contribution, comfort, challenge? If your reason is vague, maybe the goal isn't deeply rooted. And that's okay. Cross it off. Replace it with something more meaningful. A goal without a strong reason is like a car without fuel. It might look good, but it won't go anywhere. The practice of goal maintenance. Once you finalize your 16 goals, rewrite them in a clean journal. Carry them with you. Read them once a week. Update them every few months. This keeps your goals alive. Don't let them be a forgotten list tucked away in a drawer. Let them become your compass. Let them evolve with your growth. Final thought. Goal setting is a lifelong ritual. This isn't a one-time activity. Life changes. You change. Your goals should evolve too. This process sharpens your clarity, builds your discipline, fuels your purpose, aligns your actions with your values. Don't just drift through the next 10 years. Design them. Short-term goals. The building blocks of long-term achievement. Short-term goals are the stepping stones that carry you across the river of time toward your long-term dreams. These are goals you can accomplish within a day, a week, a month, or up to a year. And while they may seem smaller or less glamorous than your long-term ambitions, their importance is no less critical. Why? Because they shape your daily experience, mold your discipline, and sustain your momentum. Imagine a ship embarking on a voyage across the ocean. The captain knows the ultimate destination, a distant port. That's the long-term goal. But the journey isn't one giant leap. It's a series of plotted coordinates and scheduled stops. Every short-term destination, the ports of call, the refueling points, the nightly anchors, is essential to the success of the entire voyage. If the ship veers off course at any of these intermediate points, it may never reach its final destination. The same is true for your personal journey. Your short-term goals must align with your long-term vision. They are not random tasks or to-do lists unrelated to your greater aspirations. Instead, they are purpose-driven milestones, carefully designed to move you forward on the path toward your dreams. The real power of short-term goals: confidence and momentum. One of the most overlooked yet powerful benefits of short-term goals is how they build confidence. Every time you complete a small project, finish a course, wake up on time for 30 days, or meet a weekly target, you experience a win. And with each win, you reinforce your sense of personal power. This sense of achievement is psychological fuel. It tells your subconscious, I can do this, I am capable, I'm on the right track. Over time, the accumulation of these small wins builds unshakable belief in your ability to achieve bigger, more ambitious goals. Without short-term victories, long-term vision often dies of starvation. So treat these wins seriously. Write down your short-term goals in your notebook or journal. Organize them in a way that makes sense to you, perhaps daily goals on one page, weekly milestones on another, and monthly objectives as checkpoints. Or break down your long-term goals into smaller components and list those under their respective headings. This process gives structure to your efforts, and structure breeds productivity. Celebrate success, embrace failure. Two sides of the growth coin. There's something deeply satisfying about checking a goal off your list. That small tick mark or strike-through line carries enormous emotional weight. It says, I made a commitment, and I delivered. So allow yourself a moment to celebrate. You don't have to throw a party every time, but do acknowledge your effort. Take a deep breath of pride, give yourself a reward, or share the good news with someone who supports you. These moments of celebration create emotional feedback loops that reinforce your motivation. But just as success should be honored, failure should be felt. Most people avoid the discomfort of falling short, but pain, when harnessed correctly, is a powerful teacher. If you set a goal and neglect it through laziness or distraction, don't let yourself off the hook. Make losing painful. Not as a form of punishment, but as a tool for self-responsibility. This could mean giving up a weekend leisure activity, facing public accountability, or even writing down what you learned from your failure. What matters is that you associate inaction with consequences, so that next time your mind chooses discipline over delay. Environment matters. Surround yourself with higher standards. Lastly, realize that your environment, especially the people in it, plays a crucial role in how well you execute your short-term goals. Avoid people who enable mediocrity. Stay away from those who accept your excuses, who say, it's okay when you slack off. These people may care about your feelings, but they don't care enough about your growth. Instead, align with high performers. Surround yourself with people who challenge you, expect more from you, and celebrate your progress with genuine pride. Being in an environment of excellence keeps your standards high and your energy focused. Sliding the silent threat to your future. In life, the greatest tragedies often do not stem from a lack of effort, but from misdirected effort, neglected intention, and the subtle, silent process of sliding, slipping unconsciously from one day to the next without any deliberate plan for growth. That's why I'm reaching out to you with both urgency and concern. I truly want you to succeed, but success does not happen by accident. It is cultivated through clarity, effort, and unwavering intention. And here's the paradox. Many people are working hard, tirelessly even, at jobs they don't particularly enjoy. They wake up early, rush through their routines, spend long hours in demanding environments, and return home utterly drained. And when you ask them, have you taken time to design the life you actually want? The reply is heartbreakingly common. I just don't have the time. But let's reflect on that. They say they don't have time to shape their own futures, yet they sacrifice vast amounts of time in the present doing things they don't love for outcomes they never chose. That is not just a lack of time, it is a lack of priority. And that, my friend, is what I call sliding. It's not dramatic. It doesn't involve a catastrophe. There's no explosion, no noise. It's just a slow, quiet drift into mediocrity, a gradual surrender of your dreams under the weight of routine. Don't let that be you. Let me challenge you. Don't be among the majority who drift. Don't be one of the many who live life reactively, hoping for better days while doing nothing to ensure they arrive. Life is not a spectator sport. You are already a player on the field, whether you realize it or not. The question is, are you scoring? Are you aiming? Are you playing with purpose? Imagine watching a game with no scoreboard, no goals, no end in sight. Would you pay attention? Would you care who wins? That's what life becomes without clear goals. A game no one's watching, and worse, a game no one is winning. The common excuse, I'm too busy. The excuse is universal. You don't understand. I work all day, come home late, eat dinner, watch a little TV to unwind, and then go to bed. Where's the time to plan? But let me tell you something difficult but true. This is often the story of a good person going nowhere slowly. That man might be hard-working, well-meaning, even respected, but he's also falling behind on his car payments. Not because he isn't working, but because he isn't planning. You see, being a hard worker isn't enough. You can be sincere and still be broke. You can be diligent and still be directionless. You can be passionate and still be perishing. Why? Because you need more than action. You need strategy. Hard work in the wrong direction is like rowing vigorously with no rudder. You might be moving fast, but you're just spinning in circles. Get serious without being grim. I'm not asking you to become rigid or overly intense. You don't have to be grim, but you must be serious. Serious enough to write down your goals. Serious enough to take control of your direction. Serious enough to say, my life matters and I refuse to let it slide. Because hope without a plan is dangerous. It lulls you into comfort while time slips away. It makes you believe that someday things will get better, but someday is not a date on the calendar. Without plans, that day never comes. The Bible says, hope deferred makes the heart sick. And it's true. Unfulfilled hope is a slow poison. It breaks people not all at once, but slowly through quiet disappointment. I've seen it. I've lived it. The disease of passive hope. There was a time I suffered from what I now call passive hope. I believed that if I just stayed positive, if I worked hard and waited long enough, success would come find me. But here's the truth. Passive hope is a cruel trap. It looks innocent. It sounds spiritual. But it kills initiative and delays growth. And even worse than passive hope is happy passive hope. When you've reached middle age, have nothing to show for it, and still carry a smile, still waiting for life to hand you what you've never claimed. That isn't optimism. That's denial. Write your goals. It's a declaration of destiny. When you take the time to put your goals on paper, it means something. It means you're no longer floating. You're no longer wishing, you're deciding, committing. You're sending a message to your mind, your soul, and the universe. I know where I'm going, and I refuse to slide. Writing your goals is more than a task. It's a ritual of transformation. It says I matter. My time matters. My life is mine to shape. And that's when the magic begins. Not when you cross the finish line, but when you first draw the map. In closing, a final plea. Don't slide through life. Don't mistake motion for progress. Don't let busyness become your excuse for blindness. Stop, think, write. Set goals, shape your future, get serious. Because drifting is easy, but designing your life, that's how legacies are built. Goals, making them work for you. The ancient wisdom in the Bible declares, without dreams and vision, we perish. This statement isn't simply poetic. It is a profound truth that speaks to the very core of human potential. Without something to aim for, without a compelling picture of the future, life begins to lose meaning. We drift, we settle, we decay emotionally, spiritually, and even physically. But the opposite of that reality is just as powerful. With dreams, we are revived, empowered, and transformed. 1. Goals alter your identity. Once you commit to real goals, goals that truly matter to you, not ones handed to you by society, parents, or peer pressure, you are no longer the same person. You undergo a subtle but profound identity shift. A man or woman with a clear purpose is someone who walks, talks, and breathes differently. Your handshake becomes firmer. Not because you're trying to impress, but because you carry clarity and confidence. Your manner of dress changes, reflecting a greater sense of purpose and self-respect. Your tone of voice deepens, fueled by conviction and direction. Your daily emotions and energy start to align with your mission. This happens because real goals begin to filter every decision you make. Your choices no longer orbit around temporary comfort, they orbit around long-term purpose. Everything you do is reframed: your work ethic, your relationships, your time management, and even your leisure activities begin to reflect your internal compass. You start living deliberately. Stasha 2. The power of worthy goals. Here lies the next crucial idea. Not all goals are created equal. Many people unknowingly set goals that are uninspiring, limited, or even draining. Consider the man who says, "If I could just scrape up enough money to pay these lousy bills." That's his goal, a survival mindset. And while such a goal may be realistic, it does nothing to elevate him. It lacks vision. It lacks depth. It cannot stir the soul. Let's be clear, paying bills is a necessity, and in times of struggle, it can even be a milestone. But when a person's entire vision for life is reduced to getting by, they rob themselves of the power that goals can provide. You won't spring out of bed excited for a day focused solely on avoiding financial collapse. That's a burden, not a beacon. 3. Great goals inspire growth. For a goal to transform you, it must first stretch you. It should be something just beyond your current reach, something that requires you to become more than you are today. Think of a muscle. It only grows through resistance. Similarly, the mind, spirit, and character grow through stretch goals. These are goals that ignite your imagination, demand your discipline, inspire sacrifice and persistence, cause you to learn, adapt, and evolve. Yet there is a warning here too. Don't set your goals so far beyond your current reality that they seem absurd or unattainable. If you do, your subconscious will sabotage your effort before you even begin. The sweet spot is a goal that lies just outside your comfort zone, visible enough to inspire hope, yet distant enough to require effort and transformation. Chapter 4. Goals that lead the way. Goals aren't just milestones, they are guiding stars. They give your life a trajectory. When you wake up with goals, your day has meaning. Even mundane tasks take on new life when they are tied to a larger mission. Let's take a simple example. Without goals, a morning jog is just exercise. With goals, it becomes an act of self-mastery. Without goals, reading a book is just passing time. With goals, it becomes investing in your future self. Everything transforms when aligned with purpose. 5. How to make goals work for you. Define your goals with clarity. Vague desires like "I want to be successful" aren't goals. "I want to build a business that serves 10,000 customers within 2 years" is a goal. Ensure your goals are yours. Not your parents', not society's, yours. Authentic goals resonate with your values, not just your ego. Make them compelling. They should excite you, even scare you a little. Break them down. Lofty goals become achievable when you break them into smaller, actionable steps. Review them daily. Keep them in your awareness. Let them mold your choices and guide your energy. Adjust as needed. Goals should evolve with you, not chain you. Stay committed to your vision, but flexible with the path. The true purpose of goals, a journey of becoming. There's a profound truth buried beneath the surface of every meaningful goal. The real reward isn't in what you get, it's in who you become. At first glance, goals seem like destinations. We see them as finish lines, as trophies, a new house, a better job, $1 million. But if you look deeper, you'll see that the essence of goal setting is not about possessing, but transforming. It's about evolution, not just acquisition. 1. The illusion of achievement. Let's begin with a powerful idea. Achieving a goal is secondary to the process of growth it demands. Imagine setting a goal to become a millionaire. The untrained mind immediately fixates on the money. But those who understand the deeper currents of life realize something else. The true treasure lies in the transformation. To earn that million, you must stretch your thinking, sharpen your decision-making, expand your financial literacy, improve your people skills, practice discipline, and master resilience. These aren't material gains, these are personal upgrades, and once you own them, no one can take them away from you. Come on. 2. Who you become is the real victory. Let's look at a thought-provoking question. What is the greatest value in becoming a millionaire? It's not the money. It's the process of becoming that kind of person, the kind who can manage complexity, shoulder responsibility, maintain vision, and persist under pressure. This is why many lottery winners go broke, and many self-made millionaires rebuild wealth after setbacks. One simply acquired money. The other acquired mastery. 3. Goals as tools for transformation. Setting goals is not merely about hitting targets, it's about crafting your character. Every significant goal asks this of you. Are you willing to become the kind of person this result requires? Let's say your goal is to write a book. That's not just about writing. It's about developing discipline to write consistently, cultivating creativity, embracing criticism, managing your time wisely. These are not things you have, they are things you become. Thus, the goal isn't the book. The goal is the person who has what it takes to write it. 4. The unbreakable law, growth before gain. Rohn beautifully summarized it. Income rarely exceeds personal development. If your skills, mindset, and emotional intelligence are limited, your external rewards will be too. The outer world always adjusts to reflect your inner world. That's why success without self-growth is short-lived. But when you grow yourself, your capacity to earn, lead, solve, and succeed naturally expands. You don't have to chase results. They are drawn to your evolved self. 5. 2 choices. Change yourself or change your wants. Here's the fork in the road we all face. Option 1. Elevate yourself to meet the goal. Option 2. Lower the goal to match your current self. If you choose the second, you remain in your comfort zone, and nothing changes. But the first path is where true purpose lives. It demands effort, humility, sacrifice, and it gives back tenfold in wisdom, confidence, and lasting fulfillment. Ask yourself honestly, am I willing to read more, study harder, fail forward, and stretch my limits to become who this dream demands? If the answer is yes, then your goal is no longer a fantasy. It becomes a blueprint for your transformation. 6. Reflect and redefine. Take time today to sit with this question. What kind of person must I become to achieve what I want? List the qualities, habits, and skills. This exercise alone can illuminate the gap between where you are and where you wish to be. That gap isn't a void, it's your growth zone. Don't become overwhelmed. A deep explanation. When embarking on the path of goal setting, it's natural to feel anxious, hesitant, or even intimidated. The very act of imagining a better future often highlights the gap between where you are and where you want to be. This can trigger self-doubt. Am I really capable of doing this? What if I fail again? These are normal questions, but if you allow them to dominate your thoughts, they will paralyze your growth. That's why one of the most vital pieces of advice is, don't become overwhelmed. 1. Relax. You're not supposed to have it all figured out yet. At the beginning of any journey, uncertainty is not a weakness. It is a sign of possibility. The early steps of goal setting are less about immediate answers and more about intentional direction. You don't need to know every step of the process right now. You only need to decide where you're going and commit to taking one step at a time. Imagine trying to learn a musical instrument. The first day is awkward. You hit the wrong notes. Your fingers don't move the way you want. But with consistent practice, your skill evolves. Goal setting is no different. If you don't feel equipped yet, it's because you're not, but you will be. Hat 2. Your ability will grow to match your dreams. This is not motivational fluff. It's a psychological and spiritual truth. The act of pursuing a meaningful goal activates parts of you that have been dormant. You begin to learn. You adapt. You stretch yourself. Opportunities arise that weren't there before, not because they didn't exist, but because you weren't in a position to see or create them. And within each new opportunity is something precious, the seed of a solution to a past or current problem. This is the genius of movement. As long as you remain still, problems seem permanent. But as soon as you begin to move, new angles of perception appear, and what once seemed like a wall becomes a door. 3. The person you are today is not the person you'll be tomorrow. One of the most powerful realizations you can have is this: you are not fixed. Your past does not define your potential. If you failed before, that only means you were attempting something. If you carry regret, pain, or shame, acknowledge it, but don't become it. Your future self is a stranger to your past limitations. Real transformation doesn't begin with circumstance. It begins with permission. The permission you give yourself to grow, to change, and to let go of yesterday. When you give yourself this permission, life begins to cooperate with you. Suddenly, things begin to shift within and around you. Your untapped potential is real. Many people operate far below their capabilities, not because they lack talent, but because they've never been forced to access their deeper reserves. True goal pursuit calls out parts of you you've never needed before. It's like discovering new muscles in your mind, heart, and spirit. As you step forward, you'll think in new ways. You'll find hidden courage. You'll develop creative solutions. You'll unlock mental and emotional strength you never knew was there. This is not imagination, it's reality, waiting to be awakened by intentional effort. 5. Why goals transform you. There's something mystical about goals. They act like magnets, pulling you forward. But more than that, they shape you in the process. They give your energy direction, your talents purpose, and your life meaning. In trying to achieve the goal, you end up becoming someone greater than you were. Even if you fall short of the goal, you win because of the growth you went through to reach for it. Some truths defy explanation. Why do goals work this way? Perhaps we'll never fully understand it, but what's more important than understanding is experiencing it. And that experience begins with action, no matter how small. Final thought: start small, but start. You don't need to know the full path. You only need to begin. Whatever burden you carry, you can put it down. Whatever fear you feel, you can walk through it. Give yourself permission to try. Really try. You might be astonished by what you discover about yourself along the way. Asking. A deep explanatory analysis. The word ask may seem simple, a mere 3-letter verb, yet in its simplicity lies an immense power capable of transforming lives. It's one of the most overlooked yet most potent principles for achieving success, fulfillment, and personal growth. Let's take a profound journey into understanding this concept, piece by piece, not just as advice, but as a life philosophy. 1. Asking is the initiator of all progress. At its core, asking is the ignition key to life's vast engine of abundance. Nothing happens until something is requested, internally or externally. When you ask a question, your mind begins to search for answers. When you ask others for help, opportunities are revealed. When you ask life boldly, the doors you once saw as walls begin to crack open. Think of asking as the first action that creates motion. It is like planting a seed in fertile ground, a tiny action that has the potential to grow into something towering and life-giving. 2. The mechanics of asking. It works, even if you don't understand it. You don't have to fully understand the mechanics of electricity to flip a switch and light up a room. Similarly, you don't need to know all the spiritual or psychological reasons behind asking. Just do it. Asking activates internal mechanisms, creativity, desire, clarity, and external ones, conversations, connections, luck, and timing. Many get stuck in analysis paralysis. They overthink, overanalyze, and end up doing nothing. Wisdom lies in application, not just contemplation. The fruits of life are out on the limbs. You have to reach. The real problem: people fail to ask. You don't need to work harder. You don't need to stay up later or burn out trying to be a good worker. What you do need is to ask for what you want. Most people never write down what they really desire. They never verbalize it, visualize it, or even think it through with clarity. Imagine trying to get somewhere on a map but refusing to input your destination. That's what living without asking looks like. Moving, but going nowhere specific. Ask often. Ask boldly. Ask clearly. #4, the ocean of opportunity and why most bring a teaspoon. The universe, life itself, is not in shortage. There's more than enough success, love, wealth, health, and joy to go around. But most people approach this infinite source with a scarcity mindset. They ask for little, expect less, and accept the minimum. Your container, what you ask with, determines what you receive. A teaspoon gets you a teaspoonful. A bucket gets you a bucketful. A pipeline gets you a steady, abundant flow. The ocean doesn't care what you bring, it only fills your container. So upgrade your expectations. Expand your capacity to receive by enlarging the scope of what you ask for. 5. Ask with intelligence. Precision is power. A vague wish creates a vague result. If your asking is fuzzy, I want more money, I want to be happy, life will deliver fuzzy outcomes. Specificity creates magnetic pull. The sharper your image, the stronger the attraction. Don't say, I want a better job. Say, I want a remote job in digital marketing paying 12 lakh per year by March 2026 that gives me creative freedom. Use the W questions. What, when, where, how much, how long, what kind. Be a sculptor of your vision. A chiseled goal cuts through life's distractions. 6. Ask with faith. The childlike belief that it's possible. Faith is the emotional fuel of asking. Faith means asking and believing that what you ask for can and will come to you, maybe not on your exact schedule, but in divine time. Children naturally operate with this kind of belief. They think big, ask endlessly, and expect results. Adults, on the other hand, become jaded. I've failed before. Who am I to deserve more? What if I get rejected? To ask with faith is to believe in your own worthiness. Trust the process of life. Expect to receive without knowing the exact how. Think of it like this. Your belief creates a gravitational pull that draws your desires toward you. 7. The power of enthusiasm. Ask like a child. Enthusiasm is emotional magnetism. Children exhibit this naturally. They're curious, fearless, imaginative. They love to ask questions. They ask why 1,000 times, not to annoy, but to understand, to explore, to dream. This enthusiasm makes children powerful askers. As adults, we lose this spark. We fear judgment, failure, or disappointment. But to rekindle the child within is to reignite your capacity to ask with joy, energy, and wonder. Want to truly move the world? Ask with a child's spirit, but an adult's intellect. In summary, the deep truth behind asking: ask and you shall receive. It is not a metaphor. It is a universal principle. One of the great life secrets hidden in plain sight. Here's the complete philosophy of asking laid bare. 1. Asking starts the process of receiving. 2. You don't need to understand how it works, just use it. 3. The problem is not receiving, it's the lack of asking. 4. Opportunity is vast, most people ask too small. 5. Be specific, clear and intelligent when you ask. 6. Ask with childlike faith and joyful belief. 7. Cultivate curiosity and enthusiasm. These are asking's twin engines. So, what do you want from life? Not just vaguely, but clearly, confidently, joyfully. Go ahead and ask. The universe is listening. Goal setting and time management, a deep dive into productive living. In today's fast-paced, hyper-connected world, time management has emerged as a critical skill, almost a survival tool, for students, professionals, entrepreneurs, and anyone seeking personal growth. The growing demand for this skill is reflected in the enormous popularity of time management books, productivity apps, training seminars, and motivational courses. Yet despite all this information and guidance, many people still struggle to use their time efficiently. Why? The fundamental truth is this: time management without clear goals is like sailing a ship without a destination. You may be busy adjusting the sails, monitoring the weather, and maintaining the ship, but if you don't know where you're going, all that effort leads nowhere. The foundation of time management: goals. Let's begin by understanding this essential principle. You cannot manage your time effectively unless you have clearly defined goals. Time management is not just about organizing your schedule or using a planner. It's about making meaningful progress towards something important. That something is your goal, a mental image of a desired future that you are committed to achieving. Goals give time its value. They act as a compass, directing your focus and energy toward purposeful action. Without goals, your activities are random and reactive rather than strategic and deliberate. You may feel busy, but that busyness doesn't guarantee progress or fulfillment. It's not how much you do, it's what you do and why you do it that counts. The psychology of goal setting: clarity and commitment. Psychologically, goals provide clarity and direction. When you set a goal, you are essentially programming your mind to recognize and prioritize tasks that contribute to that outcome. This is supported by the science of cognitive priming. Once a goal is set, your subconscious starts noticing opportunities, filtering distractions, and nudging you toward goal-relevant behavior. Moreover, written goals have a unique power. Writing goals down externalizes your commitment, turning abstract intentions into concrete targets. This act alone increases accountability and significantly raises the chances of success. A Harvard business study found that people who wrote down their goals were exponentially more likely to achieve them than those who merely thought about their goals. Time allocation without goals is meaningless. Consider this. If your day has 24 hours, but you don't have a meaningful destination, how you spend each hour becomes arbitrary. You might fill your day with tasks, but without a clear purpose, those tasks may not lead to growth, learning, or fulfillment. Productivity without purpose is just activity, not progress. When your goals are firm and vividly planted in your mind, however, your perception of time changes. You start to differentiate between urgent tasks and important tasks. You become more skilled at saying no to distractions and yes to actions that align with your objectives. Time becomes an investment, not a resource to spend randomly. Why most people fail at time management. Many people feel frustrated with time management tools because they treat them as magic solutions. But planners, calendars, or apps are only tools. They are not substitutes for vision or intention. They can help you organize your day, but they can't tell you what's worth organizing. That's your job. The failure begins when people skip the step of goal setting and jump straight into scheduling. This is like plotting stops on a map without choosing a destination. Without knowing what you're working toward, it's impossible to know whether you're on track or off course. Practical advice. Start with written goals. To unlock the true power of time management, you must first do the foundational work. 1. Define your goals clearly. Be specific. Vague goals like be more successful or get fit are not actionable. Instead, say, increase my monthly income by 20% by December, or lose 5 kilograms in the next 3 months. 2. Write them down. Use a journal, digital notes, a vision board, anything that gets your goals out of your head and into the physical world. Written goals serve as daily reminders and affirmations of your purpose. 3. Break goals into actionable steps. A large goal may feel overwhelming. Break it into small, manageable tasks and assign each a time and place in your schedule. 4. Review regularly. Goals are not set and forget. Review them weekly or monthly to assess progress, adjust direction, and renew commitment. Conclusion: time management is goal management. The ultimate lesson is simple but profound. If you want to manage your time, start by managing your goals. Goals breathe life into your daily routines. They transform the clock from a mechanical timekeeper into a tool of transformation. Without goals, time slips away unnoticed and underutilized. With goals, every minute becomes a brick in the foundation of a purposeful life. Time management is not about squeezing more into your day. It's about filling your day with what truly matters. Priorities. Understanding the hidden architecture of a well-lived life. In the heart of the modern world, buzzing with machines, schedules, screens, and speed, we've become disconnected from one of life's most ancient guides, the rhythm of the seasons. This disconnection, subtle but profound, has deeply distorted our sense of priorities. Our lives are no longer synchronized with the natural cadence of growth, rest, and renewal. Instead, they run on an artificial, monotonous cycle, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, week in and week out, where every day looks the same and every year blends into the next like a never-ending conveyor belt. This flattening of time has consequences. Learning from the farmer, the seasonal blueprint. To appreciate what we've lost, consider the life of a farmer. For him, springtime is a period of urgent action. The earth is ready, the weather is right, and there is a narrow, irreplaceable window of opportunity. He rises before dawn and labors into the night, not because he's reckless, but because he understands that certain seasons demand full presence and focused intensity. The opportunity to sow does not wait. If he delays, the harvest suffers. Contrast that with winter, when the land rests. The farmer too shifts pace. Tools are cleaned, repairs are made. He reflects, plans and prepares. His days are not idle, but they are gentler. He respects the cycle. He doesn't plough the snow, and he doesn't expect tomatoes in December. Now, here lies the essential lesson. Life also has its seasons, not just in weather, but in energy, emotion, relationships and goals. Yet many of us behave as if we are in a permanent state of spring or a never-ending winter. We push when we should pause. We delay when we should act. We treat every day as equal, and thus lose the power of timing, the difference between doing a thing and doing it at the right moment. The wise learn to ask, what season of life am I in right now, and what does this season require of me? This is how we realign ourselves with the deeper rhythms of living. We must pour it on when conditions are ripe and ease back when it's time to restore. Without this discernment, we fall into a trap. Every task becomes urgent, every opportunity equally pressing, and every moment is treated the same, leading not to progress, but burnout and blur. Majors and minors, a map for decision-making. Understanding the seasons is one part of the puzzle. The second part is learning to discriminate between what matters and what merely occupies us. Every day presents us with choices: how to spend our time, where to focus our attention, how to use our money, and who to invest in. But here's a sobering truth. Not all things are equal. This is where the principle of majors and minors comes in. Ask yourself this question whenever you're making a decision. Is this a major or a minor? Major time versus minor time, the sales metaphor. In sales, the concept is clear. The only major time is the time spent in front of a prospect. That is the moment of value creation, where impact happens, relationships are built, and results are shaped. Everything else, driving, planning, organizing, is supporting time or minor time. Necessary, perhaps, but not primary. Yet many salespeople spend most of their day getting ready to get ready, shuffling papers, driving miles, researching endlessly, and very little time actually engaging with potential clients. Their schedules are full, but their results are thin. Life works the same way. You may be in motion, but not in progress. Confused priorities. When the minors rule. The tragedy occurs when we spend major time on minor things, or even worse, when we spend major resources, like energy, attention, and money, on things that are ultimately trivial. A parent spends 3 hours watching television and only 10 minutes talking to their child. A leader spends hours writing reports and mere minutes truly listening to their team. A student spends days scrolling social media, but only fleeting moments studying their craft. These are not bad people, they are simply misaligned. They've lost touch with what truly matters. They've let the minors dominate the majors. Time and L principles. This major-minor framework also applies seamlessly to money. Why do some people spend thousands on fashion, but balk at the cost of a single self-improvement course? Why is it easy to spend on fast food, but difficult to invest in books that nourish the mind? Why do we pour money into entertainment, but hesitate to give toward growth? The principle is this: don't spend major money on minor things, and don't spend minor money on major things. Evaluate your budget the same way you evaluate your calendar. Where is the value? Where is the return? Where is the long-term gain? The art of careful investment, maximum value for maximum results. In both time and money, the key is intentional investment. To invest means to channel limited resources into something with multiplicative return. It is about getting the greatest yield from the least waste. Not every hour is equal. Not every dollar is equal. Some hours produce momentum. Some dollars produce growth. And others, they simply disappear. So ask yourself, am I investing my prime energy into things that truly move me forward? Am I spending my quiet hours on rest, renewal, and reflection? Am I putting my money into things that enrich me, not just entertain me? Am I aware of my season, and am I responding to it appropriately? Conclusion: the sacred work of discernment. To live a life of purpose and substance, you must develop the skill of discernment, the quiet ability to notice what matters and act accordingly. Priorities are not just about lists or schedules. They are about values made visible. They show what you truly believe, not what you say you believe. Let your life reflect the wisdom of the farmer, the focus of the craftsman, and the awareness of the investor. Know your seasons. Separate the majors from the minors, and invest time and money where it yields lasting fruit. Only then will your life become not just busy, but meaningful. Concentration, the master key to excellence. Concentration is not merely the act of focusing. It is the deliberate discipline of bringing the entire force of your awareness into the present moment. It is the invisible thread that runs through every act of mastery, whether it's a tennis serve, a business decision, a brushstroke on a canvas, or a single word in a heartfelt conversation. Consider the world of professional athletics. A fraction of a second, a mere blink, can mean the difference between triumph and defeat. An athlete might train for years, sculpting their body and perfecting technique, only to miss a gold medal due to one moment of mental drift. They know this truth intimately. A lapse in concentration is often more devastating than a flaw in ability. This principle is not confined to stadiums or sports arenas. It applies just as much to the ordinary details of everyday life. Writing a letter, solving a problem, attending a meeting, engaging in conversation, each of these becomes a proving ground for your focus. When you give something your complete attention, you infuse it with power, clarity, and presence. The outcomes of your actions become sharper, more aligned, more effective. You begin to accomplish more with less struggle. Why? Because your energy is unified, not scattered. Imagine your attention as a beam of sunlight. Scattered, it gently warms. Focused through a magnifying glass, it can ignite fire. So the rule is simple, yet profound. Whatever you are doing, do only that, and do it fully. Write a letter, shut off distractions, silence the mental noise, and give the words your full presence. Solving a problem? Resist the urge to multitask. Sit with the problem as if it were a person you cared deeply about. Give it the gift of your undivided awareness. Engaged in conversation? Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Listen. Let your mind rest entirely in the other person's words. True listening is one of the highest forms of concentration. You will be stunned by the effects this shift brings. Life begins to reveal a new texture, rich, vivid, and alive. You'll start to notice things others miss. You'll finish tasks faster. Your relationships will deepen. You'll feel less mentally exhausted, not more. Why? Because it's mental fragmentation, not focus, that drains us. Now, it is important to understand the mind does need time to rest. It needs time to wander, to play, to dream. Just as a muscle grows not only through strain but also through recovery, so does the mind flourish with both intensity and release. But here is the secret. Schedule your wandering. Honor it. Make it sacred. Take a walk along a beach. Sit under a tree and let the sky pull your thoughts into clouds. Go for a drive with no destination, just the open road and your imagination. Let your mind soar, drift, invent, reflect. That kind of daydreaming is not wasted time. It is fertilizer for creativity, emotional renewal, and intuitive insight. But do not mix this with your active, intentional life. Let there be a time for mental stillness and a time for mental motion, but never confuse the two. When you're working, concentrate. When you're dreaming, dream freely. The boundary between the two gives strength to both. The takeaway: concentration is not a constraint, it is liberation. It frees you from distraction, from anxiety, from mediocrity. It puts you in touch with the true potential of your mind. Treat your attention as sacred. Where it goes, your life follows. And when you master the art of concentration, you unlock the rarest of abilities in the modern world. Presence. A dosage of reality. There comes a moment, even amidst the most strategic planning and most inspiring talk of goals, when we must pause and allow in a critical but grounding truth. And that truth is this: even with the most thoroughly designed, diligently executed, and passionately pursued plan of action, you will not get everything you want in life. Now you might be wondering, isn't that a contradiction? After all, didn't we just walk through the mechanics of success, the mindset of possibility, the power of deliberate goals? Isn't this a reversal of everything just discussed? Not at all. This isn't a contradiction. This is context. You see, success systems, mindset frameworks, goal strategies, they are incredibly powerful. They tilt the odds dramatically in your favor. They create momentum, purpose, clarity. They give you a compass and a vehicle to navigate the terrain of life. But what they do not do is control the terrain itself. And this is where reality enters the conversation. The world has its own rules. The universe does not operate on human preference. We are born into a world that was already turning, governed by natural laws, unseen variables, and forces far beyond our control. The truth is, we weren't given a vote in how the world operates. Sometimes, despite your careful planting, it will hail on your crop. The effort you put in was real, the hope sincere, but the result was altered by conditions you never predicted. Sometimes, in the very hour of your greatest joy, it will rain on your parade. Life has a habit of being indifferent to timing. Sometimes the termites of life, those subtle, creeping misfortunes, will gnaw at your foundations. A slow erosion of what once felt permanent and safe. And you will be tempted to cry out, "It's not fair." And maybe it isn't. But then again, fairness was never promised. We were not brought here on the assurance of a just and predictable world. We were brought here to live, to strive, to learn, to grow, in a world that is equal parts beauty and brutality. So what's the point? Why try at all? Because here's the paradox. Even though you won't get everything you want, you can get far more than you ever imagined. Even in a world where guarantees don't exist, you can stack the odds in your favor. You can live with direction instead of drift. You can create results instead of excuses. You can become someone who is more than just shaped by events. You become someone who shapes events. That's what the system is about. That's what these tools and truths are for. No, you won't get everything you want, but you will get more than plenty. You'll get clarity. You'll get meaning. You'll get direction. You'll get results. You'll get strength you didn't know you had. You'll get opportunities you wouldn't have seen otherwise. And more often than not, you will get what you want. And in a world like this one, full of chaos, randomness, and entropy, those are phenomenal odds. Better than anything you'll find in a casino. Better than passive hope. Better than waiting for the world to give you permission. The power of goals. A final word. So we arrive again at the subject of goals. Not as empty aspirations, not as vague wishes, but as engines of transformation. There is no telling what might become possible when you are inspired by a goal. When it grips you from the inside, stirs your imagination, calls forth your best effort, you change. There is no telling what might unfold when you genuinely believe in a goal, when you no longer negotiate with doubt, but instead act from a place of deep conviction. And there is no telling what can be accomplished when you act on that goal, even imperfectly, even timidly at first, but steadily, persistently, like a river shaping rock. That's not just wishful thinking. That's the record of history. That's the experience of every achiever who ever overcame limitation and obscurity. An invitation. So here is a simple yet powerful invitation. Try it. Try this system. Try aligning your actions with your goals. Try feeding your belief with action and your action with belief. Give it 90 days. Just 90 days of focused, intentional, determined effort. You might discover that this world, for all its randomness and unfairness, responds generously to those who show up with vision and resolve. You might find that the odds aren't so bad when you play the right game. And maybe, just maybe, it will work even better for you than it did for me. That is my hope for you. That is my wish for you. Because while you may not get everything you want, you are more than capable of getting everything you need to create a life of deep meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. And that is more than enough. Strategy 2. Seek knowledge. Embrace a lifelong pursuit of truth, understanding, and wisdom. Knowledge is the cornerstone of personal and professional growth. By remaining curious and open-minded, we sharpen our intellect, expand our horizons, and build the foundation for sound decision-making. Seeking knowledge isn't just about accumulating facts. It's about developing the insight to navigate life with purpose and clarity. Every new idea explored opens the door to fresh opportunities and infinite possibilities. The path to wisdom, a deep exploration. At the heart of a life well lived lies a deceptively simple principle, clarity of purpose, and a deliberate pursuit of the knowledge that supports it. This, in essence, is wisdom, not merely accumulated information, but the disciplined discernment of what to know, why to know it, and how to apply it. Knowing what you need to know. One of the most overlooked truths of life is this: what you seek determines what you see. If you don't have clarity about your goals, whether they concern wealth, happiness, health, or influence, then the vast oceans of available information become little more than noise. The wise person first asks, "What am I aiming for?" Only then does the real journey begin. Understanding what you need to know is like tuning a radio. Only with precision can you eliminate the static and lock on to the frequency that delivers value. Those who drift through life without defining their needs often waste years gathering irrelevant facts, mistaking mental clutter for knowledge. 2. The discipline of study. One of the greatest gifts a mentor can offer is not merely advice, but the orientation toward learning. This is what Mr. Scharf offered, a principle that is ancient yet perennially overlooked. Study what you want to master. His counsel was simple and profound. If you wish to be successful, study success. If you wish to be happy, study happiness. If you want to make money, study the acquisition of wealth. This is not just motivational rhetoric. It is a call to intentional learning. Human beings are pattern-seeking creatures. Success, happiness, and wealth are not random miracles. They are, more often than not, the result of observable and repeatable behaviors. And those behaviors are found in biographies, books, case studies, and real-life observation. Most people treat their goals as wishes, not fields of study. They want wealth but study nothing about economics, business, compounding, or frugality. They desire joy but study neither philosophy nor psychology nor the wisdom of contentment. They envy the successful but ignore the paths those people took. Scharf's insight reminds us, greatness is rarely accidental. It is usually preceded by deep inquiry, followed by persistent practice. 3. The mystery of avoided wisdom. It's a puzzle, isn't it? So many people crave success and joy, yet so few actually study how to achieve them. Why? This contradiction is one of life's great mysteries. It suggests that the barrier is not ability, but discipline and awareness. It is far easier to wish than to work, easier to be envious than to be educated. Moreover, many individuals are intimidated by the responsibility of knowledge. To truly understand the path to wealth or fulfillment means you can no longer blame fate, luck, or others. You must now own your choices, and that is no small burden. Arvor, the sacred law, search and you shall find. The Bible, as a repository of ancient and enduring wisdom, offers this universal principle. If you search, you shall find. This is not just a spiritual promise, it is a psychological truth. The human brain is a goal-seeking device. What you search for, intensely, repeatedly, passionately, your mind begins to assemble. It starts noticing patterns, forming connections, recognizing opportunities that were previously invisible. Want a better life? You must first want to know how to create one. The right idea, the one that can shift your trajectory, rarely falls into your lap uninvited. But the moment you engage in a sincere search, you activate a force that pulls insight toward you. Call it focus, call it providence, call it subconscious problem-solving. It works. But note this well, searching must be deliberate, not passive. Scrolling endlessly or consuming random content isn't searching. Searching means reading with a purpose, reflecting deeply, asking questions, and surrounding yourself with sources of wisdom. The moment of discovery. Something beautiful happens when you commit to the path of learning. The right insight, the breakthrough idea, often comes when you are not directly looking for it, perhaps while walking, showering, or journaling. But it would not have emerged had you not planted the seeds through study. This is the paradox of wisdom. It arrives unexpectedly, but never without cause. In conclusion, the path to wisdom is not shrouded in mystery. It is revealed through intent. Decide what you want. Study those who have attained it. Seek knowledge as a craftsman seeks mastery, not casually, but with resolve. Mr. Scharf's lesson is timeless. Life responds to effortful learning. Search and you shall find not only knowledge, but your higher self. Capturing the treasures of knowledge, a deep exploration. In the vast expanse of human experience, knowledge is one of the most profound treasures we can gather. But like sand slipping through our fingers, it can be lost unless deliberately captured. Here, we reflect on one deceptively simple but powerful word: capture. To capture is to seize the fleeting, to preserve the meaningful, and to anchor the intangible. Let us explore what it truly means to capture the treasures of knowledge, not as a mechanical act, but as a conscious, intentional way of living. 1. Capturing moments, preserving the emotional fabric of life. Life is built of moments, not milestones. Yet so often, the most extraordinary moments pass by unnoticed. A sunset that turns the sky into a canvas, the laughter of a child, the quiet warmth of a meaningful conversation. These are the fragments of time that give texture to our lives, but they are ephemeral, vanishing unless we make the effort to capture them. Photographs and videos are modern tools that allow us to crystallize these moments into permanent form. The power of the lens lies not in the technology, but in its ability to make time stand still. When we look at an old photograph, we don't just see an image, we feel a portal open, transporting us into a time, a place, a feeling that would otherwise be lost. Consider this truth. Many generations before us lived without this gift. Most families from a century ago left behind only a few fragile images, sparse records of entire lifetimes. If they had had the chance to photograph their daily lives, their celebrations, their heartbreaks, what a rich legacy we would have inherited. So why should we take lightly what they could only dream of? In capturing moments, we not only preserve memory, we give meaning to memory. 2. Capturing ideas, building a personal treasury of wisdom. Knowledge is fleeting unless preserved. A brilliant insight, a revelation, or a powerful quote can arise in a moment of inspiration, but without a method to capture it, it will likely vanish like morning dew. This is why the wise keep journals, notebooks, and archives. These are not just collections of words, they are vaults of the mind. Within them lie seeds of future success, philosophies shaped over time, and lessons earned through experience. As you record thoughts, you are not merely storing information, you are actively constructing the architecture of your personal wisdom. Imagine this. Over the years, you've read books that changed the way you think, listened to tapes or watched videos that shifted your perspective, had conversations that opened new doors. What happens if all of that knowledge simply dissolves into the past? But if you wrote it down, annotated it, reflected on it, now you possess something of enduring value. Like a gardener gathers herbs, or a collector preserves artifacts, you become a curator of your own consciousness. Capturing through books, the living library of the mind. A personal library is one of the most sacred spaces a person can cultivate, but not a library built for aesthetic decor, rather one assembled through curiosity, labor, and passion. A book that's worn and marked reveals more than just words. It reveals a conversation between the author and the reader, a dialogue that has shaped the reader's inner world. Your library is a mirror of your intellectual journey. Those underlined passages, scribbled notes, and dog-eared corners tell the story of your evolving philosophy. One day, that collection may become your most precious bequest to the next generation, not because of its monetary value, but because it is a map of your mind. Books are not static, they are alive. They speak, they provoke, they challenge, and when captured in the right way, they can become eternal companions on your journey. Capturing experience, the discipline of daily reflection. Perhaps the most overlooked, yet most transformative method of capturing knowledge is the act of journaling. A journal is more than a diary. It is your personal laboratory of thought. It is where raw experience is distilled into insight. Write about your successes, your failures, your daily observations. Record quotes, summarize books, reflect on conversations. Over time, your journal becomes a living manuscript of your personal evolution. It will reveal patterns, preserve ideas, clarify decisions, and chronicle the story of your life with the depth no camera can capture. And when life grows confusing, as it often does, this record of inner dialogue becomes a compass. 5. Leaving a legacy, the ethical responsibility of capturing. In the end, capturing the treasures of knowledge is not merely for ourselves. It is for others, our children, our students, future generations who will one day seek guidance and meaning. What you choose to capture today may become someone else's light in darkness, a key to a problem they face, or a catalyst for change. By preserving what matters, you contribute to the timeless chain of human learning. You become a steward of wisdom, a transmitter of light. What greater legacy could there be? Conclusion: don't let it pass you by. Life offers countless treasures, ideas, moments, insights, but it does not wait. Everything meaningful arrives with an expiration date if not captured. A life well lived is not just about experience, it's about remembering, reflecting, and passing on. So carry your camera, keep your journal, build your library, save your audio and video recordings, and most importantly, develop the habit of reflection, the art of recognizing treasure when it appears. Because in the end, the richest people are not those with full vaults, but those with full minds and full hearts, lovingly preserved. How to gain wisdom, a deep exploration. Wisdom is not simply knowing facts, it is the capacity to apply knowledge, insight, and experience to make sound judgments and live meaningfully. Wisdom is not born in haste, it is cultivated with care, reflection, and an open mind. There are two principal avenues for gaining wisdom: learning from your own life and learning from the lives of others. Let's delve deeply into each of these paths and uncover how you can truly embody wisdom in your life. Gaining wisdom through personal reflection. 1. The power of reflection. Rerunning the tapes. Your life is a repository of invaluable lessons, if you take the time to extract them. Reflection is the conscious process of reviewing past experiences with the goal of learning and growth. This process is what Rohn called rerunning the tapes, mentally replaying the events, conversations, and choices of your day, week, month, or year. Without reflection, experience is like undeveloped film, full of potential but producing no image. Most people go through life but don't get from life. They are too preoccupied with surviving the day rather than extracting insight from it. Wisdom, however, requires conscious living, a willingness to pause, look back, and ask questions. What did I do today? What did I learn? What did I do well? What would I do differently next time? The discipline of daily and periodic review. True growth lies in patterns, and patterns only emerge when you review your life regularly. Consider this as a schedule. Daily, take 10 to 15 minutes at night to reflect on your day. Weekly, set aside an hour to review your successes, failures, and lessons. Monthly, devote a half day or evening to evaluating your goals, relationships, habits, and mindset. Yearly, take several days, even a week, to perform a deep life audit. What direction are you heading in? Are you closer to your ideals than you were a year ago? Wisdom is the fruit of time invested in honest reflection. 3. Learning from both success and failure. Wisdom does not discriminate. It resides both in your triumphs and your missteps. In fact, failure is often a more potent teacher than success because it is laden with emotional intensity, pain, frustration, disappointment, which imprints lessons deeply if we're open. Failures whisper, try a new strategy. Don't ignore red flags. Check your assumptions. Resist emotional decisions. You must study your failures with the same seriousness you study your victories. Ask, what caused this? What did I overlook? How could I have prepared better? What beliefs or behaviors led me here? This kind of questioning turns mistakes into assets, and this is the alchemy of wisdom, turning loss into leverage. 4. Investing past into future. Life is not linear, it's cumulative. A wise person doesn't just live another day, they invest what they've learned into the next day. Think of it like compound interest. Each insight, each lesson, each moment of clarity builds upon the last. Don't just live a year. Gather the essence of all your years and invest them into the one ahead. Gaining wisdom through the lives of others. While experience is a brilliant teacher, it can be costly. It takes time, energy, and often pain. Fortunately, there's a shortcut: vicarious learning. The art of learning through the experiences, mistakes, and teachings of others. Let's explore 3 powerful ways to do this. 1. Read and listen. Feeding the mind. The written and spoken word is humanity's most powerful tool for transmitting wisdom. Books, audiobooks, podcasts, and video lectures are the distilled insights of some of the brightest minds who've ever lived. Not reading is like turning your back on thousands of mentors offering you free advice. Why read? Because every book contains a lifetime of someone's thinking, filtered and polished. Because reading trains focus, attention, and critical thinking, all essential traits of the wise. Because reading expands your vocabulary, which expands your thinking. What to read? Philosophical texts, e.g. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Laozi, for timeless truths. Biographies, to see how real people succeeded, failed, and changed. Self-development classics, e.g. Think and Grow Rich, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, etc. Spiritual and religious texts, to understand the moral and existential dimensions of wisdom. How much to read? Even 30 minutes a day is transformational. That's over 180 hours per year. In 10 years, that's 1,1800 hours, the equivalent of multiple degrees in wisdom. Miss a meal, but not your 30 minutes of learning. Jim Rohn. 2. Listen to people who have what you want. Don't just hang out with people who validate your current lifestyle. Seek those who inspire your better self. If someone has results in an area you value, money, marriage, leadership, peace of mind, go talk to them. Listen, ask, learn. Don't wait for them to find you. Invest in getting access. Take them out to dinner. Attend their seminars. Follow their interviews and writings. One good conversation with a wise person can reshape your trajectory. Don't be afraid to ask bold questions like, what's the best decision you ever made? What would you do differently if you were my age? What book most influenced your life? What habits created your success? 3. Observe. Success leaves clues. Sometimes the most valuable lessons are caught, not taught. Observing successful individuals in action, their mannerisms, tone, habits, and decisions can teach you subtle but powerful cues. Watch how they enter a room, how they handle pressure, how they deal with people, how they ask questions, how they make decisions. You can learn more from a mentor's behavior than from their words. This is why attending events and workshops matters. Presence teaches in ways that books cannot. The common denominator, humility and curiosity. None of these methods work without the right mindset. Gaining wisdom requires 2 inner commitments. 1. Humility. You must be willing to admit you don't know everything. Pride blocks learning. Arrogance assumes I've got this already. But wisdom whispers, there's always more to see, more to learn, more to refine. 2. Curiosity. Wisdom is driven by a relentless hunger to understand life. Wise people ask questions not to show off, but to uncover truths. They ask, why does this work? What can this teach me? How does this connect to other truths? Conclusion. The wise life is a deliberate life. Wisdom isn't given, it's earned. It is the result of persistent, humble, and curious effort applied to both life and learning. Wisdom is when experience meets reflection, when knowledge meets empathy, when humility meets discernment. So let this be your new way of living. Reflect on your experiences every day. Learn from every failure. Read deeply and widely. Seek out conversations with people wiser than you. Observe excellence wherever it shows up. Stay teachable. Stay curious. In 10 years, you won't just be older. You'll be wiser, stronger, and more capable of living a life of depth, direction, and contribution. Wisdom is the reward you get for a lifetime of listening when you'd have preferred to talk. Doug Larson, let this reward be yours. Investing in the future. The disciplined pursuit of knowledge. In every age, across every culture, the pursuit of knowledge has been revered as one of the noblest endeavors a human being can undertake. It is not merely a path to intellectual growth, but a foundational strategy for achieving both material wealth and enduring happiness. At its core, this pursuit is an investment, a profound and continuous commitment to becoming more than we currently are. What an extraordinary thought! To deliberately dedicate our time, energy, and resources to the disciplined and purposeful acquisition of knowledge. This is not passive learning. This is not idle curiosity. This is the search, active, persistent, and intentional. It is the same kind of search that has led to the breakthroughs of science, the depth of philosophy, the revolutions of technology, and the transformation of lives. But like all things of true and lasting value, this journey comes with a cost. And it is this cost, this required investment, that often causes many to falter before they even begin. To walk the path of meaningful learning, to truly invest in the future, requires 3 distinct types of investment. These are not optional, they are essential. Let's explore each in turn. No. 1. The investment of money, fueling the engine of growth. While the desire to learn may be noble, the process of learning in a structured and impactful way often requires money. Books, courses, seminars, tools, mentors. These are not luxuries, but instruments of advancement. They are the scaffolding that supports the architecture of personal development. Just as one sets aside funds for food, clothing, shelter, or entertainment, one must deliberately allocate a portion of income toward educational capital. This is not frivolous spending, it is seed money for the mind. A few dollars spent on a powerful book can unlock perspectives that forever alter your thinking. An hour in the presence of a wise teacher can recalibrate the direction of your life. That is why it is wise, even necessary, to create your own personal learning fund. Each month, earmark a percentage of your earnings solely for the growth of your intellect, your awareness, your skills. This is not an expense. It is a leveraged investment. The returns are exponential, and what a modest price it is, really, to awaken the dormant genius within. The money you spend to fuel your search for knowledge pales in comparison to the potential it unlocks. Knowledge, once gained, multiplies its value over time. Unlike material possessions, it cannot be lost or stolen, and it appreciates with every application. Number 2. The investment of time, the currency of the present. Money, as important as it is, can be earned and replaced, but time, once spent, is forever gone. And this makes it the most precious resource you can offer in the pursuit of knowledge. It is easy to hand over a few notes to buy a book. It is far more difficult to sit with it, in solitude, in silence, and wrestle with its ideas, its challenges, its unfamiliar paradigms. This is where the real investment lies, in the hours of deliberate, thoughtful attention. In the still moments of effortful learning when no one is watching and no immediate reward is guaranteed. We live in a world of distractions, of speed, of surface-level scrolling, but the deep knowledge that transforms lives requires the opposite: depth, patience, and presence. There are no shortcuts. No machine, no AI, no hack can transfer wisdom directly into your mind without effort. Until such a day comes, if it ever does, we must honor the process. Yet here is the great paradox. Though time is costly, it is also generous in its returns. Life rewards those who commit their hours wisely. The time you invest now in learning may become the inflection point for extraordinary achievements later. It may lead you to ideas that spark revolutions in your business, your relationships, your health, or your spirit. In the end, time given to learning is never lost. It is reinvested into your future self. Shaft 3. The investment of effort, the power of focused engagement. And now we come to the final, and perhaps most demanding form of investment: effort. It is one thing to sit in a classroom or read a book. It is another thing entirely to engage with that material with intensity, with focus, with resolve. Effortful learning means you don't just hear words, you grapple with them. You don't just memorize facts, you internalize, question, test, and apply them. You observe your own behaviors. You analyze the behaviors of others. You push past comfort into the zone of uncertainty, because that is where real understanding lives. In this age of mental multitasking and fragmented attention, the power of a focused mind cannot be overstated. A focused mind is like a high-powered laser. It pierces through confusion, distraction, and ambiguity, and lands precisely on the insights that matter. This level of attention does not come automatically. It must be cultivated, often against the pull of easier, more passive distractions. But here is the reward. When you learn with effort, with engagement, and with full mental presence, you enter the realm of transformational knowledge. This is not the kind of knowledge that fills you up with trivia. It is the kind that reshapes how you think, how you speak, how you decide, and how you live. And it is this kind of knowledge, born from money, time, and effort, that opens the floodgates. It brings with it new opportunities, fresh ideas, refined judgment, and ultimately the ability to create a life of abundance, not just financially, but emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually.
In conclusion,
A legacy worth building. To invest in knowledge is to invest in a future that is not yet visible, but is nonetheless real, waiting for you on the other side of discipline. Yes, the price is high. It demands your money, your time, and your energy, but the returns are staggering. With each step on this journey, you unlock potential. You grow in wisdom. You build resilience. You become someone who not only succeeds in the world, but contributes meaningfully to it. So begin, purposefully, consistently, and with reverence for the journey, because the most important investment you will ever make is in yourself. Strategy 3. Learn how to change. Discover the steps to personal transformation. This guide will help you understand how to break old habits, embrace growth, and create a better version of yourself, one change at a time. The miracle of personal development, a deep explanatory exploration. Personal development is not a luxury. It's not an extra activity to do when you have spare time. It is the foundation upon which everything else in your life is built: your wealth, happiness, relationships, health, and ultimately, your sense of purpose. Let's deeply unpack what Mr. Schoaf meant when he told Jim Rohn, "Learn to work harder on yourself than you do on your job." 1. The core principle. You are the root. Everything else is the fruit. Your income, achievements, status, and influence are not rewards given to you by the world arbitrarily. They are reflections of who you have become on the inside. What you become is far more important than what you get. This insight forces a shift in mindset. Most people ask, what am I getting out of this? But the more vital question is, what am I becoming in the process? Growth is not measured merely by what you accumulate, but by how much you stretch, evolve, and elevate your character, mindset, and abilities. In other words, your external world is a mirror of your internal world. 2. The axiom of becoming. To have more than you've got, become more than you are. This is one of the most life-altering truths you can internalize. It means that if your results aren't improving, it's not your circumstances or luck you need to blame or fix. It's you that needs to expand. We live in a universe governed by laws. Just as gravity pulls everything toward the earth, your personal development level pulls your experiences toward you. You attract opportunities, people, income, and outcomes in alignment with your current state of being. If you want more, you must upgrade yourself. Think of this like software. Your life runs on U 1.0. Want better performance? You need U 2.0. More disciplined, more capable, more visionary. The danger of getting without becoming. Sometimes people stumble into success through luck, inheritance, or a one-time opportunity. But if their personal development has not kept pace with their success, that success is unstable. It begins to erode. If someone hands you $1 million, you'd better hurry up and become a millionaire. Wealth is not just about the numbers in your bank account. It's about the mindset, habits, emotional discipline, and skills needed to sustain and grow that wealth. If you don't grow into the kind of person who can handle success, the success will collapse under the weight of your own underdevelopment. That's why lottery winners often go broke, and businesses collapse under poor leadership, because the external reward wasn't matched by internal growth. The universal law of personal limits. Unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you've got. This isn't a punishment. It's just how life works. The amount of success, income, influence, or happiness you can sustain will always cap at the level of your current development. You can't hold more than you're prepared to handle. If you want your life to improve, you have to improve yourself first. This means cultivating deeper discipline, expanding your knowledge, building emotional intelligence, strengthening your character, increasing your skills and capabilities. Without these, even if you get more, you'll eventually lose it or sabotage it. 5. Personal development is a lifelong assignment. This is not something you complete. You don't graduate from personal development. Life will continue to demand more of you. The challenges become more complex, the stakes become higher, and the world keeps evolving. Therefore, your growth must be continuous. The process of becoming is never-ending. Each stage of life brings new lessons, new areas to stretch, new insights to absorb. You are both the artist and the sculptor, constantly shaping yourself into someone better. Conclusion: the true miracle. The miracle of personal development is that everything changes when you change. You stop depending on the world to give you more and start creating it from within. You move from victim to creator, from wishing to building. Your job may earn you a living, but personal development builds your life. And here's the most beautiful part: no one can take it from you. What you become is yours forever. The transformational power of value, a deep exploration. In the journey of life and work, one of the most persistent puzzles is this: why do two individuals with similar backgrounds, similar education, and similar jobs receive such drastically different rewards? How can one person earn twice as much, or even 10 times as much, as someone else doing seemingly the same thing? We often make the mistake of assuming the answer lies in external factors, time, chance, or luck. But as Jim Rohn elegantly teaches, the difference lies in the invisible currency of value, not in the hours worked, but in the value produced within those hours. Time is equal, but value is not. Every human being, no matter their station, is given the same 24 hours in a day. Presidents, janitors, teachers, and CEOs all live under the same ticking clock, but the economic results they generate are vastly different. Why? Because time is merely the stage. Value is the performance. You don't get paid for showing up. You get paid for what you bring to the stage: your skill, your insight, your effort, your impact. You can't increase your time, but you can increase your worth within the time. 2. You are paid for value, not hours. Saying I earn $500 per hour is misleading. You are not being paid for the hour itself. You're being paid for the value you bring to that hour. If someone else can deliver more output, more innovation, or more results in the same hour, they are more valuable, and so more rewarded. The lesson? Don't focus on time. Focus on becoming a person of increasing value. 3. The secret to doubling your income? Double your value. We often chase money without understanding its source. Money is a reflection of value. So if you want more money, don't demand it. Become deserving of it. You do that by upgrading your skills, deepening your character, expanding your knowledge, and elevating your contributions. Can you solve bigger problems? Can you handle more responsibility? Can you lead, inspire, or innovate? If yes, then you are worth more, not because you say so, but because you are so. Top 4. Experience means nothing without growth. A common myth in workplaces is that years of experience equals competence or entitlement to higher pay. But as Rohn says powerfully, repeating the same year 10 times is not progress. You don't grow just by the passage of time. You grow by intentional development. Experience without evolution is stagnation. Real experience means improvement, reflection, and refinement. 5. You don't get ahead by striking or demanding. While labor movements and demands for fairness have a place, personal advancement cannot rely on external pressure. You can protest for crumbs, or you can develop yourself for the banquet. Striking, manipulating, or dazzling with cheap tricks might earn short-term gain, but only genuine productivity earns enduring wealth, whether financial, personal, or relational. 6. Don't chase the shortcut, pursue the standard. The temptation to hack the system is ever present. Salespeople may look for slick scripts, workers may look for loopholes, and employees may seek sympathy instead of self-improvement. But here's the truth. You can trick someone into a sale, but you cannot trick the universe into success. Only true value, consistently delivered, earns a place at the top. 7. Performance comes from the inside. Another profound lesson. Real performance is an inside job. Many of us waste years waiting for conditions to improve, but if nothing around you changes, your only hope lies in changing within. Success and happiness aren't something you chase, they're something you cultivate. When you upgrade yourself, everything you touch is upgraded. Your handshake reflects confidence, your smile reflects openness, your curiosity reflects intelligence, your hunger reflects potential. These small, above-average traits compound into major, above-average results. 8. Life doesn't change, you do. Many people hope life will change. The economy will rise, politics will shift, employers will become generous, luck will finally favor them. But Jim Rohn delivers a timeless truth. Life is cycles. It's been like this for 6,000 years. The tide comes in and goes out. The sun rises and sets. Seasons rotate, fall, winter, spring, summer. Good times follow bad times and vice versa. If you expect life to stop throwing challenges at you, you'll be disappointed forever. Instead, accept the unchangeable nature of life and focus on the one thing you can change, yourself. Your life gets better only when you get better. Better is not something you wish for, it's something you become. Final reflection, you are the asset. In every job, in every business, in every situation, you are the asset. You are the brand. You are the solution or the problem. If you want to increase your income, improve your relationships, or elevate your impact, you must focus relentlessly on this central idea. Increase your value. Read more, practice more, reflect more, serve more, love more, give more, grow more. You don't need more hours. You need to make your hours count more. The seasons of life, a deep exploration. Human life, like nature, flows through seasons, each with its own tests, truths and treasures. You don't control the seasons, but you do control how you respond to them, and therein lies the secret to mastery of self and success in life. Let's explore each season not just as a concept, but as a living, breathing stage of life's personal, emotional and financial journey. Winter, a time to grow strong. Winter symbolizes hardship, loss, failure, illness, loneliness, betrayal, or financial collapse. It's the season of darkness, scarcity, and silence. And yet, winter is never just about suffering. It is a time of deep inner cultivation, if we choose to see it that way. In economic winters, you may lose jobs, businesses, or stability. In emotional winters, you might face heartbreak, isolation, or depression. In physical winters, you may face serious illness or chronic fatigue. But winter's real challenge is not external, it is internal. How will you respond to what life has stripped away? The immature response. Tear. January off the calendar and pretend it's always summer. Escape, deny, distract. But doing so only deepens helplessness. The mature response. You lean into the cold and let it sharpen your soul. You let it teach you resilience, humility, and courage. As Jim Rohn said, don't wish it were easier, wish you were better. Winter is life's invitation to build yourself. Key insight, you don't grow strong despite the winter. You grow strong because of it. Ash spring, a time to take advantage. Spring follows every winter, always. This is nature's promise. After suffering comes opportunity. But here's the catch. Spring doesn't last forever. It must be seized. Spring represents renewal, possibility and hope. It's the time when the soil is soft, the conditions are right, and seeds must be planted. If you don't plant in spring, you cannot harvest in fall. If you procrastinate or delay action, the window of opportunity will close. Either we learn to plant in the spring, or we'll beg in the fall. Many people fail here, not because they're incapable, but because they're casual with opportunity. They confuse comfort for progress. Spring feels warm, but it demands labor, intention, and bold action. Key lesson. Opportunity often comes disguised as hard work, and the tragedy of life is not that it ends too soon, but that we wait too long to begin. Key insight. When life gives you the gift of spring, don't sleep through it. Take advantage. Summer, a time to protect and care. Summer is when the crops begin to grow, but beware, summer is not a vacation. It is a season of vigilance, nurturing, and protection. Because as soon as you plant good seeds, the weeds appear. You've started a business? Watch out for competitors. You've entered a relationship? Beware of neglect or complacency. You've committed to growth? Expect distraction and doubt to creep in. Here are two brutal, unchanging truths of summer. 1. All good will be attacked. Every valuable thing will be tested, not sometimes but always. 2. All values must be defended. If you do not protect what matters, it will decay. Summer teaches you that success must be maintained. Having made progress, you must now guard it with discipline, consistency, and intention. Every garden must be tended all summer. Key insight, success is not permanent. You must water your values, pull out weeds, fight off pests, and stay the course. Let your care be fierce and your watchfulness constant. Fall, a time to take responsibility. Fall is the season of harvest and also of reckoning. Whatever you planted in spring and protected in summer, you will now reap in full. Fall exposes the truth. It does not lie, flatter, or negotiate. It simply delivers the results of your choices. If you worked, you'll enjoy abundance. If you procrastinated, you'll taste regret. If you grew, you'll feel proud. If you blamed others, you'll stay stuck. This is the most sobering and powerful season because it teaches the ultimate principle of maturity, responsibility. Without apology if you've done well, and without complaint if you haven't. Jim's story. Like many, Jim Rohn once blamed everything: taxes, traffic, relatives, the government. He carried a list of excuses, until one day his mentor told him, "There's only one thing wrong with your list. You ain't on it." That day he tore up the list and wrote one word on a new sheet. True transformation begins when the finger you're pointing outward turns inward. Key insight. Fool demands we own our results, good or bad. Not everything is our fault, but everything is our responsibility. Final reflection. The season never lies. Every person must live through these seasons again and again. They do not follow the calendar. They follow the rhythms of life. You might be in winter in your career, spring in your mindset, summer in your health, and fall in your finances, all at once. You may find yourself repeating seasons because you didn't learn their lessons the first time. But what matters most is this: you cannot change the seasons, but you can change yourself. This truth, if fully accepted, becomes your power. You stop resenting. You stop waiting for luck. You start cultivating character, discipline, and responsibility so that whatever the season, you are ready. Self-imposed limitations, breaking the chains within. Introduction, the invisible barriers. The greatest prison we often live in is the one we build within our own minds. This prison is not made of iron bars, but of self-imposed limitations, restrictions we subconsciously accept as truths about who we are, what we can do, and what we deserve. We often search for the causes of our stagnation outside of ourselves, in circumstances, society, economy, or luck. But more often than not, the true cause lies within. Not in our talent, not in our intelligence, but in our mindset. These limitations are not facts, they are decisions we've made. Sometimes unknowingly, based on fear, insecurity, past failures, or societal conditioning. To evolve, one must first identify, then eliminate these limitations. And among the many, 3 dominate our personal development: procrastination, blame, and excuses. 1. Procrastination, the silent killer of potential. Procrastination is the grave in which opportunity is buried. Procrastination is not laziness, it is avoidance. It is often rooted in fear. Fear of failure, fear of discomfort, fear of not being good enough. It lulls us with a false sense of safety. "I'll do it tomorrow," we whisper, as we waste the most precious currency of life: time. But procrastination has a compounding effect. One undone task becomes 5. One unproductive day becomes a week, then a year, and suddenly you look back at a life that's full of regret rather than results. We must understand, the pain of discipline is far lighter than the pain of regret. Doing what needs to be done, now, not later, is the key to escaping the vicious cycle of delay and disappointment. Blame, the surrender of power. The moment you blame is the moment you give your power away. Blame is seductive because it comforts the ego. It tells us it's not your fault, someone else is responsible. But every time we point fingers outward, we take a step backward in our growth. The truth is, when we blame others or circumstances, we surrender control of our lives. We allow external forces to dictate our internal outcomes. But personal growth begins where blame ends. When you shift from "who caused this" to "what can I do about this," you reclaim your power. Jim Rohn's mentor was right. It's not that it costs too much, the problem is you can't afford it. This wasn't a put-down, it was a wake-up call. You must own your limitations before you can outgrow them. Excuses and blame may feel good temporarily, but accountability leads to transformation. 3. Excuses. The language of the fearful. Excuses are the lies we tell ourselves to stay comfortable. Excuses are the verbal armor we wear to shield ourselves from change. They're clever justifications we create so we don't have to act, risk, or grow. I don't have time. I'm not ready. It's too hard. I'm too old, too young, too late. These are not truths. They are barriers you've painted and called reality. But as Jim Rohn rightly puts it, you can't have both, $1 million excuses and $1 million. Growth requires truth, and truth demands courage. The question is simple: are your excuses stronger than your desire to change? The power of choice: change or stagnate. Here lies the core message. If you don't change yourself, your life won't change. The next 5 years of your life will reflect the last 5, unless you confront and remove the limitations you've set upon yourself. Change is not accidental, it is intentional. Ask yourself, what will I do, starting today, to become better? What internal limitations must I shatter to free my true potential? Because in the end, it's not about changing the economy, the weather, your boss, or the government. It's about changing yourself. That's the only battle worth fighting. You are remarkable. Believe, then act. You were born with something no other creature has, the ability to imagine, create, and transform. A dog will always be a dog, but a human being can become anything: a poet, a leader, a billionaire, a healer, a world changer. Don't underestimate this divine power within you. A woman lifts a car to save her child. A man survives a concentration camp with only hope as his fuel. An immigrant washes dishes, then builds a company employing hundreds. These are not fairy tales. These are facts. And you too can perform the miraculous if you stop waiting for miracles and start becoming one. Discipline, the bridge between dreams and reality. You might say, I've read this, I'm inspired, but inspiration alone is not transformation. Enthusiasm fades, emotion fades, motivation fades, but discipline endures. Discipline is the long-term excitement, the quiet, relentless force that keeps you moving when no one is watching. It's what gets you to the gym after the motivation dies. It's what keeps you learning, saving, building when the novelty wears off. Discipline is the foundation upon which success is built. If there's one thing worth being excited about, let it be discipline. Final thoughts. Reclaim your life. You are not a tree, fixed and unable to move. You are not a slave to habit. You are not a victim of fate. You are a human being, and that makes you capable of limitless evolution. So, if you don't like your current situation, change it. If your life doesn't feel enough, expand it. If your results don't please you, transform them. You can change all things for the better when you change yourself for the better. How to change, a deep exploration. Understanding the nature of change. Change is never easy, it is rarely immediate, and it is almost never dramatic. While we often imagine change as a sudden, explosive transformation, like a lightning bolt from the sky that shifts our entire lives, in reality, change unfolds slowly, gently, and often silently. Most people won't experience a single, life-altering moment that flips their world around. Instead, we change by degrees, tiny, almost imperceptible adjustments to our thoughts, habits, and responses. Like drops of water smoothing the sharp edges of a stone, it is the daily nudges, the subtle corrections, that over time redirect the entire course of our lives. And the seed of this change begins with perception. When you begin to see differently, you begin to live differently. When we change the way we look at things, the things we look at change. This shift in perception triggers the domino effect that gradually reshapes behavior, thinking patterns, and ultimately destiny. The 3 areas of personal development. To achieve meaningful and lasting change, you must engage in personal development across 3 fundamental dimensions: spiritual, physical, and mental. These 3 areas form the tripod upon which the architecture of a well-rounded, successful, and fulfilled life is built. 1. Spiritual self-development, nourishing the inner core. The spiritual domain is often the most overlooked and yet the most profound. It's not merely about religion, it's about connection, purpose, ethics, and alignment with truth. This is the part of you that asks, why am I here? And what do I truly stand for? Your spiritual development forms the foundation for every other kind of success. Without a moral compass or a higher sense of purpose, achievements in other areas can feel hollow. Whether your foundation is rooted in faith, philosophy, or principles of conscious living, the point is to evaluate and evolve your value system. Spirituality gives direction to ambition. It ensures your climb to the top doesn't come at the cost of your soul. Building this dimension means reflecting regularly on your values, seeking alignment between your actions and your principles, practicing gratitude, compassion, forgiveness, finding stillness to connect with something larger than yourself, whether it's God, the universe, nature, or your inner voice. When this core is strong, you don't just succeed, you succeed with meaning. 2. Physical self-development, honoring the temple. The body is not just flesh and blood, it is the vehicle through which your mind and spirit express themselves. If that vehicle breaks down, so does your capacity to serve, work, love, and grow. Physical self-development goes beyond hygiene and fitness. It's about respecting your body and presenting yourself in a way that commands respect from others. Whether we like it or not, people do judge us by how we look. It's not superficial, it's psychological. First impressions matter, and how we carry ourselves affects our confidence and influence. Here's what this development entails. Appearance. Dress with intention. Let your appearance reflect your aspirations. When you dress for success, you reinforce the identity you're building. Health. A tired, neglected body leads to a tired, dull mind. Eat mindfully, move consistently, rest adequately. Energy management. Physical vitality is the fuel for every endeavor. Without it, dreams stay dreams. Take care of your body. It's the only place you have to live. Jim Rohn. The mind and body are partners. When one rises, the other follows. 3. Mental self-development. Becoming a lifelong learner. The most tragic stagnation is not physical, it's mental. Many people stop learning the day they leave school. Once they get a stable job, they plateau, they coast, and then they wonder why their life feels stuck. In a world evolving faster than ever, standing still is the same as falling behind. In the past, static learning might have sufficed. Not anymore. The 21st century demands adaptive intelligence. Change is the only constant, and to thrive, we must continuously upgrade our knowledge and skills. Those who stop learning are preparing to be replaced by those who haven't. Mental self-development includes reading. Feed your mind with good books. Learn from thinkers who stretch your perspective. Skill building. The more skills you have, the more valuable you become. Curiosity. Ask questions. Be fascinated by life. Be a student of everything. Critical thinking. Don't just accumulate information. Learn to evaluate and synthesize it. Imagine a life where your mind is sharper every year, where you know more, see more, and understand more with each passing decade. This is the power of mental evolution. Putting it all together, the path forward. True change doesn't happen because we read one book or attend one seminar. It happens when we live differently. One thought, one habit, one small decision at a time. Spiritual growth gives your life depth. Physical discipline gives your life energy. Mental expansion gives your life reach. And as each of these areas improves, they feed into each other. When your mind grows, your body can do more. When your spirit is strong, your decisions are wiser. When your body is healthy, your focus sharpens. This is the compounding effect of change. Tiny, aligned efforts across the 3 domains, consistently applied, create exponential transformation. So don't chase grand revolutions. Begin with the next step. Improve the next thought. Correct the next behavior. Read the next page. Stretch the next muscle. Reflect on the next emotion. Before long, you'll look back and marvel at how far you've come, not because you leapt, but because you walked consistently in the right direction. The easy way to discipline, a deep explanatory exploration. Discipline is often viewed as a hard, burdensome task, a struggle against laziness, procrastination, or comfort. But this view, while common, is misleading. The truth is, there is an easier way to discipline, not easy in the sense of effortless, but easy in the sense of accessible, practical, and sustainable. Let's go deep into the psychology, the process, and the profound rewards of this approach. 1. Discipline is not a grand act, it is a collection of small acts. Discipline does not begin with major life overhauls, it starts with one small act of self-command, one small decision made rightly, one tiny behavior change implemented consistently. Start with the little disciplines and begin to string them together. This is the heart of the easy way. If you want to become disciplined in a larger area of your life, begin in a small area where you can win, not tomorrow, but today. Momentum is not built on big victories. It is built on small, repeated wins. Just like a necklace is made by linking small beads, discipline is formed by stringing together daily acts of intentional behavior, a pattern of integrity with your own intentions. None or two. Small disciplines become the foundation for big achievements. Everything worthwhile in life has a price. The price of change, growth, or achievement is almost always discipline. But the secret is, you don't need to pay the full price up front. You pay in small installments. Let's break this down with examples from the original text. Want to lose weight? Start by eating bread without butter. It's not about the calories, it's about proving to yourself, I can resist unnecessary comfort. Want to be rich? Start saving $20 a week. It's not about the amount, it's about developing the habit of deferring gratification. Want to become punctual? Wake up 30 minutes earlier. It's not just about the clock, it's about taking ownership of your time and life. Every little discipline you adopt teaches your subconscious one critical belief. I can trust myself to follow through. And once your mind learns this, once it sees you can be trusted with small commitments, it starts to believe in your ability to handle larger ones. That's where true confidence comes from. 3. Why small disciplines matter. The compounding effect. Every act of discipline creates a ripple effect. This is because everything affects everything else. No act of discipline exists in isolation. Every time you uphold a standard in one area, you increase the probability of upholding it in others. Conversely, every time you let yourself down just this once, it weakens your internal structure. When someone says, "This is the only area where I'm not disciplined," they are missing a fundamental truth. Your inner self does not compartmentalize integrity. If you're undisciplined with your diet, it bleeds into your finances. If you're messy with your time, it erodes your relationships. Why? Because self-trust is global, not local. Small cracks compromise the entire structure, just as small reinforcements strengthen it. 4. The invisible enemy, lack of self-esteem. Discipline is not just about performance, it's about identity. Doing less than you are capable of doing creates lack of self-esteem. This is a profound insight. Every time you avoid a small responsibility, skip a workout, miss a deadline, spend thoughtlessly, you send a subconscious message to yourself, I can't trust me. And over time, that message accumulates. It turns into shame, doubt, and insecurity. These are not emotions that arise randomly. They are the psychological residue of unmet potential. Lack of discipline leads to low self-esteem, and low self-esteem is the invisible force that holds you back from every great thing in life. 5. How to start. The inch-by-inch philosophy. Robert Schuller's quote, "Inch by inch, everything's a cinch," may sound simple, but it's deeply strategic. It aligns with how humans actually grow. Here's how you apply it. Break your big goals into tiny daily challenges. Track the small wins. A journal, a checklist, a reminder. Celebrate each micro-success. Watch how your self-image begins to change. Soon you'll realize you are no longer forcing discipline. You are becoming disciplined. That is real transformation. 6. The moral truth. If you can't handle the small, you won't handle the big. If you never take the small steps, no one, including yourself, will trust you with the big ones. Life doesn't randomly reward people with big responsibilities. It tests them with small ones first. If you cannot manage your own sleep, budget, or schedule, how will you run a business, raise a family, or lead others? You can't straighten out a company's profit picture when you haven't straightened out your own financial habits. The world often mirrors back the discipline you hold in your private life. So start there. Show the world and yourself that you are ready. By following this easy way to discipline, simple steps done daily, you create a life of integrity, a foundation of confidence, and a future of achievement. Not overnight, but always and without fail, inch by inch. Self-motivation, a deep explanatory exploration. Self-motivation is not a trick. It's not a tactic or a formula someone else can hand you like a map to buried treasure. It is, rather, a fire lit from within, a personal spark that must be kindled, tended, and protected from the winds of discouragement, doubt, and distraction. It cannot be handed over, transplanted, or enforced. It must be discovered and claimed by the individual. The myth of external motivation. There is a common misconception, especially in business and personal development circles, that motivation is something that can be injected from the outside, that all someone needs is a motivational speaker to ignite them into action. But motivation doesn't work that way. You can inspire, yes, you can guide, suggest, provoke thought, but you cannot make someone move. Movement is voluntary. Change is personal. That's why when Jim Rohn was asked, "Are you a motivator?" his answer was wise and profound. "I'm a businessman. I share ideas. People have to motivate themselves." This statement holds the essential truth about motivation. It is self-chosen. You can't change others, only yourself. One of life's hardest-earned lessons is the realization that you cannot change people. Not really, not sustainably. You can influence, you can lead, you can set an example. But unless someone decides for themselves to change, to want more, to grow, to commit, your efforts are like pushing a rock uphill that keeps rolling back down. Jim Rohn told the story of trying to push a group of uninspired salespeople to success, declaring, "I'm going to make them successful if it kills me." It nearly did. Why? Because you can't drag people to the summit of their own potential. You can only walk your own path and invite them to walk theirs. People can only be changed by their own desire. The eagle and the duck. Know the difference. Don't send your ducks to eagle school. This is one of the most brilliant metaphors in personal development. It's humorous, yes, but it carries a message that cuts deep. People are who they are until they decide to be otherwise. If someone's mindset is limited, if their ambition is absent, if their effort is weak, sending them to school won't transform them. Not unless they want to be transformed. Ducks don't soar, eagles do. You can't force a duck to fly at eagle height, nor should you waste your energy trying. The real skill is selection. Finding people who are already hungry, already kind, already willing. The hotel ad that said, "We don't teach our people to be nice, we hire nice people," is a masterclass in practicality. Rather than struggling to inject qualities that should be innate, they select for them at the outset. The great mystery: why do some move and others don't? This is the central enigma of motivation. Why does one person jump out of bed to seize the day while another hits snooze repeatedly despite having the same opportunities? Why does one person walk out of a seminar transformed and another walk out unmoved? Same content, same experience, same access, different outcome. It's the mystery of readiness. Some people are ripe for change, others are not. And there's no logic to it, no schedule, no external trigger that works the same for everyone. The truth is, motivation is activated by need, hunger, and a personal vision, all of which are invisible to the outside world. That's why the millionaire's story of "I read this book and it changed my life" so often falls on deaf ears. Everyone hears the story, but only a few will act. Only a few are ready. Most nod, agree, even admire, but don't move. Because admiration is not action. Listening is not doing, and knowing is not changing. You are already different. But here's the good news. If you're reading this, you're already in motion. You've already crossed the invisible line that most never do. The simple act of seeking insight, of learning, of trying to grow, this is the beginning of self-motivation. And once that spark is alive in you, your job is to protect it, feed it, and turn it into a fire. Not through grand gestures, but through daily effort. Not through sudden transformation, but through consistent nudges forward. The deep truth of self-motivation. Self-motivation is a responsibility. No one owes it to you. No one can do it for you. You must wake yourself up again and again. Self-motivation is a decision. It is not something you wait for. It is something you decide to create, moment by moment. Self-motivation is powered by vision. If you can see a better version of your life, even if faintly, you can begin to walk toward it. Self-motivation is tested by obstacles. The real proof that you are self-motivated comes when it gets hard, when it would be easier to quit, but you don't. Self-motivation is fueled by meaning. When what you do aligns with your values, when your work speaks to your purpose, motivation becomes effortless. Final word. The greatest gift you can give yourself is to become your own spark, to stop waiting for someone to light your fire and to learn how to strike the match within. Yes, people can inspire you, books can move you, stories can stir your soul, but the climb must be your own, and no matter where you are, you can always begin. You already have the seed of self-motivation. Nurture it, because once you master the art of self-motivation, no force on earth can stop you. Strategy 4. Control your finances. Learn how to take charge of your money with clarity and confidence. This guide teaches practical strategies for budgeting, saving, reducing debt, and building financial independence, so you can make your money work for you. How to achieve financial freedom, a deep explanatory exploration. Financial freedom is more than just a destination marked by a dollar amount. It's a philosophy, a discipline, and a deep inner shift in how we relate to money, purpose, and life itself. Let's take a deep dive into what achieving financial freedom truly means, and how to arrive there step by step from the inside out. 1. Understanding the emotional relationship with money. Money is never just about math, it's about meaning. Behind every transaction is a tangle of beliefs, fears, desires, and judgments. That's why conversations around money often stir anxiety, guilt, or pride. Many of us have internalized mixed messages. Money is evil. Wealth corrupts. Rich people are greedy. Spirituality and money don't go together. These subconscious beliefs sabotage financial progress before we even begin. But here's the truth. Money is morally neutral. It simply magnifies who you already are. If you are kind, generous, and honest, then money becomes a tool for greater kindness, generosity, and service. To achieve financial freedom, we must first heal our emotional relationship with money. By identifying our beliefs, challenging our assumptions, and realizing that financial success does not require the abandonment of our values, it can be the expression of them. 2. Reframing ambition. Doing less than you're capable of is a form of self-betrayal. One of the greatest lies we tell ourselves is that mediocrity is acceptable. We justify our underperformance with phrases like, "I don't care about money," or "I'm not materialistic." But often that's a mask for fear. Fear of responsibility, of failure, or even of success. But consider this. If you could do better, should you? This is not about greed. This is about integrity. Doing less than your best hurts because something inside you knows that you're cheating yourself. Financial freedom begins with honoring your own potential. The world, like nature itself, offers raw material, opportunity, time, talent, and resources. Your genius, your enterprise, is what transforms these into something meaningful and beautiful. You were not put here to barely get by. You were put here to create, to build, to serve, and to prosper. 3. Money follows purpose and planning, not the other way around. One of the most powerful teachings in personal development is this: it's not the amount that counts, it's the plan that counts. Most people think that if they had more money, they could build a better life. But the truth is, if you had a better plan, you would eventually have more money. Planning precedes prosperity. Think about the principle behind this. A person earning $50,000 a year with a disciplined, intentional plan will create more financial freedom than someone earning $150,000 but living reactively and without direction. You don't need to wait for more income to start. You need to start with what you already have and manage it excellently. The 70% rule. Mastering income allocation. Here's a foundational principle of wealth building. Live on 70% or less of your income. Divide the remaining 30% as follows: 10% giving, tithing, charity, or supporting causes you believe in. This keeps your spirit generous and your heart grounded. 10% investing, saving. This becomes the seed of your financial independence. 10% self-education, improvement. Courses, books, mentorships. Grow your capacity and your income will follow. This isn't just budgeting, it's a philosophy of stewardship. Every rupee you spend is a vote for the kind of future you're creating. When you respect money, money respects you back. #5. Symptoms are signals, not punishments. Every financial decision creates a ripple, and your current financial state, whether stable or strained, is a symptom, not a punishment. Are you always behind on bills? Are you drowning in debt? Are you spending faster than you earn? Don't judge yourself, but do investigate. These are signals. They're your life's way of whispering something isn't aligned. And the earlier you respond, the less painful the correction will be. Every pattern leaves a trace. Your lifestyle reflects your values, beliefs, and habits, not just your income. That's why some high earners remain broke while others with modest salaries thrive. 6. Read, reflect, and reframe. Financial education is self-respect. The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clason is more than a book, it's a blueprint. It distills financial wisdom into timeless principles. Save first, control expenditures, invest wisely, seek counsel, and guard your wealth. Educating yourself financially is an act of self-respect. You're saying to the world, I'm not going to drift, I'm going to direct. Money flows toward those who understand it. And understanding comes not just from reading, but from reflection and implementation. 7. Align your wealth with your character. Ultimately, your finances are a reflection of your inner world. Discipline, vision, patience, self-control, these traits manifest not only in your personal life, but also in your bank account. There's a saying, what you do speaks so loudly I can't hear what you're saying. If you want to build financial freedom, start by becoming the kind of person who can handle it with integrity, clarity, and calm. Because wealth gained without wisdom destroys, wealth earned through principle endures. In conclusion, financial freedom is not about luxury, it's about liberty. It means having the space and resources to live life on your terms, aligned with your values, free from the tyranny of stress and scarcity. To achieve it, heal your relationship with money. Do your absolute best with what you've got. Follow a plan, not an impulse. Watch for financial symptoms. Educate yourself constantly. And never forget, money is a tool. You are the craftsman. Use it well. The goal is not to worship money, but to master it, so that you can live with purpose, generosity, and peace. Dividing the financial pie, a deep explanatory exploration. There is perhaps no area of life so immediate and yet so misunderstood as personal finance. We are immersed in economic activity every day. We earn, we spend, we borrow, we invest, yet few of us are ever truly taught how to handle money in a way that leads to peace of mind, independence, and eventually wealth. The average person graduates with years of formal education, but not a single lesson in everyday economics, in how to wisely divide the financial pie of our earnings. This absence is not benign. It's destructive. For while money may not be the root of happiness, mishandling it is surely the root of much stress, struggle, and limitation. So let's take a deep and practical look at how to divide our financial pie, the dollars we earn, with wisdom, intention, and purpose. Try. The first, taxes. Feeding the goose that lays the golden eggs. Let's begin where most of our money goes first. It may not seem like the most inspiring place to start, but it is the most realistic. We don't live in isolation. We live in a society, an agreement among people to share resources, rules, and responsibilities. That shared life has a cost. Streets must be paved, lights powered, courts operated, armies equipped, schools funded. Taxes are how we pay for those shared needs. We should teach children from the very first time they buy something that a portion of what they pay is a contribution to that shared life. Taxes are not theft. They are the price of civilization. This doesn't mean the system is perfect, far from it. But to live in a society is to agree to contribute. Even more important, paying taxes when viewed through the lens of gratitude becomes an act of honor, not resentment. It means you're participating in something larger than yourself. A country, a community, a collective enterprise. Mr. Schoaf's advice, become a happy taxpayer. Not blind, not passive, but willing. Pay your fair share, take every deduction legally available to you, and remember that paying taxes means you're earning money. Many people would trade places with you for that privilege. Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar." Not because Caesar was just, but because contribution precedes complaint. First pay your dues, then work to improve the system, if it's broken. The 70-30 rule, the foundation of financial wisdom. Once you've paid taxes, what remains is yours to manage. And this is where most people go astray. The financial wisdom that transformed Jim Rohn's life and can transform yours is deceptively simple. Live on 70% of your after-tax income. Allocate the remaining 30% with discipline. Let's break it down. 1. The first 10% of the 30%. Charity, giving to keep your heart right. Why give? Not just because others need, but because you need. You need the experience of giving. Charity softens the heart, keeps you grounded, and reminds you of your connectedness to others. This is not just financial advice, it's spiritual. Giving creates empathy. It grows your soul in proportion to your wallet. And it aligns you with a universal principle. We rise by lifting others. Give where you believe. Give to individuals or to institutions. But give. Set aside 10% of your after-tax income, not for tax benefits, not for praise, but for your own growth and the betterment of others. Teach your children to give early. Not when they have much, but when they have little, because that's when the habit is formed. If you can part with a dime from $1, you'll be able to part with $100,000 from $1 million. But if you don't part with the dime, don't expect yourself to be generous later. 2. The second 10%. Capital investment. Becoming a creator, not just a consumer. This slice is not for spending, it's for building. You use it to create wealth. What's capital? It's not just money, it's productive money. It's money turned into machinery, tools, properties, inventory, equity, anything that has the capacity to produce more money. In a free market economy, the most powerful thing you can do is to own something. You don't have to be a tycoon. Start small. Sell a product. Flip a piece of furniture. Learn to trade. Invest in yourself. Whatever it is, take that 10% and build something with it. This is where your freedom begins. When you stop trading time for money and begin building systems, assets, or enterprises, you step into a new relationship with money, one where it starts working for you. Remember, work full-time on your job, part-time on your fortune. Wealth is built in the margins. 3. The last 10%. Savings, insurance against winter. The final slice of the 30% is for savings, not saving for a vacation or a new phone, saving for security, for the unexpected, for opportunities, for emergencies. Savings is financial peace of mind. It's not flashy. It doesn't make headlines. But it's what allows you to sleep at night when things go wrong. And trust me, they will. The key is consistency. Save 10% of everything. Always. No exceptions. Let it build. Use retirement vehicles. Let compound interest do its magic. Here's the truth. Most people don't go broke from one big mistake. They go broke slowly by living without a cushion, year after year. Savings transforms that. It gives you resilience. It gives you options. And eventually, it gives you freedom. 3. Teaching the next generation. Wealth education begins in childhood. One of the greatest failures of modern education is that we teach algebra before we teach budgeting. Children should learn about earning, spending, saving, and giving long before they ever get their first job. Want your child to understand enterprise? Don't just give them an allowance. Help them start a business. Show them how to sell soap, rent a bicycle, or mow lawns. And when they earn money, teach them to divide it like this. Taxes. Teach them about the goose and the golden eggs. Charity. Give 10 cents from every dollar to help others. Capital. Reinvest some of their profits to grow their little business. Savings. Put some aside and let it grow with interest. Spending. And yes, enjoy a little. Go get some ice cream. By doing this, you don't just teach them how to handle money. You teach them how to handle life. IV. Rich or poor, it's a philosophy, not just a paycheck. Here is perhaps the most vital truth of all. Poor people spend their money and save what's left. Rich people save their money and spend what's left. It's not the amount of money that makes the difference. It's the philosophy. You can earn $50,000 or $500,000 a year. If you spend it all, the result is the same: financial insecurity. But if you apply discipline and respect each dollar you earn, you build something more precious than wealth. You build freedom. Over time, the difference in these philosophies becomes astonishing. 10 years of disciplined saving, investing and giving adds up. 20 years and you're in a different world. V, the ant philosophy. Plan ahead, persevere always. In the end, dividing your financial pie wisely is not about restriction, it's about liberation. Think like the ant, never give up, always prepare for winter, gather all you can when you can. The world rewards those who think ahead and persist. That's the essence of economic maturity. That's the path to wealth. In closing, The financial pie may be sliced many ways, but few ways lead to lasting prosperity. Learn to divide it with wisdom. Give, invest, save, and live below your means. Teach it to your children early. Practice it yourself daily. Remember, it's not what you make that determines your future, it's what you do with what you make. And the greatest wealth? It's not the size of your bank account. It's the size of your independence, your options, your peace of mind. Divide wisely, and you multiply your freedom. Mid-course corrections, a deep explanatory exploration. When we imagine the elderly in society, what picture forms in our minds? Too often, it's one of quiet resignation. Individuals who have spent a lifetime working, now dependent on pensions, government assistance, or the goodwill of their children. While this may be the dominant reality, it doesn't have to be the norm. The idea that aging must come hand in hand with financial fragility is a cultural narrative we must challenge and rewrite. Let us consider a bold redefinition. What if old age was a time not of limitation but of legacy? What if grandparents didn't merely pass down stories or recipes, but principles of wealth, self-worth, culture, and joy? Imagine a grandparent sitting with a child, not to say, "I need help," but to declare, "I've prepared all my life to help you." But to reach that place, that ideal vision of the wise, capable elder, requires us to be honest about where we are now. The brutal truth, the wrong plan. If you find yourself in your 40s or 50s and you're still struggling financially, it doesn't mean you're broken. It doesn't mean society has betrayed you. It doesn't mean your environment or timing are against you. The honest and liberating truth is simpler. You just had the wrong plan. That's all. Just like a plane veering slightly off course on a long flight or a spacecraft drifting due to microgravitational forces, even a tiny misalignment at the start can cause a huge deviation from the destination. Most people never intended to land in financial distress, but they simply weren't taught the right system, mindset, or habits, and without correction they continued unknowingly toward the wrong outcome. The concept of mid-course correction. When NASA sends a rocket to the moon, the engineers don't expect it to stay perfectly aligned. In fact, they anticipate deviation. That's not failure, that's physics. The key is to build into the mission a guidance system that continually adjusts the rocket's path to keep it heading toward its target. Human lives are no different. We start with hopes and dreams. We're fueled by ambition and desire. But somewhere along the way, distractions enter, bad advice steers us wrong, emotional spending dulls our judgment, fear makes us play it safe, and we wake up one day off course. Here's the good news, you're not stuck. You can perform a mid-course correction. What does a mid-course correction look like? 1. Radical honesty with yourself. You must begin with brutal self-assessment. Ask, what financial habits have led me here? Where have I wasted time, money, or energy? What beliefs about money have held me back? No correction can begin until you admit where you are. Reality is the launching pad of transformation. A shift in mental blueprints. Most people were never given a blueprint for wealth. We were taught how to earn, but not how to grow. Taught how to spend, but not how to save or invest. A mid-course correction means reprogramming your inner architecture. From short-term gratification to long-term vision, from consumer thinking to investor thinking, from scarcity to abundance, from dependency to self-reliance. 3. Taking new, bold, intelligent action. Correction means action. It means cutting expenses, building new income streams, learning how money works, setting goals with deadlines, creating systems for saving, investing, and giving, and most of all, acting before perfection. Don't wait to know it all. Just start adjusting. Not 4. Surrounding yourself with better influences. Just as a spacecraft relies on satellites, radar, and command centers to help it navigate, you too must rely on a new network. Find mentors, books, environments, and communities that inspire better financial behavior. Distance yourself from voices that normalize struggle and passivity. The deeper purpose, becoming the example. There's a spiritual beauty to mid-course correction. Because it's not just about money, it's about reclaiming control, about refusing to drift into an unchosen fate, about choosing to be a creator of legacy rather than a victim of circumstance. Imagine the look in your grandchild's eyes when they see you not as someone who got by, but someone who built a life. Someone who didn't just age, but ascended. When you correct your course, you not only change your future, you light a path for those behind you. That is power. That is influence. That is love in its highest form. Final thought. There's no shame in getting off course. There is only tragedy in refusing to adjust. The greatest journeys always require recalibration. The strongest people are those who can admit misdirection, change course, and finish strong. Be the kind of grandparent, the kind of elder, the kind of human who can say, "I've worked all my life and now I can help." That is the reward of a life consciously corrected. Keeping score. A deep explanatory exploration. In life, one of the simplest yet most profound truths is this. You cannot improve what you do not measure, and when it comes to your financial life, this truth becomes a cornerstone of progress. Keeping score isn't about impressing others with what you have. It's about developing an honest, clear, and personal awareness of your current financial reality. Without it, you're financially blindfolded, walking through life with your fingers crossed. With it, you gain the clarity, confidence, and control to move intentionally toward abundance. The power of awareness. Where are you now? When Mr. Schoaf asked, "Do you have a financial statement?" he wasn't just talking about a formality. He was pointing toward a mindset. Most people avoid looking at their financial situation too closely because it's uncomfortable, but discomfort is often the first sign that you're standing at the entrance to growth. A financial statement is your personal scorecard. On one side, you list your assets, everything you own that has value. On the other, your liabilities, everything you owe. The difference is your net worth. Simple in structure, profound in insight. This number doesn't define your character or your destiny. It only reflects where you stand in this moment, not how far you can go. The value of keeping score lies not in the number itself, but in the awareness it brings. Awareness breeds responsibility. Responsibility, when acted upon, becomes power. Honesty is the beginning of wisdom. When you first write down your financial statement, it might be a humbling experience. You may find more liabilities than assets. You may be tempted to leave things out. You may feel embarrassed, even ashamed. That's okay. The process isn't about looking good, it's about getting real. Just like stepping on a scale doesn't change your weight, writing your financial statement doesn't change your situation, but it starts the change. And this is where emotional maturity comes in. Facing the truth without flinching is a sign of strength. Pretending everything is fine when it's not, that's the real danger. People who refuse to keep score often live in a fog of financial confusion. They wonder why their goals don't materialize, why money always seems to vanish, and why they can't seem to move forward. But once you know the score, you can play the game better. Where does it all go? A common expression in financial failure is, "I don't where it all goes." But that statement is a red flag, a sign of lost control. From this moment forward, make it a priority to never say those words again. Begin tracking your income and expenses, no matter how small. That coffee, that subscription, that impulse buy, it all adds up. Keeping track of money doesn't make you miserly. It makes you wise. It makes you a steward of your resources. It puts you in control, instead of letting habits, impulses, or the marketing machine control you. Income alone isn't the answer. There's a powerful illusion in our culture that says making more money will solve your problems. But income is only half the equation. Discipline is the other half. You can make $10,000 a month and still be broke if you spend $11,000. Wealth is not about what you earn. It's about what you keep. Financial intelligence lies in this gap, the gap between income and expenditure. If your outgo exceeds your income, your upkeep becomes your downfall. This is more than a clever rhyme, it's a universal law of financial gravity. Break it and you fall. Honor it and you rise. From stewardship to sophistication. Keeping score is not just about finances, it's about forming the habit of accountability across your entire life. When you become someone who manages small things with care, you become eligible for greater responsibility. You gain the trust of others, and more importantly, the trust of life itself. There's a spiritual principle here. He who is faithful in little will be made ruler over much. This isn't just moral encouragement, it's a universal filter. Life does not entrust wealth, influence, or leadership to those who are careless with what they already have. So, take pride in your precision. Track your money. Know your numbers. Be faithful in small disciplines, not because they're small, but because they're foundational. The final score. Keeping score is not about competition, it's about direction. It's about measuring progress against your own goals, your own values, and your own dreams. It's the practice of telling yourself the truth, consistently and courageously. And with truth comes transformation. By simply beginning this practice, no matter how humbling, you are already leagues ahead of the masses who drift through financial fog. Keeping score is the first step in becoming master over what you have and who you are. And that mastery, slowly, patiently, but inevitably, becomes your ticket to freedom, abundance, and influence. The wealth and happiness attitude, a deep explanatory exploration. There's a subtle yet profound truth at the core of personal transformation. Your attitude towards money is just as important as the amount you have. Many people believe that wealth is simply a matter of numbers, income, assets, net worth. But in reality, the emotional and psychological relationship we have with money shapes our entire experience of wealth and ultimately our happiness. The default attitude, scarcity and resentment. Most of us grow up conditioned with phrases like, "I hate paying taxes, I hate paying bills, I hate parting with money." This is a scarcity-based mindset, where every financial obligation feels like a loss, a depletion, a sacrifice. It creates an unconscious narrative that money is always leaving, never enough, and others are taking from you. When this view becomes entrenched, even financial success can feel hollow. You may earn more, but you'll also resent more, fear more, and enjoy less. This mindset creates tension, cynicism, and a constant sense of powerlessness, as if money is something you're always trying to defend rather than direct. Mr. Shoaf's wisdom, the alternative attitude. When Mr. Shoaf challenged this narrative, he wasn't just offering a positive spin, he was inviting a total reframing of reality. What if, instead of seeing financial responsibilities as burdens, we chose to view them as privileges? What if you said, "I love to pay my taxes because I know that it is my part in the care and feeding of the goose that lays the golden eggs"? Taxes then become not a punishment, but a contribution. An investment into the infrastructure that allows prosperity to exist at all: roads, education, law enforcement, clean water, internet connectivity, and so on. Without this foundation, your personal economy couldn't function. What if you said, "I love to pay my bills, reduce my liabilities, and increase my assets"? Paying bills isn't about watching your bank balance shrink. It's about honoring your commitments, strengthening your credit, and releasing debts that would otherwise limit your future options. Every paid bill is a step toward greater financial clarity and freedom. What if you said, "I love to part with my money and put it into circulation where it can help build a dynamic economy"? When you spend or invest money, you're not just letting it go, you're activating it. You're supporting businesses, feeding families, enabling innovation, and keeping the economy in motion. Money isn't lost when spent mindfully, it is transformed. The psychological power of "I love to", changing the words you use from "I hate to" "I love to", may seem small, even artificial at first, but over time, this linguistic shift rewires your emotional response to money. Instead of dread, you feel purpose. Instead of loss, you feel contribution. Instead of fear, you feel control. It becomes a self-reinforcing loop. The more you appreciate money's purpose, the more wisely and intentionally you use it, the more it flows back to you in meaningful ways. Mr. Shoaf's playful advice to include a note with your payment, "With great enthusiasm I send you this $100", isn't about impressing the creditor. It's about transforming your inner state so you can remain the master of your money rather than its servant. This kind of attitude builds joyful discipline, not forced austerity. You pay your bills with grace. You pay your taxes with gratitude. You spend with awareness, and you give with generosity. That's real wealth. Discipline, philosophy, financial independence. Financial independence doesn't start with a windfall. It starts with a shift in philosophy, and this shift can begin today. A powerful place to start is with the 70-30 rule. Live on 70% of your income. Allocate the remaining 30% toward charity, 10% to give back, savings 10% to protect the future, investments 10% to grow your wealth. This isn't just a budgeting tactic, it's an attitude system that aligns your financial behavior with purpose, generosity, and growth. It helps you become a steward of your money, not a hoarder, not a victim, but a wise and joyful guide. Conclusion. Wealth is a state of mind first. You may not be able to change your income overnight, but you can change your attitude today. You can choose to stop hating money and start respecting it. You can stop fearing financial responsibility and start embracing it as a form of power. And you can replace resistance with reverence for what money can do when used wisely, ethically, and enthusiastically. Ultimately, happiness and wealth flow to those who know how to honor them. It all begins with an inner shift, the choice to say, not with sarcasm but with sincerity, I love to. Strategy 5. Master Time. Unlock the secrets to effective time management. Master Time teaches you how to prioritize tasks, eliminate distractions, and make every moment count, so you can achieve more with less stress and greater focus. How to be an enlightened time manager, a deep explanatory exploration. In a world obsessed with wealth, status, and accumulation, we often overlook the most democratic and miraculous resource we possess: time. It is the ultimate equalizer, untouched by privilege or poverty, intellect or ignorance. Whether you are a king or a commoner, a genius or a janitor, you awaken each morning with an identical inheritance: 24 hours. No more, no less. And what you do with those 24 hours determines the architecture of your life. Let's journey deep into the mindset, philosophy, and habits of the enlightened time manager, someone who not only uses time but honors it. 1. Realize the sacred nature of time. Arnold Bennett captured a profound truth when he called time a daily miracle. It is the one resource that cannot be hoarded or borrowed, cannot be stolen or given, is renewed each day without fail, but never retroactively. Every morning, life gifts you with the fabric of reality itself, in the form of 24 golden hours. This isn't merely a metaphor, it's a metaphysical truth. You are handed existence one tick at a time, and unlike money or materials, no one gets more. To be enlightened is to live with the reverence of this fact. Every wasted hour is not a simple oversight, it is a small funeral for potential. Shift from time management to time mastery. Most people approach time management with tactics, to-do lists, planners, apps. These tools are helpful but superficial. True time mastery is not about squeezing tasks into a calendar. It's about crafting a life that reflects your deepest values and purpose. An enlightened time manager doesn't ask, how can I fit this in? Instead asks, is this worthy of my time, my life? You don't spend time, you invest it, and every investment reflects what you value most. 3. Understand the economics of attention. Time may be fixed, but attention is your currency within it. You could have a full hour, but if your mind is scattered, distracted, or stressed, that hour is devalued. On the other hand, a single focused hour, deeply immersed in meaningful work or connection, can be life-changing. Attention is where time becomes quality, and quality time is what leads to deep work and mastery, rich relationships, creative breakthroughs, inner peace. The enlightened time manager guards their attention like a gatekeeper of a sacred temple. They turn off the noise, the notifications, the numbing, and turn inward to choose, deliberately, what to give their soul to. 4. Align time with soul goals, not ego goals. Most people let their time be hijacked by ego-driven pursuits, urgency, approval, comparison, status. This is a trap. Enlightened time managers are internally anchored. They know what truly matters, their mission, their relationships, their well-being, their soul, and they schedule accordingly. If your calendar doesn't reflect your highest priorities, your life won't either. Ask yourself, are you giving your best hours to your highest goals? Or are you giving crumbs of leftover time to what truly matters? 5. Master the micro and the macro. Time is experienced in 2 dimensions. The micro, your daily habits, routines, and moment-by-moment decisions. The macro, the overarching structure of your weeks, months, years, your life's design. The enlightened path honors both. They craft mornings of power to set the tone with intention, evenings of reflection to realign and renew, seasons of purpose, where time is sculpted around what they wish to become. They live not reactively, but rhythmically, like a symphony composed of purpose. 6. Accept the limits, and find freedom in them. You cannot do everything. You cannot be everything. The enlightened time manager doesn't resist this. They rejoice in it. Why? Because limits give life form. A sculpture is not created by adding more clay, but by removing the excess. Likewise, your life becomes meaningful by subtraction, not addition. Every no to distraction is a yes to depth. Every boundary is a birth of freedom. 7. Live in present time, not phantom time. The unenlightened often live in 2 phantom zones. Regret of the past, anxiety about the future. But the enlightened time manager lives in present time, the only real time there is. They understand the past is a library, to learn from, not to dwell in. The future is a canvas, to prepare for, not obsess over. The present is the workshop of creation. Time is not just a ticking clock, it is a spiritual theatre where your intentions become actions and your actions become destiny. 8. Respect time, and it will respect you. Time has a mystical way of responding to those who honor it. Those who waste it constantly feel like they never have enough. Those who treasure it discover an abundance of time because they live intentionally. The enlightened time manager sees time not as an enemy, but as an ally, a partner in the evolution of the soul. We shall never have any more time. We have, and we have always had, all the time there is. This truth is not a limitation, it is liberation. The key is not to find more time, but to become more worthy of the time you already have. Final reflection, becoming a steward of the eternal moment. In the end, time is not just a measurement. It is a mystery, a gift, a sacrament. To manage time in an enlightened way is to live with deep awareness, sacred intention, gentle urgency, courageous alignment. It is to become a steward of the eternal moment, where your daily hours are not just spent, but sanctified. So live not by the ticking of the clock, but by the beating of the heart. Let each moment become a mirror, reflecting not what you are doing, but who you are becoming. That is the way of the enlightened time manager. The 4 attitudes toward the management of time, a deep explanatory exploration. Time is the most democratic and unforgiving currency we have. It is relentlessly fair, given in equal measure to all, yet ruthlessly finite. No matter who you are, where you come from, or what you believe, each day delivers exactly 24 hours into your hands, no more, no less. And how you use that time, how you regard it, shapes the very architecture of your life. Yet most people are unaware that they operate from a specific attitude toward time. This attitude silently governs how we plan, how we work, how we rest, and ultimately, how we live. There are 4 distinct and powerful attitudes people adopt when it comes to managing their time. Each creates a unique lifestyle. Each has its own rewards and consequences. 1. The drifter mentality. The drifter's life is marked by intentional vagueness and unconscious avoidance. They resist schedules, structure, and any form of planning. Their lives float aimlessly, like a leaf on a breeze, at the mercy of circumstance rather than guided by intention. They might say, "I've always been late. Time management just isn't for me. I prefer to go with the flow." To the drifter, spontaneity is sacred, but it's often mistaken for freedom, when in fact it masks disengagement. What they call flexibility often turns into passivity. Instead of mastering time, they're mastered by it, reacting rather than creating, existing rather than progressing. They might bounce between temporary jobs, commitments, or dreams, always in motion, yet rarely arriving. Their avoidance of structure is deep down an avoidance of accountability. The problem isn't just lateness or poor planning. The true cost is far deeper. A life without traction. Without structure, there's no direction. Without direction, there's no legacy. You cannot drift your way to a better life. Progress requires intention, and drifting is its silent assassin. 2. The 9-to-5 time manager. This group lives with a measured, moderate, and balanced approach to time. They function best with predictable routines and clear boundaries. They value their evenings, weekends, and vacations. They work hard, but only within limits. They are not trying to dominate the world. They want a nice life, a steady job, and moments to smell the flowers. They aren't lazy. They're simply not obsessed with climbing ladders at all costs. This mindset reflects the dominant view of time in modern society. You clock in, perform your duties, and then reclaim your time for yourself. It's structured, it's stable, and for many it's satisfying. But what happens when life asks more of them? Imagine a man who leaves his job to start his own business, only to find that the demands are endless. He now has to show up earlier than everyone else, stay later, take risks, solve problems, and carry the full weight of responsibility. Soon, he begins to long for the predictability of the 9-to-5. He quits and returns to employment thinking, I'm not cut out for this. The price of success is just too high. Is he wrong? Not at all. Not everyone wants or needs to be a tycoon. But here lies the deeper insight. He was operating within a time comfort zone. And that's the lesson. Every lifestyle comes with a limit. And when the demands of success exceed one's personal time threshold, either the goal must shrink or the person must grow. A story illustrates this poignantly. A child asks her mother, "Why doesn't Daddy play with me anymore?" "Because he's working so hard, sweetheart. He loves you, and that's why he brings work home." To which the girl responds, "If Daddy can't finish all his work, why don't they just put him in a slower group?" Behind this innocent remark is a profound truth. We each belong to a group based on the level of time pressure we can handle without losing our humanity. And when we cross that line, we risk sacrificing what matters most. 3. The workaholic. Where the drifter avoids structure, the workaholic worships it. For them, time is not a resource, it's a battlefield, and they are in constant war against every second. They live by the clock, breathe by the calendar, and measure worth by the number of hours worked. 10 hours? Not enough. 14? Maybe. Sleep is optional. Weekends are interruptions. They take on multiple jobs, endless tasks, and never feel caught up. To the outside world, they're often admired, even envied. Their lives look driven, productive, and heroic. But beneath the surface lies a paradox. They're often more busy than effective. They confuse motion with progress, activity with achievement. Their pursuit of success comes at an unspoken cost. Relationships fracture, health deteriorates, joy vanishes. And ironically, they often don't make the most money. Why? Because they are task-focused, not results-focused. They work harder, but not always smarter. They solve problems personally that could be automated or delegated. In the end, their calendar is full, but their soul is empty. They reach the peak only to ask, was it worth it? 4. The enlightened time manager. This is the rarest and most powerful mindset, a synthesis of the strengths of the other 3, without their weaknesses. The enlightened time manager has made peace with time. They don't chase it, escape it, or overwhelm themselves with it. They partner with it. They plan carefully, but leave space for rest, joy, and spontaneity. They work hard, but not compulsively. They value productivity, but define success by more than just output. Here's their secret. They work fewer hours, yet achieve more than most people who work double. How? They work with leverage. Leverage is the great multiplier. It is how the enlightened time manager turns 1 hour into 10 hours worth of results. They use leverage of systems, people, money, and knowledge. They delegate low-value tasks to others. They automate repetitive work through tools. They invest in assets that generate returns while they sleep. They focus on the few key actions that deliver the biggest results. They even schedule time to drift, to relax, to think, to be. But it's not out of laziness. It's strategic. They understand that restoration fuels clarity, creativity, and sustainability. Above all, the enlightened time manager operates from intentionality. Every hour has a purpose. Not every moment is busy, but every moment is owned. In conclusion, the way you treat time is not a trivial preference. It is a defining philosophy. And this philosophy silently determines whether your life feels scattered, stagnant, or supremely satisfying. Drifters are free, but directionless. 9-to-5ers are stable, but capped. Workaholics are driven, but drained. Enlightened time managers are effective, balanced, and fulfilled. Ask yourself, which of these attitudes is guiding your life right now? And more importantly, which one do you want steering you into the future? Because time doesn't stop. It doesn't care who uses it wisely. But your life story, your relationships, wealth, health, and joy will be written based on how you do. The Mastery of Time, a deep explanatory exploration. Time is the most democratic of all resources. Every person, regardless of wealth, status, or intellect, is given 24 hours in a day. Yet, how those hours are used determines everything. The key to time mastery is not in adding more hours to your day. That's impossible, but in owning the hours you are given. It's about becoming a deliberate architect of your day, rather than a passive tenant in a schedule shaped by others. Either you run the day, or the day runs you. This is the fundamental law of time management. Either you take charge of your day, or your day takes charge of you. When you wake up each morning, you stand at the threshold of choice. You can either guide the flow of your time with intention and discipline, or you can allow external forces, other people's demands, distractions, and obligations, to scatter your attention. Too many people surrender control too early. They hand over the steering wheel of their day by saying yes too quickly, checking their phones immediately upon waking, or allowing others to dictate what's urgent and important. Over time, these small acts of surrender accumulate into a life that feels constantly busy, yet strangely unfulfilling. The most powerful word in time management: no. Surprisingly, the most effective time management tool is a simple 2-letter word: no. Saying no is not about rejection, it is about protection. It protects your time, your energy, your priorities, and ultimately your life's direction. It is one of the few things standing between a purposeful life and a scattered one. Many of us, out of guilt, habit, or the desire to please, say yes far too often. We take on responsibilities we shouldn't, commit to events that drain us, and agree to tasks that don't align with our true goals. The result? We spend more time getting out of things than we do doing what truly matters. Learning to say no kindly but firmly is a masterstroke of time wisdom. For instance, no, I don't think I can, but if that changes, I'll give you a call. This kind of response respects both the person and your time. It keeps the door open, but on your terms. Remember what my friend Rohn says: don't let your mouth overload your back. Each yes you give is a burden added to your back. Be careful what you agree to carry. Work when you work. Play when you play. A critical principle of time mastery is the separation of modes, the discipline to keep work and play distinct. Mixing them is a formula for mediocrity in both. When you work while thinking about play, you dilute your concentration. When you play while worrying about work, you rob yourself of rest. In both cases, you cheat yourself. For example, taking your family to the beach while mentally staying at the office helps no one. You're physically present but mentally absent. The experience is diminished for both you and your loved ones. On the flip side, thinking about your weekend motorcycle ride while still at work distracts you from peak performance. The solution? Be where you are, fully. When you work, immerse yourself. When you rest, surrender completely. This full engagement is the secret to both high performance and true rejuvenation. Design rhythms that serve you. Some high performers structure their time in intentional rhythms. A builder friend of mine created what he calls his work-a-week, play-a-week strategy. 5 days of intense, focused, relentless work, followed by 9 days of uninterrupted play, including weekends. He achieves this balance by ensuring his 5 workdays are powerhouses of output. Meetings, decisions, actions compressed into bursts of focused energy. Then he releases himself fully into rest, family, and freedom. That's time mastery. Not balance as in equal, but balance as in intentional trade-offs. Know thyself, your internal clock is a compass. One of the deepest truths in time management is self-awareness. Each of us operates according to a biological rhythm, a natural rise and fall in energy, focus, and alertness throughout the day. This rhythm is not moral, it is biological. Some are early risers, mentally sharp and alert before sunrise. Others do their best thinking after dark. Time mastery means aligning your most important tasks with your peak performance hours. If you're sharpest in the morning, schedule your most critical projects then. If your mental gear kicks in later, save that deep work for afternoon or evening. Fight your natural rhythm and you fight yourself. Also, analyze your habits. Be honest. If you're poor at filing, bookkeeping, or returning calls, stop pretending you'll suddenly become good at it. Instead, delegate. Build systems or hire help. Success doesn't require doing everything, only ensuring that everything gets done, preferably by the right people. One example, I was once trusted with delivering important documents during my travels. Despite my best intentions, those papers often ended up wrinkled in my coat pocket, forgotten until discovered by a dry cleaner. Eventually, my team instituted a new rule: never give the chairman documents to deliver. Not out of disrespect, but out of wisdom. Knowing what you're not good at is just as powerful as knowing what you are. The telephone, tool or tyrant. In the modern age, the telephone, now embedded in every room and every pocket, has become both a miracle and a menace. It gives us instant access to anyone, and gives anyone instant access to us. Left unguarded, it becomes a time thief. One ring, one notification, one quick call, and your focus is shattered. Take control. Don't let the phone rule you. Use secretaries or assistants to screen calls. Use voicemail. Even turn off your phone when with family or deep in work. You don't owe the world 24/7 access to your attention. For outgoing calls, have an agenda. Know what you want to say before you dial. This transforms vague, meandering conversations into purposeful, efficient communication. It also builds your reputation as someone who values time, yours and others. And always take notes during important calls. This creates accountability. If someone denies a previous discussion, you'll have a record to confirm what was said. Time-efficient organization. Efficiency is not just about doing things faster, it's about doing the right things better. That starts with examining your systems. Is your workflow optimized? Are your tools helping you or distracting you? Technology can be a time saver or a time sink, depending on how it's used. A computer, for example, can automate, store and transfer vast amounts of data. Used correctly, it saves hours. Used mindlessly, playing games, scrolling, fiddling, it becomes a sophisticated form of procrastination. Use tools wisely, and if you don't understand the tech, hire someone who does. You don't need to know how it works, only that it does. The art of asking the right questions. In managing others, one of the greatest time-saving skills is diagnostic inquiry. Don't assume, don't react, ask. Let's say an employee named Mary isn't making sales. Most would jump in with training or discipline. But wisdom asks, why? You discover she's not making enough calls. Why not? Because she's starting her day late. Why is she starting late? Perhaps she's dealing with family stress or personal issues. In this case, addressing her lateness with a motivational pep talk misses the point. The root of the problem is deeper. Asking the right questions saves time and resolves problems at their source. It prevents treating symptoms and ignoring causes. Conclusion: time mastery is self-mastery. Mastering time is not about squeezing in more appointments or living by the minute. It's about learning when to say no, when to work, when to rest, and how to design your life with intention. It's about knowing yourself, your rhythms, your strengths, your weaknesses, and building a daily life that flows in harmony with them. You cannot control time itself, but you can control how you engage with it. And in doing so, you control the shape of your life. Time mastery is not a tactic, it is a way of being. Let it begin today. 4 ways of thinking on paper, a deep explanatory exploration. Time, ideas, projects, and purpose, they are all abstract until we give them shape. And one of the most transformative practices you can develop in your personal and professional life is the ability to think on paper. It is not merely about writing, it is about structuring your intentions, planning with clarity, and commanding control over your day, your week, and ultimately your destiny. Let us now delve into this profound art, deeply exploring the 4 essential methods of thinking on paper, tools that convert chaos into clarity and inspiration into action. For 1, your journal, a personal vault of wisdom. A journal is far more than a diary. It is a thinking partner, a personal archive for capturing insights, refining thoughts, recording breakthroughs, and preserving the raw material of future growth. Why it matters. Life constantly throws valuable information our way. Lessons in disguise, fragments of wisdom from conversations, quotes, book excerpts, ideas sparked in random moments. Most people let them slip through the cracks of memory. A journal prevents this. It becomes your second brain, one that remembers everything that matters. The deeper purpose. Self-awareness. Journaling reveals patterns in your thoughts and decisions, making you more conscious of what drives or holds you back. Mental clarity. When you write, you slow down your thinking. This helps you organize mental clutter and make more grounded decisions. Wisdom accumulation. Over time, your journal becomes a treasure chest of your best thinking, available to your future self. The key practice. Keep a journal with you always. Don't trust your memory. Trust your pen. Whenever inspiration strikes, in the car, during a meeting, in a quiet moment, capture it. Because one idea, well recorded and acted upon, can change the course of your life. A project book. The architecture of order. Whereas your journal captures raw insight, your project book is about execution. Think of it as your personal command center, a structured system for managing people, plans, and progress. Why it matters. Most people juggle too many responsibilities in their heads: meetings, client needs, personal errands, family goals. The mind, however powerful, is a poor storage device. The project book turns complexity into clarity. The deeper purpose. Tracking performance. When you lead or collaborate with people, it's essential to track history, progress, and future actions, not just for accountability, but for empathy and precision. Personal management. From family goals to health to finance, life has many moving parts. Your project book becomes the blueprint of each dimension. Decision support. Instead of guessing or relying on memory, you refer to facts, notes, and histories recorded under specific tabs. The key practice. Use a ring binder with tabbed sections. Each tab corresponds to a project, person, or domain of life. Example, Tab 1, Client A, Goals, Meetings, Action Items. Tab 2, Personal Finances, Insurance, Investments, Budgets. Tab 3, Family, individual tabs for each child or spouse, capturing memories, needs, and plans. This approach allows you to navigate complexity with confidence. Your project book becomes the map that keeps your world together. A calendar, the execution engine. A calendar, especially a detailed day timer, is where plans are translated into time-based commitments. This is the difference between intention and execution. Why it matters. The best ideas, unless scheduled, usually don't happen. The calendar is your appointment with success. It is where you decide not just what is important, but when it will be done. The deeper purpose. Time allocation. Your time is finite. The calendar is how you assign it with wisdom, not whim. Focus and rhythm. Seeing your day, week, and month laid out visually helps you find your rhythm and avoid burnout. Integration. By integrating meetings, follow-ups, to-dos, and reflections, the day timer becomes your central command station. The key practice. Use your calendar as a daily log, not only for appointments but for recording decisions made during meetings, tracking phone calls and follow-ups, capturing expenses, mileage, and small moments of insight. Each evening or week, you can transfer the valuable notes into your journal or project book, ensuring a cohesive system of memory, action, and review. 4. A game plan, the strategic blueprint of life. Of all the ways to think on paper, this is the most transformative. A game plan is not just about today. It is about how today fits into the grand vision of your life. It is where goals become real, broken down into timelines, priorities, and milestones. Why it matters. We admire coaches who build winning game plans for sports, yet many people live life without a strategy, responding to emergencies instead of shaping the future. A game plan corrects this. It is your declaration, I am the architect of my time. The deeper purpose. Preemptive living. When you plan your day before it begins, your decisions are deliberate, not reactive. Cumulative power. Daily plans add up to weekly accomplishments. Weekly planning becomes monthly momentum. Monthly strategy evolves into yearly transformation. Mastery of self. The discipline required to plan consistently develops inner strength, foresight, and clarity. Hash the key practice. Apply this progressive mantra. Don't start the day until it's finished on paper. Don't start the week until it's finished on paper. Don't start the month until it's finished on paper. Each Sunday night, ask, what must I accomplish this week to move closer to my 1-month goals? Each morning, ask, what specific steps must I take today to fulfill this week's plan? This cascading logic turns vague dreams into strategic missions. You are now not just reacting to life, you are designing it. Conclusion: the paper trail to power. To think on paper is to elevate your life above chance. Each of these tools, the journal, the project book, the calendar, and the game plan, is a different lens through which you view and shape your world. Together, they form a master system of awareness, order, execution, and vision. No, you don't need them to survive. But if you aim to thrive, if your goal is wealth, happiness, impact, and mastery, then these tools become indispensable allies on your journey. Master them, and you won't just manage time. You will command it. How to prepare a game plan, a deep explanatory exploration. A game plan is more than a strategy. It is a living structure of intention. It is how abstract hopes turn into tangible action. It is the blueprint of achievement, the architecture of purpose. Before diving into the mechanics, understand 2 profound truths. 1. A game plan is not simply a list. It is a map of coordinated movement through time. 2. It is versatile. It can be tailored to a single focused objective or to the orchestrated chaos of multiple simultaneous endeavors. Step 1. Visualizing time as territory. Imagine time not as an invisible flow, but as a visible landscape you can walk through. To prepare a game plan, you must first chart this territory. Take a sheet of graph paper, or use a digital grid if you prefer modern tools. Create vertical columns, each representing a day, or hour, or week, depending on your timeline. Label these at the top, day 1, day 2, day 3, until the full span of your project is laid out. Why graph paper? Because structure forces clarity. Chaos resists form, but once you impose form, chaos begins to reveal patterns. Step 2. Listing the engines of progress, the activities. Now turn your focus to the left side of the page. Create a vertical list with the heading Activities. These are the moving parts of your plan, the engines that, when run well, pull the whole train forward. For example, launching a product might include market research, branding design, packaging development, advertising creation, sales team coordination, distribution logistics. Each of these activities is a unit of responsibility, something that must be imagined, activated, tracked, and completed. Step 3. Synchronizing actions and deadlines. For each activity, ask, when must this be completed? How many days will it take to execute properly? Are there dependencies, i.e., must one task wait for another to be completed first? Plot this on your grid. Find the deadline column. Count backwards the number of days required. Shade or mark those blocks in the activity row. These represent the time allocated for that task. This is where your plan begins to take physical form, a calendar of commitment. Step 4. Building your masterpiece. Once all the activities are mapped and plotted, step back and study the picture. Look for gaps. Are any tasks overlapping unreasonably? Are some areas underutilized? Are there days with too many demands? You may need to tear it up and start again. This is not failure. This is refinement. This is what mastery looks like. A perfect game plan often emerges from the ashes of imperfect drafts. Each iteration sharpens your sense of what is essential. Making it visible and alive. A game plan, like a compass, must be seen often to be used well. Post it on your wall. Keep it in your daily notebook. Add it to your digital dashboard. It must not vanish into a drawer. The plan should be present, confronting you, reminding you, guiding you. It will haunt you when you fall behind. It will drive you when your energy fades. It will reward you when you check a box, hit a deadline, or finish a line of shading. The pain and the beauty. Game plans are not always pleasant. They don't whisper soft encouragement. They demand, they discipline, they drag you forward. They are painful when reality hits resistance, when time slips, when enthusiasm fades. But they are also exhilarating, because they make progress visible. They turn intangible goals into tangible victories. There is magic in that. Like an artist standing back from a canvas, you will one day look at your plan and say, "I built this, I made this real." That feeling, the feeling of command over your own time and effort, is among the most empowering emotions a person can feel. The larger tapestry of life. And here lies the most profound idea of all. A well-fashioned day becomes a well-fashioned week. A well-fashioned week becomes a well-fashioned month. And these become the threads of a well-fashioned life. A game plan doesn't just help you complete a project. It teaches you how to compose your life, like a mosaic of meaningful acts. At midnight, the winged messengers come and gather up all these pieces and take them off to wherever the mosaic is kept. And surely, on occasion, one messenger says to another, "Wait till you see this one." Let your game plan be that, a pattern so intentional, so alive, that even the universe nods in approval. Strategy 6. Surround yourself with winners. Choose to be in the company of those who inspire, uplift, and challenge you to grow. Winners bring positive energy, ambition, and a mindset of excellence, and their presence encourages you to aim higher, think bigger, and become your best self. The principle of association, a very deep explanatory exploration. One of the most profound yet most overlooked forces shaping the trajectory of your life is association, the people you surround yourself with. This principle may seem simple at first glance, but when explored deeply, it reveals itself as one of the most quietly powerful determinants of who you become, how you think, what you value, and ultimately, what you achieve. Let's take a closer look. Never underestimate the power of influence. These were the words that shifted Jim Rohn's awareness, and they should shake ours too. Influence is not always dramatic. It doesn't shout. It rarely announces itself. Instead, it creeps in, soft, quiet, almost invisible. Yet over time, it rewires our priorities, dulls our instincts, and redirects our compass, all without us even noticing. You might think you're in charge of your own life. You probably believe you're making your own decisions. But pause. Look again. You may find that many of the habits, standards, values, and even beliefs you hold today didn't originate entirely from within you. They grew from the soil of your associations. Environment is not neutral. It is formative. Think deeply about this. If you're around people who constantly overspend, live for today, and reject the idea of discipline, how long before you, too, justify impulsive spending as just living a little? If you spend your evenings with people who find meaning in trivial gossip rather than meaningful growth, how long before your own hunger for purpose gets quieted? If your closest circle rationalizes unethical behavior, even just slightly bending the truth or taking advantage of loopholes, how long before your conscience begins to compromise too? The truth is sobering. Proximity equals permission. When you're consistently near a mindset, it starts to become your mindset. Even if you resist at first, over time, repetition has its effect. It's not the thunderclap of change that alters you, it's the slow erosion of your standards over months, years. The slippery slope of influence. It starts with the small things, a joke that undermines your goals. A shared belief that ambition is too much. A rolling of eyes when you talk about your dreams. These may seem harmless, but beware. These are micro-signals your environment sends, and if you aren't vigilant, they shape your identity. One day you wake up, 10 years down the road, in a life you didn't design, and you wonder, how did I get here? That is not a rhetorical question. It's a spiritual alarm. Examine. Evaluate. To guard your future, you must become ruthlessly honest about your present. Ask yourself, 1. With whom do I spend most of my time? Are they visionaries or victims? Do they build or belittle? Are they expanding their lives or escaping from it? 2. What are they doing to me? What are they awakening in me? Complacency or hunger, fear or courage, mediocrity or greatness? 3. Is this association helping me become who I want to be? Not someday, but now. These are not casual questions. They are lifelines. They are the inner mirror that reflects who you're becoming, not just who you think you are. Peel the layers. Go deeper. Don't just analyze what your friends or colleagues say. Look at what they cause in you. What do they have you doing consistently? What do they have you listening to? Noise or nourishment? What do they have you reading? Things that elevate or things that distract? What do they have you thinking? Ideas of growth or thoughts of fear and settling? What do they have you talking about? Problems or possibilities? What do they have you feeling? Inspired or drained? What do they have you saying? Words of clarity or confusion? These subtle shifts form a pattern, and patterns reveal your direction. Are your associations aligned with your vision? This is the ultimate question. You can't afford to drift. Life is not a rehearsal. Every conversation, every friendship, every influence is either shaping you toward your goals or pulling you away from them. If your environment does not match your intentions, you will lose, not immediately, but inevitably. The danger of denial, it doesn't matter. So many people say, yeah, but I'm strong, I can be around negative people and stay positive. No, you can't, not indefinitely. Everything matters. Every word, every joke, every attitude, every belief. It all leaves a residue. The human spirit is porous. It absorbs more than we realize. Environment is more powerful than will. And when environment and will are at odds, environment always wins, unless you change it. This book is not for pretenders. This principle, like this book, is about waking up. No fluff, no sugarcoating. It's time to stop pretending. It's time to stop saying it's not that bad. They don't really influence me. I'll rise above it. The days of self-deception are over. If you want to become exceptional, you must become intentional about everything, especially the people you let into your world. The story of the swallow. This beautiful metaphor cuts deep. The swallow didn't cry because it was hurt. It cried because it allowed it. I'm not crying because the crow pecked out my eye. I'm crying because I let him. This is the core of personal responsibility. The crow might be someone who constantly criticizes your ideas. It might be a friend who always talks you out of risk. It might be a family member whose voice echoes in your mind whenever you dream too big. But here's the point. You let them stay. Now ask yourself, is someone pecking away at your vision? Is someone blinding you to your own potential? Is someone robbing you of the permission to dream? If the answer is yes, then the time has come. Not for confrontation, but for course correction. In the end, you choose. Always. Your life is the sum of your choices, and your associations are one of the most important choices you'll ever make. So now you must decide. Will I keep letting passive influence dictate my path, or will I deliberately align myself with people who elevate me? The power of association is not just about protection from negative influence. It's about intentionally inviting greatness into your life. Seek out those who dream bigger, who strive harder, who live with purpose and passion. Let their presence shape your thinking, fuel your confidence, and sharpen your ambition. Because in the end, your future will not be determined by chance. It will be determined by your choice of company. Disassociation, a very deep explanatory exploration. In the intricate architecture of personal development, one pillar quietly but powerfully shapes the entire structure of your life: association, and its counterpart, disassociation. To truly understand disassociation, we must first recognize that every human relationship is either a deposit or a withdrawal in the emotional, mental, and aspirational bank account of your life. Some relationships energize you, uplift your vision, and call out the best in you. Others quietly sabotage your potential, erode your confidence, and keep you chained to an old, limited version of yourself. The process of disassociation is the courageous, intentional act of pruning away what no longer serves your highest good. The weed in the garden. Imagine your life as a garden. You plant seeds of dreams, discipline, and vision. But without vigilance, weeds creep in, disguised as friends, family members, colleagues, or even traditions, draining the nutrients from the soil of your potential. Some people, whether consciously or unconsciously, peck away at your aspirations. They ridicule your growth, mock your ambitions, or subtly inject doubt into your decisions. Over time, their words and presence become a kind of emotional corrosion. You may not even realize how deeply they affect you, until you notice your energy is gone, your goals are blurred, and your fire has dimmed. Disassociating from such influences may be difficult, sometimes painful, but it is often necessary for the preservation of your future. Even if the person is a family member, you are not obligated to allow toxic influence to hijack your destiny. You are not rejecting the person, you are rejecting the impact. This single choice may not only change your emotional state, it could be the very decision that saves the quality of your life. When complete disassociation isn't possible. Life, of course, rarely offers a clean break. Some people, co-workers, clients, neighbors, business partners, may be part of your daily landscape, regardless of your preferences. In these cases, the principle of limited association becomes your shield. Rather than complete detachment, you practice intentional distance. You control the amount, the frequency, and the depth of interaction. You engage when necessary, but you refuse to entangle your mind, spirit, or time in their energy field. You become like a skilled sailor navigating through stormy seas, present but not swallowed. The danger of pleasant poison. Not all detrimental associations wear the face of hostility. Some smile, some laugh with you, some share your interests, but behind the surface, they subtly seduce you into distraction and dilution. The buddy who drinks with you twice a week, the friend who always convinces you to take it easy when you need discipline, the group that reinforces complacency when you're trying to grow. They may not seem harmful in the moment. In fact, they may even be fun. But the cumulative effect of repeated minor diversions is often major derailment. 5 years, 10 years, 20. You wake up in a life you never consciously chose, one shaped by the influence of people who never had to live with your consequences. The trap of mediocrity. Mediocrity is rarely a result of deliberate failure. It is more often a consequence of association with mediocrity. If you spend major time on minor people doing minor things, you become someone majorly out of alignment with your purpose. Sophisticated individuals understand the difference between major and minor, not just in tasks, but in relationships. They are not arrogant. They are aware. They know which people nourish their mind and spirit and which ones merely fill the silence. They don't sacrifice their progress to maintain shallow connections. They understand that who you spend your time with is who you become. Casual friends versus core influences. This doesn't mean you must become a hermit or snob. Casual friends, light social interactions, shared laughter, these are part of a well-rounded life. But casual must remain casual. Time is your most sacred asset, and sophisticated people refuse to squander it. They allocate their deepest energy to people who align with their vision, values, and vibrancy. They enjoy others' company, but they never let their direction be diluted by others' indecision. The final audit: priorities, values, and time. Ultimately, disassociation is a discipline of alignment. You get one life, one window of opportunity, one set of 24-hour days to craft a meaningful, fulfilling, purpose-driven existence. So take a brutally honest look. Who drains your energy? Who dims your vision? Who keeps you from becoming who you could be? And then ask, what am I willing to sacrifice? Their comfort or my future? You were not put on this earth to please everyone. You were put here to become someone. And that journey demands bold evaluation. The courage to say no more to certain associations may be the most powerful yes you ever give to your destiny. Choose wisely, because how you manage your associations is how you manage your life. Expanded association, a very deep explanatory exploration. In the landscape of personal transformation and meaningful achievement, there is a powerful force that quietly determines the pace, quality, and direction of your growth. Expanded association. We've discussed disassociation, the conscious act of removing yourself from people or environments that diminish your energy, cloud your thinking, or dilute your purpose. Now let's explore its empowering counterpart, expanded association, the deliberate strategic act of surrounding yourself with people who elevate your standards, expand your worldview, and ignite your inner potential. The law of expanded association. Spend more time with the right people. At its core, this principle is simple yet profoundly transformative. You grow into the conversations you engage in, the values you absorb, and the energy fields you inhabit. So the key question is, who are the right people for you? The answer is not generic. It depends deeply on your goals, your vision, and the kind of life you want to build. But here's a general compass. Seek out people of substance, individuals with depth of character, intellectual curiosity, emotional maturity, and purpose-driven lives. Look for people who have wrestled with the meaning of existence and emerged with wisdom, integrity, and discipline. These are the people who, through their very presence, will challenge you to rise higher. The first step: desire strategy. Jim Rohn recounts that when he was first introduced to this concept by his mentor Mr. Schoaf, he was advised, half jokingly, half seriously, to plot and scheme his way into the company of such people. Why? Because in the beginning, access is not automatic. You may not be in circles of high influence or accomplishment yet, but if your desire is real and your intention clear, you can find a way. In Rohn's case, that meant parking his broken-down car blocks away from an appointment, then walking in with confidence and grace. Why? Because perception matters, and the image you project must be in harmony with the level of success you aspire to. This isn't deception, it's aspirational alignment. It's the difference between living in defeat and living in expectation of elevation. The how-to of expanding your circle. Contrary to popular belief, you don't need to be famous, wealthy, or elite to associate with extraordinary individuals. You simply need to place yourself in the right ecosystems, environments where excellence gathers. Join your local chamber of commerce, volunteer in mission-driven organizations, attend seminars and workshops, enroll in masterminds, sit on community boards, say yes to events that challenge your comfort zone. In short, show up where growth lives. A woman Rohn mentions did just that. She started a sales business and by actively participating in her local community, found herself playing tennis with the city's most influential people. Her rise wasn't magical, it was strategic. She positioned herself where expanded association was not only possible, but inevitable. Invest in the appetite of the wealthy. This concept is golden. Take a rich person out for lunch. Why? Because you're not just buying food, you're purchasing an hour of mindset. In that single hour, you can absorb years' worth of mental models, habits, philosophies, and worldviews. You're not merely eating, you're feeding your future. Successful people tend to enjoy sharing what they've learned. That's part of why they're successful. They know that knowledge multiplies when it's shared. Don't be embarrassed to seek their mentorship. Be curious, respectful, and intentional. Associate with purpose. Purposeful association is not random. It's calculated based on the areas of life you want to improve. Want financial growth? Associate with investors, entrepreneurs, and financially literate individuals. Want health and vitality? Spend time with people who honor their bodies through fitness and nutrition. Want to master emotional intelligence? Learn from those who demonstrate calm, clarity, and compassion. Want to elevate your lifestyle? Observe and model those who live with taste, balance, and mindfulness. Association is alignment. It's the magnetic field through which we sync our beliefs, habits, and ambitions with those we admire. The power of one unique association. Jim Rohn speaks of a personal friend who is not just a millionaire and adventurer, but also a philosopher and gifted communicator. This person has the rare ability to absorb and recount life's details with richness and vividness. Listening to his stories is not just informative, it's transformative. He teaches not only what happened, but how to see life through deeper eyes. One such association can radically shift your lens on life. The value of that influence is incalculable. Through this connection, Rohn expanded his knowledge, perception, skill, enterprise, and lifestyle manyfold. That is the compounding power of meaningful association. Feed your mind as you feed your body. Rohn offers a piercing insight. Pity the person who has a favorite restaurant, but not a favorite thinker. That is, we take care to feed our physical body, but neglect to nourish our intellectual and spiritual lives. If you do not deliberately consume wisdom, you will unconsciously absorb mediocrity. That is why expanded association is not just personal, it's historical. Thanks to Gutenberg and Marconi, we can associate with the minds of Lincoln, Marcus Aurelius, Churchill, and Confucius. You may not sit beside them, but you can sit beneath their words. Their thoughts, preserved in books, speeches, and recordings, can become your personal mentors. Your inner circle is no longer limited by time or geography. Final thought. Tend Your Mental Garden Association is not passive. It is agricultural. You must weed out what is toxic and plant intentionally what is empowering. Be ruthless with negative influence. Be generous with purposeful association. Feed your heart, mind, and ambition with voices that challenge you, shape you, and stir your higher nature. Association is one of the 7 timeless strategies for wealth and happiness. Use it wisely, and you'll be amazed at the harvest of inner riches and outer success it produces. Strategy 7. Learn the art of living well. Discover how to live with purpose, balance, and joy. This journey explores timeless principles and practical habits that elevate your mind, nurture your spirit, and enrich your everyday life. Your road to a richer lifestyle, a very deep explanatory exploration. There comes a moment in every journey of personal development when the focus must expand, from how to earn to how to live. This shift marks the transition from mere survival or accumulation toward the intentional crafting of a richer lifestyle, not just in wealth, but in meaning, joy, generosity, and deep inner satisfaction. Jim Rohn's mentor, Mr. Shoaff, understood something profound, that prosperity is not simply a number on a bank statement. It is a mindset, a lifestyle design, and an inner architecture of how one interacts with the world. From earning to living, Shoaff's challenge to Jim, don't just learn how to earn, learn how to live, is deceptively simple but loaded with life-changing implications. Why? Because the modern world often teaches us how to achieve, but rarely how to enjoy. We are conditioned to believe that once we have money, then we will live well. But Shoaff reverses that logic. Learn to live well now, even with little. Because the art of lifestyle is not about how much you have, it's about what you do with what you have. The 2-quarter philosophy, a microcosm of wealth mindset. Shoaff's story about the shoe shine and the tip is not about 2 quarters. It's about who you are becoming in each micro-decision of your day. When you choose to give more than is required, whether that's money, attention, love, kindness, or time, you signal to your own subconscious, I am abundant, I live richly, I am someone who over-delivers. This internal signal is far more valuable than the external act, because your life is shaped not by the occasional big decisions, but by the hundreds of tiny choices that reflect how you see yourself. 1 quarter says, I'm calculating, I'm afraid, I'm holding back. 2 quarters say, I'm generous, I'm confident, I am living richly now. This is the start of a richer lifestyle, not when you have a fortune, but when you act as if life itself is a fortune. Guilt versus grace, the emotional residue of daily choices. Shoaff wisely pointed out, choosing 1 quarter doesn't just save money, it costs something. It costs inner ease. It leaves a trace of regret, a whisper of self-judgment. You carry that emotional burden quietly throughout your day. On the other hand, choosing 2 quarters is not about extravagance. It's about alignment. Alignment with the version of yourself that is not cheap in spirit, that values excellence, and that lives from a place of internal richness. That choice lifts your confidence, brightens your day, and creates a pattern of generosity that ripples through your life and relationships. The Detroit Man, a living testimony to lifestyle shift. The man who approached Jim after his seminar provides the real-life manifestation of this principle. He didn't start by buying luxury cars or designer suits. He started by designing a moment of thoughtful giving, of intentional joy, of unforced generosity to his daughters. Before he gave reluctantly, out of obligation, under pressure, and every time he diminished the joy of the experience, for himself and for them. But when he preemptively bought the tickets, wrapped in the spirit of surprise and care, he rewrote the script of their relationship. He stopped being the reluctant provider and became the joy architect of his family. That is the richer lifestyle, when you don't just give money, but you give meaning. And when his daughters returned home, wrapping their arms around him and calling him the greatest, it wasn't about the 10th row tickets. It was about the shift in his spirit. He had become the 2-quarter man, and that changed everything. The two-quarter mentality in a one-quarter world. We live in a world where people are often economical with their kindness, frugal with their attention, stingy with their praise, reluctant with their love. But the two-quarter mentality says, give anyway. Give more, smile more, tip better, compliment freely, offer grace where you once offered critique. Because lifestyle is not about consumption, it is about contribution. Schoff's brilliance was in showing that this lifestyle design begins not with material abundance, but with a philosophical shift. From scarcity to generosity, from fear to trust, from defense to delight. Designing a richer life, what it really means. To learn how to live means to, 1, curate experiences intentionally, not just chase material goals. 2, act with generosity, even in small things like a tip, a word, or a gesture. 3, create moments that matter, not just accumulate stuff that doesn't. 4, lead with heart, not just with logic or ledger. 5, elevate your energy and presence so others feel better in your company. 6, treat everyday situations as stages where you rehearse the life you want to embody. And perhaps most importantly, start now. Because you don't wait until you are wealthy to live richly. You live richly to become wealthy, in every sense of the word. Final reflection. A richer lifestyle isn't something you stumble upon when the stars align and the money piles up. It is something you cultivate, consciously, daily, by who you are in the smallest decisions. Like how many quarters you tip a shoeshine boy, or how intentionally you give joy to your daughters. In the end, richness is not measured by your net worth. It's measured by the quality of your relationships, the energy you carry, the impact you leave, and the love you freely give. Welcome to the two-quarter life. Same money, different style. A very deep explanatory exploration. There is a powerful, yet easily overlooked truth hidden in the fabric of daily life. It's not just about how much you have, it's about how you use it. And within this truth lies the idea that the same amount of money can either be spent carelessly or transformed into something meaningful, memorable, and deeply enriching. Be happy with what you have while pursuing what you want. This isn't just a feel-good quote, it's a philosophy of life. Most people postpone happiness, tying it to a future event or acquisition. Once I get that promotion, I'll be happy. Once I earn more, I'll live better. But in truth, happiness is not something you chase. It is something you cultivate now, even as you move toward your goals. This dual mindset of contentment in the present and ambition for the future is what creates peaceful progress instead of restless striving. It invites us to enjoy the journey, not just the destination. The art of living is not limited by wealth, but expanded by wisdom. We often associate a sophisticated lifestyle with affluence, but that's a myth. In reality, a rich life is defined not by more, but by meaning. Even someone of modest means can live with elegance, refinement, and depth, not by how much they spend, but how they choose to spend it. A soda habit saved can become a fine wine. A movie skipped can become an evening at the ballet. A year of small savings can turn into a once-in-a-lifetime trip. It's not deprivation. It's disciplined delight, the ability to forego fleeting pleasures in favor of lasting joy. Spend consciously, buy what lasts. Many people spend money the way others use a leaking bucket. Little bits here and there, unaware of the total cost. A coffee here, a candy there, a gadget that loses its shine in a week. The cumulative effect? Emptiness, clutter, and regret. But what if the same money, quarter by quarter, was directed towards something of true beauty or value? Something that doesn't just fill a space, but fills the heart. A wise person doesn't ask, what can I afford today? But rather, what will I remember tomorrow? Better one fine painting than 10 trinkets. Better one unforgettable evening than months of meaningless purchases. Lifestyle is awareness, not expense. What separates someone with great style from someone who simply spends a lot is intentionality. It's not wealth, it's taste. It's not quantity, it's discernment. It's not access, it's appreciation. Lifestyle at its core is the art of savoring life. It's choosing quality over speed, presence over distraction, elegance over excess. And it begins not with money, but with awareness. Books, conversations, concerts, fine art, travel, cuisine, even quiet moments in nature, these enrich the soul far more than flashy spending. They open you, evolve you, elevate you. Expand your radius of living. Many of us are surrounded by unvisited wonder. We save up for distant lands while ignoring treasures in our backyard. It's a common blindness, to overlook the extraordinary hiding in the ordinary. Do you have a Yellowstone in your life? A place, a person, a practice, an experience you've always meant to explore but never have? Don't wait for a better time. Start small. Start now. You don't need a passport to live richly, only curiosity and courage. The true power of money lies in its application. We often give money too much credit or too little. Some believe it can buy happiness, others believe it's evil. But the truth is more nuanced. Money amplifies who you already are. It is neither good nor bad. It's neutral fuel, magnifying your character, choices, and values. If you're miserable without money, you'll be luxuriously miserable with it. If you're generous without money, you'll be a philanthropist with it. So don't wait for wealth to become joyful, wise, or generous. Practice those things now, and if wealth comes, it will simply extend them. Style can't be bought, it must be practiced. You can buy clothes, but not class. You can buy art, but not taste. You can buy space, but not serenity. Style is a cultivated sensitivity, an attunement to beauty, harmony, elegance, and simplicity. It is the result of education, observation, and experimentation. It emerges when you treat small moments as sacred and seek high quality in low places. Culture is the canvas of lifestyle. Books, music, films, theatre, art, sculpture. These aren't luxuries. They are the soul's nutrition. They awaken emotions, sharpen perception, and expand the range of what we find beautiful. Philosopher Mortimer Adler once said, "If we don't go for the higher tastes, we will settle for the lower ones." And it's true. If you don't develop a taste for Beethoven, you might settle for noise. If you don't explore poetry, you might settle for slogans. If you don't elevate your spirit, you might numb it. Reward excellence, wherever you find it. Greatness often hides in ordinary places, like the young man at the gas station who served with joy, sang while working, and gave excellence without asking for praise. That kind of attitude is rare. And when we recognize it, we ought to honor it, even with small gestures. A 2 milkshake, a heartfelt compliment, a thank you note. These cost little but speak volumes, and in giving appreciation, you amplify it. You make someone feel seen, and that is always money and heart well spent. Tipping as a lesson in style and strategy. Most people tip after service. Sophisticated people tip to ensure service. This isn't just a financial transaction, it's a psychological contract. It says, "I trust you to exceed my expectations, and I honor your efforts in advance." This principle applies beyond restaurants. In life, if you want better treatment, lead with generosity. If you want loyalty, offer it first. If you want excellence, reward it in others. A final thought, it's not the money, it's the meaning. All throughout life you will spend money. The question is, what will that spending say about you? What will it create? Will it create clutter or beauty? Will it create fleeting excitement or lasting memories? Will it reflect impulse or intention? Same money, different style. The amount may be equal, but the impact, emotional, spiritual, and relational, can be vastly different. In the end, how you spend reflects who you are becoming. So choose with taste, spend with vision, live with style. Love and friendship, a very deep explanatory exploration. To truly live life in style is not merely to adorn it with luxury or aesthetic, it is to live with intention, meaning, and depth. And at the heart of this elevated way of living lies one of life's greatest harmonizers, balance. And balance is never fully achieved without two of life's rarest treasures, love and friendship. Love, the highest expression of a life well lived. Love is not just an emotion. It is an energetic force, a silent architecture of meaning that underlies the most profound moments of human experience. To have someone to love and to be loved in return is not just a privilege but a redefinition of abundance itself. Love turns ordinary days into sacred ones, struggles into sacrifices, and life itself into something worth cherishing. When one person deeply cares for another, something rare happens. The universe expands in richness. The world becomes safer, time becomes slower, and the soul becomes nourished in ways no material can replicate. That is the abundance love brings. And that's why love must be protected with a kind of sacred ferocity. You must be willing to defend it, not casually, but with a seriousness that honors its worth. If anything stands in the way of genuine love, whether it's ego, distance, fear, or even something as mundane as a metaphorical chair, it must be removed without hesitation. Nothing should be allowed to block love from flowing freely. Nothing. A wise saying echoes through time. There are many treasures, but the greatest of these is love. These are not poetic words alone. They are a compass. They remind us that a tent by the sea, filled with love, is far richer than a mansion of marble lined with loneliness. I know this to be true, not philosophically but personally. Love is not a luxury, it is the essence of a life well lived. But love, like a garden, cannot survive on sentiment alone. It requires ongoing cultivation, through time, energy, creativity, patience and care. You must tend to it daily, the way a gardener tends to roses, pruning, watering, watching, nurturing. Only then can it flourish into something vibrant and lasting. Friendship, the silent fortress of the soul. If love is the flame, friendship is the hearth that holds it steady. True friendship is not based on convenience, mutual gain, or even shared interests. It is built on something far rarer, deep acceptance. A true friend is someone who knows your flaws, your failures, your contradictions, and still chooses to stay, still chooses to care, still chooses you. Real friends do not simply accompany us during sunny seasons. They show up when the world turns grey. When others fade, they arrive. When the room empties, they walk in. Their presence is an anchor in the storm and a magnifier of joy during your victories. Because life is not a straight line. It is filled with ups and downs, gains and losses, seasons of glory and moments of despair. And in those swings, true friends make the peaks higher and the valleys gentler. I am fortunate to have one such friend. If I were unjustly imprisoned in a foreign land, this is the person I would call. Why? Not because he'd give advice, not because he'd sympathize, but because he would come. He would show up, no matter how far, no matter the cost, no matter the time. That is loyalty woven into action, the mark of true friendship. Of course, we also have casual friends, acquaintances who may share a laugh, a coffee, or a celebration. They are important in their own right, but the danger lies in confusing them with the rare few who would walk with us through fire. To misunderstand this difference is to leave your heart unguarded when it matters most. The good life, a deeper redefinition. At the core of all this, let us remember, the good life is not a number. It is not a title, not a car, not a trophy. It is an inner state, an outer expression, and a daily choice. The good life is an attitude of gratitude, a gesture of generosity, an idea lived with integrity. It is something you become, not something you buy. You may accumulate wealth, but without character, it is hollow. You may master industry, but without art, it lacks soul. You may build quantity, but without quality, it erodes. You may strive endlessly, but without satisfaction, it becomes a curse. You may collect possessions, but without joy, you remain poor. To live the good life is to design a lifestyle that nourishes your spirit, fuels your purpose, and leaves a legacy not in bank accounts, but in the hearts and minds you've touched. You can be the one who lives with style, not of fashion, but of depth. You can be the one whose individuality leaves a ripple of culture and substance through generations. You can live in such a way that your life becomes a model, not of success alone, but of meaningful existence. Let love shape your soul. Let friendship shape your journey. And let the good life, the true good life, be not something you seek, but something you live each day. The day that turns your life around. We have traveled far together on this journey, step by step, idea by idea, revelation by revelation. What began as a pursuit of strategies for wealth and happiness has slowly unfolded into something much more profound, a deeper understanding of your own inner architecture, the way you think, feel, decide, and act. This book has not merely offered information. It has laid before you a feast of timeless principles, a banquet of truths drawn from the experiences of those who have mastered the art of living well. These strategies are designed not just to satisfy your intellectual curiosity, but to ignite within you a sense of urgency and possibility. In essence, you now possess the raw material required to reshape your life in powerful and permanent ways. But here lies the paradox, and it must be addressed with honesty and clarity. Knowledge alone is never enough. You could read this book cover to cover. You could underline every golden insight, highlight every moving paragraph, and nod in agreement with every truth it contains. You might even find yourself reciting its ideas to others, perhaps impressing them with your understanding of the laws of wealth, success, happiness, and purpose. You could reach the point where you are no longer just a student of success. You become an expert in it, someone who knows, someone who understands, someone who teaches. But still, none of that guarantees you'll change. Because in the real world, in the world where bills must be paid, relationships must be nurtured, and goals must be fought for, knowledge without action is merely potential. It is unrealized power. And unrealized power is indistinguishable from powerlessness. The world doesn't reward what you know, it rewards what you do. Bridging the gap between knowing and doing. So the crucial question becomes, what is it that turns knowledge into action? What is it that transforms information into transformation? What moves a person from merely understanding what should be done to actually doing it, consistently and courageously? Is it discipline? Is it habit? Is it vision? Yes, all of these play a role. But behind them all lies a deeper, more primal force, the true catalyst of change. It is emotion. Emotion, the spark that ignites everything. Emotion is the great bridge between thought and behavior, between theory and practice. You will never act on an idea until it moves you emotionally. It is one thing to know that you should improve your finances. It is another thing to feel the frustration of staying broke. It is one thing to understand that you deserve healthy relationships. It is another to feel the loneliness of unfulfilling ones. It is one thing to learn about discipline, purpose, and resilience. It is another to feel the pain of regret, or the fire of possibility, or the deep ache of unrealized potential. Emotion is the engine. Emotion is the lever. Emotion is what finally tips the scales and turns I should into I must. The turning point. When emotion meets decision. Every person who has ever made a massive change in their life can remember the day it all shifted. That day rarely arrives dressed in fanfare. It may come quietly, after years of accumulating frustration, pain, or longing, but then something happens. A final straw, a new insight, a mirror moment. And suddenly, the weight of what's been held in the heart for so long becomes too heavy to ignore. In that moment, a decision is made. Not just mentally, but emotionally. A line is drawn, a standard is set, a new identity is claimed. That moment is the day that turns your life around. If you felt stuck, it's not because you lack intelligence. If you've delayed action, it's not because you're lazy. It's because you haven't yet allowed yourself to feel fully the emotional truth of where you are and where you could be. Let your emotions speak to you. Let them show you what truly matters. Let them stir something deeper than mere logic, something sacred, fierce, and unstoppable. Because the day you feel deeply enough is the day you decide boldly enough. And that, my friend, is the day that changes everything. Let today be that day. Emotions. A very deep explanatory exploration. Emotions are not mere feelings that flutter and pass. They are the core engines of human behavior, the invisible waves that shape destinies, and the silent architects of history. Every civilization, every movement, every act of nobility or brutality can ultimately be traced back to one fundamental root: human emotion. At their most potent, emotions bypass logic, override limitation, and grant human beings access to dimensions of power, endurance, creativity, and resolve they didn't even know existed. Emotions have launched revolutions, sparked inventions, birthed religions, and in darker moments, waged wars. While the mind is the pilot, steering, directing, choosing paths, the emotion is the fuel. Without it, the best map is useless, the clearest logic uninspiring, and the strongest will eventually weak. To create real transformation, emotions must be not only understood, but channeled, ignited, and mastered. So what kinds of emotions lead to powerful action? There are 4 primary emotional drivers, each capable of catalyzing dramatic life-altering change when truly awakened within a person. When these emotions intersect with desire, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Let's go deep into each of them. 1. Disgust, the breaking point that breaks old patterns. Most associate disgust with rejection or negativity, but in truth, disgust is often the moment of awakening, the sacred rebellion against limitation. It is the point where the soul screams louder than the circumstances. It's not apathy. It's not dissatisfaction. It's a visceral intolerance. A person at the height of disgust does not wish for change. They demand it. It is no longer optional. Disgust is the internal explosion after countless silent implosions. It's when a man looks at his empty wallet one time too many, feels the shame too deeply, watches his loved ones suffer for too long, and suddenly draws the line. I will not live like this anymore. That sentence, when said with total emotional conviction, is a portal. A new life begins on the other side. Disgust makes a man throw away the cigarettes, walk out of the toxic relationship, or close the door on mediocrity, not because someone told him to, but because his soul said, enough. But beware, mild disgust is emotional vapor. It dissipates before it ever transforms. The true alchemy of life begins when disgust is raw, real, and powerful enough to become unnegotiable resolve.
2. Decision.
The bridge between thought and transformation. Every transformation begins with a decision, and yet the decision itself is often the battlefield. Life doesn't always give us simple choices. Instead, we find ourselves at complex emotional intersections, forks in the road. A true decision is not merely choosing between A and B. It's cutting off all other possibilities and declaring with full conviction, this is the path, no turning back. And often, before we reach that point, there is emotional warfare within. Fear of loss, fear of judgment, fear of failure, all warring against the inner voice that says, leap. Indecision is the silent assassin of dreams. Camping at the crossroads, waiting for certainty, hoping for clarity without risk, these are the habits that rob life of its momentum. In contrast, even a flawed decision made boldly carries energy, clarity, and forward motion. Life can course-correct a moving vehicle, but it cannot steer a parked one. True decision brings relief, not because all problems disappear, but because finally you are moving. You've stopped watching. You've stepped into the arena. 3. Desire, the inner fire that pulls the future into the present. Desire is not a wish. It is the spiritual gravitational pull of your highest future. It makes the invisible feel urgent, the intangible feel real, and the distant feel near. When activated, desire transforms someday into now. But where does it come from? Paradoxically, desire is both an internal seed and an external spark. It lives within us, dormant, and it takes a trigger to ignite. It could be a moment of inspiration, a story that touches you, a painful confrontation with your current reality, or even a powerful line from a book. Once activated, true desire overrides excuses, obliterates distractions, and magnetizes action. It creates hunger, and hunger creates focus, and focus creates movement. But you must stay open to life to experience the triggers. If you wall yourself off from disappointment, you also wall yourself off from awakening. The greatest shifts in life often don't come from plans, but from piercing experiences that rewire our emotional circuitry. That is desire's mystery and its majesty.
4. Resolve.
The sacred contract you make with your own soul. Resolve is beyond feeling. It is beyond emotion. It is a soul-deep promise. I will, no matter what. This is not about temporary motivation. It's not about inspiration that fades. This is about non-negotiable inner commitment. A quiet fire that says, I've decided. I'm in. I won't quit, ever. Resolve turns try into must. It's the difference between effort and inevitability. Resolve is what drives a man to climb the mountain, not because it's easy, but because it's his mountain. And he's either going to be seen waving from the summit, or he won't be seen again. This level of commitment causes even the universe to pause, as if time, fate, and resistance themselves hold a meeting and say, he's serious. Let him pass. Resolve is what babies possess when learning to walk. There's no timeline, no quitting, no giving up, only as long as it takes. Ask yourself honestly, do I want my dreams only if they're easy, or will I pursue them as long as it takes? The answer to that question determines how high you rise and how deep you're willing to go. In summary, the 4 forces that shape transformation. 1. Disgust, the sacred rebellion that says no more. 2. Decision, the bridge that moves you from thought to action. 3. Desire, the inner fire that makes your dream feel urgent and real. 4. Resolve, the unbreakable promise that turns action into destiny. When these 4 emotions converge, the result is unstoppable. Life will never be the same again, because you will never be the same again. The day you let these emotions take over, you begin your own revolution. Not against the world, but against every limitation you once accepted. And from that moment forward, you are no longer just living, you are becoming. Would you like this turned into a downloadable PDF or styled with formatting for sharing? Certainly. Here's your requested content written as it is, same to same, without any changes. Emotions are not mere feelings that flutter and pass. They are the core engines of human behavior, the invisible waves that shape destinies, and the silent architects of history. Every civilization, every movement, every act of nobility or brutality can ultimately be traced back to one fundamental root: human emotion. At their most potent, emotions bypass logic, override limitation, and grant human beings access to dimensions of power, endurance, creativity, and resolve they didn't even know existed. Emotions have launched revolutions, sparked inventions, birthed religions, and in darker moments waged wars. While the mind is the pilot, steering, directing, choosing paths, the emotion is the fuel. Without it, the best map is useless, the clearest logic uninspiring, and the strongest will eventually weak. To create real transformation, emotions must be not only understood, but channeled, ignited, and mastered. So what kinds of emotions lead to powerful action? There are 4 primary emotional drivers, each capable of catalyzing dramatic, life-altering change when truly awakened within a person. When these emotions intersect with desire, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Let's go deep into each of them. 1. Disgust, the breaking point that breaks old patterns. Most associate disgust with rejection or negativity, but in truth, disgust is often the moment of awakening, the sacred rebellion against limitation. It is the point where the soul screams louder than the circumstances. It's not apathy, it's not dissatisfaction, it's a visceral intolerance. A person at the height of disgust does not wish for change. They demand it. It is no longer optional. Disgust is the internal explosion after countless silent implosions. It's when a man looks at his empty wallet one time too many, feels the shame too deeply, watches his loved ones suffer for too long, and suddenly draws the line. I will not live like this anymore. That sentence, when said with total emotional conviction, is a portal. A new life begins on the other side. Disgust makes a man throw away the cigarettes, walk out of the toxic relationship, or close the door on mediocrity, not because someone told him to, but because his soul said, enough. But beware, mild disgust is emotional vapor. It dissipates before it ever transforms. The true alchemy of life begins when disgust is raw, real, and powerful enough to become unnegotiable resolve.
2. Decision,
The bridge between thought and transformation. Every transformation begins with a decision, and yet the decision itself is often the battlefield. Life doesn't always give us simple choices. Instead, we find ourselves at complex emotional intersections, forks in the road. A true decision is not merely choosing between A and B. It's cutting off all other possibilities and declaring with full conviction, this is the path, no turning back. And often, before we reach that point, there is emotional warfare within. Fear of loss, fear of judgment, fear of failure, all warring against the inner voice that says, leap. Indecision is the silent assassin of dreams. Camping at the crossroads, waiting for certainty, hoping for clarity without risk, these are the habits that rob life of its momentum. In contrast, even a flawed decision made boldly carries energy, clarity, and forward motion. Life can course-correct a moving vehicle, but it cannot steer a parked one. True decision brings relief, not because all problems disappear, but because finally you are moving. You've stopped watching, you've stepped into the arena. 3. Desire, the inner fire that pulls the future into the present. Desire is not a wish. It is the spiritual gravitational pull of your highest future. It makes the invisible feel urgent, the intangible feel real, and the distant feel near. When activated, desire transforms someday into now. But where does it come from? Paradoxically, desire is both an internal seed and an external spark. It lives within us, dormant, and it takes a trigger to ignite. It could be a moment of inspiration, a story that touches you, a painful confrontation with your current reality, or even a powerful line from a book. Once activated, true desire overrides excuses, obliterates distractions, and magnetizes action. It creates hunger, and hunger creates focus, and focus creates movement. But you must stay open to life to experience the triggers. If you wall yourself off from disappointment, you also wall yourself off from awakening. The greatest shifts in life often don't come from plans, but from piercing experiences that rewire our emotional circuitry. That is desire's mystery and its majesty.
#4 Resolve.
The sacred contract you make with your own soul. Resolve is beyond feeling. It is beyond emotion. It is a soul-deep promise. I will, no matter what. This is not about temporary motivation. It's not about inspiration that fades. This is about non-negotiable inner commitment. A quiet fire that says, I've decided. I'm in. I won't quit, ever. Resolve turns try into must. It's the difference between effort and inevitability. Resolve is what drives a man to climb the mountain, not because it's easy, but because it's his mountain. And he's either going to be seen waving from the summit, or he won't be seen again. This level of commitment causes even the universe to pause, as if time, fate, and resistance themselves hold a meeting and say, he's serious. Let him pass. Resolve is what babies possess when learning to walk. There's no timeline, no quitting, no giving up, only as long as it takes. Ask yourself honestly, do I want my dreams only if they're easy, or will I pursue them as long as it takes? The answer to that question determines how high you rise and how deep you're willing to go. In summary, the 4 forces that shape transformation. 1. Disgust, the sacred rebellion that says no more. 2. Decision, the bridge that moves you from thought to action. 3. Desire, the inner fire that makes your dream feel urgent and real. 4. Resolve, the unbreakable promise that turns action into destiny. When these 4 emotions converge, the result is unstoppable. Life will never be the same again, because you will never be the same again. The day you let these emotions take over, you begin your own revolution. Not against the world, but against every limitation you once accepted. And from that moment forward, you are no longer just living, you are becoming. Action, a very deep explanatory exploration. Knowledge fueled by emotion equals action. Knowledge in and of itself is dormant, like a powerful engine sitting idle without fuel. Emotion, when deeply felt, becomes the spark that ignites that engine. When these 2 forces combine, the clarity of knowledge and the fire of emotion, they produce something transformational. Action. It is in this union that potential begins its journey toward manifestation. Action is the last part of the formula. Just as the final stroke completes a painting or the final note resolves a symphony, action is the culmination of thought, intention, and preparation. It is the bridge between the invisible realm of ideas and the visible realm of results. It's the ingredient that ensures results. No matter how grand your vision or how noble your intention, without action all aspirations remain mere shadows of what could be. Action is the only mechanism through which dreams gain shape and plans bear fruit. Only action can cause reaction. This is the fundamental principle of cause and effect. Nature, life, and the universe itself respond only to movement, to force, to something being done. Without action, there is no echo, no ripple, no feedback, no growth. Further, only positive action can cause positive reaction. Not all action is equal. Mindless or negative action breeds chaos or failure. Only purposeful, intentional, and positive action sets in motion the chain of cause and effect that leads to uplifting, empowering results. Just as a seed must be healthy to grow into a strong tree, so must action be wise to yield a good harvest. Action. The whole world loves to watch those who make things happen, and it rewards them for causing waves of productive enterprise. The movers and shakers, those who initiate, build, create, and solve, are the ones who shape the world. Society, economics, and even history itself bend in response to the influence of those who act. People admire doers, not just dreamers. There's a magnetic pull toward those who generate momentum, and the world compensates them in money, respect, and legacy. I stress this because today I see many people who are really sold on affirmations. In today's self-help culture, affirmations, statements of belief, hope, or self-conviction, are often touted as the magic key. But belief alone is not enough. Saying I will succeed has no power if it's not followed by consistent behavior to support it. And yet there is a famous saying that faith without action serves no useful purpose. How true. Faith is the seed of change, but unless it's watered with action, it will never grow. You can believe with all your heart, but if you do not act, your belief remains sterile. It is action that proves faith. It is action that transforms faith from a mere hope into a lived reality. I have nothing against affirmations as a tool to create action. When used wisely, affirmations can fuel the emotional side of the equation. They can lift your spirit, shape your self-image, and reinforce your focus. Repeated to reinforce a disciplined plan, affirmations can help create wonderful results. When aligned with a plan and followed by effort, affirmations act like a steady drumbeat, keeping the rhythm of your progress alive. They can be the inner coach whispering, "Keep going, you've got this, don't stop now." But there is also a very thin line between faith and folly. This is a powerful warning. There's a hidden danger in positive thinking without grounding. If you're not careful, the energy of optimism can drift into the fantasy of delusion. You may convince yourself you're progressing simply because you feel hopeful, while in reality you're standing still. You see, affirmations without action are the beginnings of self-delusion. They offer the illusion of momentum. Like a treadmill, you're moving, but going nowhere. This is where confidence becomes deception. Without tethering affirmations to work, effort, and execution, you risk becoming enthusiastically unproductive. And for your well-being, there is little worse than self-delusion. Self-delusion erodes self-trust. It creates a gap between how you see yourself and what is actually true. Over time, this gap becomes painful. Confidence turns to confusion, and dreams begin to feel impossible, not because they are, but because no real steps were ever taken. It's like the sales executive who comes out of a sales meeting all revved up and says, "I'm going to be the biggest in the business," but then puts no disciplined thought or action behind her words. Inspiration without follow-through is just noise. Motivation may give you a spark, but only systems, habits, and disciplined action will get you to the destination. That salesperson may talk big, but if she doesn't study the market, practice her pitch, or make the calls, her words are empty. She might as well be walking west looking for the sunrise. This is the poetic punchline, full of wisdom. You cannot wish your way to results if you're headed in the wrong direction. Intention must be paired with direction, and direction must be paired with effort. Otherwise, you're chasing an illusion, a beautiful dream with no map. The moral. 1. Action is the bridge between knowing and becoming. Knowledge and emotion are powerful, but only action turns them into transformation. 2. Affirmations must lead to effort, or they become dangerous illusions. Faith alone is not enough. Action proves its truth. 3. Positive, disciplined action is the only path to positive results. Random effort may cause motion, but only intentional action creates forward progress. 4. The world rewards doers, not wishers. The marketplace, society, and even your own self-respect respond to what you do, not what you say. 5. Self-delusion is the silent killer of potential. Believing in yourself without acting on that belief will slowly erode your confidence and your future. 6. Direction matters as much as motivation. Without aligning your action with the right direction, your energy is wasted, like chasing the sunrise in the west. 4 questions. A very deep explanatory exploration. As we draw near to the closing chapter of this journey, a journey of growth, of reflection, of purpose, I offer you not conclusions, but questions. Not answers set in stone, but prompts that might awaken your spirit to its greater destiny. These questions are not to be skimmed over. They are invitations to sit with your soul, to pause, to wonder, to ignite. Why should you try? At first glance, this seems like a question a child might ask. Simple, even naive. But beneath its simplicity lies a depth that demands honest confrontation with your why. Why rise before the sun? Why sacrifice comfort for growth? Why choose the harder road? Why persist? Why read all those books? Why attend that seminar when no one else around you cares? Why keep building when others settle? Why stretch beyond what is merely necessary? The question asks, what is life for if not for trying? And when it echoes in your mind, the best response isn't an explanation. It's another question. Why not? Why not give it your all? Why not test the outer edges of your potential? Why not explore your true capacity, your untapped gifts, your hidden abilities? Why not turn your life into a canvas of creation, where effort is your paint and intention is your brush? You will be here from your birth until your final breath, whether you give the bare minimum or rise into excellence. So why not choose to live in a way that excites you, challenges you, and fulfills you? You could drift, or you could soar. Why not soar? Question 2. What else are you going to do with your life? This isn't sarcasm, it's soul-level clarity. You're here, alive, breathing, thinking, capable. So what will you do with this brief sacred flame called life? You could watch it pass you by in distraction and hesitation, or you could live deliberately. Why not give life your fullest attention? Why not turn ordinary days into art, routines into rituals, and work into worship? What else would you rather do? Sit back and criticize others who try, drown in regret and excuses, or be among those who attempt something extraordinary, and in that attempt become someone extraordinary? Question 3. Why not you? This is the mirror that many avoid, because to ask why not me is to expose the walls we've built around our own dreams. But let's tear them down. Why not you who travels the world and experiences its vastness? Why not you who builds something lasting, a business, a legacy, a way of living that uplifts generations? Why not you who tastes elegance and education, culture and wonder? Why not you standing in awe beneath the Sistine Chapel? Why not you with a book in hand in a Paris cafe sipping wisdom and espresso? Why not you building wealth, not just of money but of meaning? Why not you as the example others look up to, not because you were lucky but because you were willing? Yes, others have done it, often with less intelligence, fewer resources and harder beginnings. But they believed, they persisted, they said, why not me? And they meant it. So the mirror turns to you. Well, question 4, why not now? Time waits for no one. The clock doesn't pause for fear, nor does it slow for doubt. So why not now? Why not today? Why not this moment as the turning point? Why postpone clarity, discipline, and momentum when the next breath is not promised? You've waited long enough for approval, for perfection, for the right time. But the truth is, now is the only time you ever own. Get the books, make the plans, reach out to mentors, practice generosity, stretch your courage, start again. Because if not now, then when? The future will not be handed to you. It must be carved with intentional hands, and those hands are yours. The spiritual dimension, the 5th element. Though this journey is yours to undertake, don't walk it alone. Ask for divine help. Ask for inner strength that is beyond your own. Ask for wisdom that cannot be found in logic alone. Yes, success is a human endeavor, but it is also a sacred partnership, between your will and divine grace, between your hands and heaven's rain. There's an old story. A man turned a pile of rocks into a blooming garden. When a holy man passed by, he said, "God has truly blessed you with a beautiful garden." The gardener smiled and replied, "Yes, but you should have seen it when God had it all to himself." The message is clear. God provides the canvas, but you must paint. He gives you the seed, but you must cultivate the soil. Life is a co-creation. You are not a spectator, you are a steward. Final reflection, the power of choice. You've been given the breath of life, the fire of thought, the capacity to imagine, decide, act, and create. The only question that remains is, will you use it? Why should you try? Because life demands more than existence. What else are you going to do? If not something meaningful, then what? Why not you? The world needs someone just like you to rise. Why not now? This moment is yours. The future is waiting. The invitation has been extended. All that remains is your answer.